Chapter 1. Anna.
Miss, I'm ready to place my order.
The nasal, high-pitched voice of the customer in front of Anna pulled her attention away from her phone, away from the email that she'd just received. She swallowed against the emotional lump which had formed in her throat from the one little sentence she'd read 20 times in the last minute. We went with another candidate. Those words had become a constant in her life, ever since she'd been fired and dumped on the same day. She cleared her throat and smiled up at the hippie with blue dreads and earring spacers, who was staring at her with a disgruntled expression. Even customers at the Jumpy Bean could sense her complete lack of guidance. Anna sighed. Her current life situation had been her fault. At least that was what her mother seemed desperate to remind Anna of every chance she got. You never date your boss, her mother constantly told her. Why had Anna thought she might be an exception? Oh, right, because she trusted everyone. She had a master's in public relations and yet couldn't figure out her own relationships. Go figure. I'm sorry, sir, she said, tucking the strand of blonde hair behind her ear. Whenever you're ready. The man stared at her, and his expression grew annoyed.
It's rude to be on your phone at work.
He glanced behind her.
Where's your boss?
Is there a problem here? Betsy asked, stepping up from behind Anna and adjusting her glasses. Anna glanced over at her coworker, grateful that she wasn't going to have to face this upset customer alone. In the 2 months since Anna had started here, Betsy had quickly become a good friend.
Are you her boss?
He narrowed his eyes. Anna shot Betsy a worried look. If James, the manager, got another complaint about her, she just might lose her job. Apparently, from her last review, her attitude didn't best portray the Jumpy Bean philosophy. It wasn't like she didn't try. Who knew that there were so many complexities to a coffee drink? Besides, if she was honest with herself, working at a coffee shop hadn't been her dream. She was valedictorian of her high school class, voted most likely to succeed. Serving caffeine to pushy customers had never been part of the plan. Yes, I am, Betsy said, straightening and turning to the man.
Well, you should know that your employee was on her phone instead of serving me.
Betsy narrowed her eyes. I see. Well, she's here now, ready to take your order. The man raised his eyebrows as if he'd expected her to do something more. Betsy just smiled. You still want to order, right? The man huffed and rolled his eyes.
Fine. I'll take an iced half-calf ristretto venti 4-pump sugar-free cinnamon dolce soy skinny latte, he said as he pulled out a wallet from his back pocket.
That's totally normal, Betsy said under her breath, but then shot him a smile. Great choice. Anna will ring you up. She patted Anna on the shoulder and moved to start his order. Anna stared at the buttons in front of her. How the heck was she supposed to ring that up? She tried her best to remember the things he'd said. Once he paid, she grabbed a cup and marker. Name? She asked.
Rob.
Anna nodded as she wrote it under the rim and handed it to Betsy's waiting hand. When she turned to tell Rob to wait at the pickup area, she stopped. He'd already pulled out his phone and was heading in that direction. Anna breathed a sigh of relief. She really wasn't in the mood to talk to him anymore. With no other waiting customers, she turned to lean her back against the counter. I know that face, Betsy said, nodding toward Anna. It's your I'm thinking about my life and what's happened to it face. She smiled as she finished Rob's drink. Anna brushed down the front of her apron. I got another rejection. Betsy shot her a sympathetic look. Sorry. Anna swallowed. It's just hard, you know? I was supposed to do something with my life, but look at me. I'm serving coffee to caffeine-addicted people, and no one wants me. That statement stung. She was striking out in her love life and her professional life. Man, all she needed right now was for Patrick to come walking in to see the mess she'd made of her life since he'd kicked her out. All the things he'd said about her had never rung truer. That she was holding him back. That he couldn't soar with her behind him. Anna's stomach twisted as she forced back the tears that threatened to spill. She couldn't think about that right now. Why couldn't she get him from her mind? He was a jerk. That was all there was to it. Betsy glanced over at her and, thankfully, didn't see Anna's near breakdown. Just think of it as job security. Americans are overworked. The need for coffee will always be there. I'm fine with staying here, she said as she moved to the freezer to pull out some ice. Anna studied her nails, but it wasn't what she wanted. Not at all. Not only was her professional life a mess, her love life was also in shambles, which was okay. She wasn't looking for a relationship right now, but still. She groaned and rested her forehead on her hand. This was never good. She needed to think positive, right? Oh my gosh. Betsy breathed next to her. When Anna glanced up, she saw Betsy staring at someone behind her. What are you looking at? She asked, turning around as her gaze fell on Michael Jones. She nearly choked on her spit. What was McKenna's brother doing here? The coffee shop's door shut behind him. All 6 feet 3 glorious inches of him stood there like a Greek statue, just with clothes on. Every emotion that had raced through her at McKenna's wedding 2 years ago came flooding back. This was not what she needed right now. Not when she was hanging onto her sanity by a fraying thread. Desperate to protect herself, she dropped her gaze and ducked down behind the counter. As she stared at the bottles that were lined up under the cash register, she closed her eyes. The image of Michael seemed burned in her mind. The way his blonde hair swooped up in front, and his bright blue eyes that seemed to pierce her soul, or the way his lips had felt on hers 2 years ago. She shook her head. There was no need to go down memory lane right now. She needed to prepare herself for why he was here. Secretly, she'd hoped it was just to get coffee. But this was Madison, New Jersey. There were more than 100 coffee shops between here and New York City. Why are you hiding down there? Betsy asked. Anna snapped her eyes open and glanced up to see Betsy peering down at her. Is he gone? Are you talking about the incredibly handsome New York Ranger? Betsy's cheeks flushed pink as she glanced toward the door. Anna nodded. Yes. You know him? Betsy had an approving expression on her face. This was a history that Anna didn't want to get into. She wanted him to leave and never come back. He was good at walking out on people. After their spontaneous kiss, he'd called her Rebecca and passed out. She should have known better than to believe that a party boy would have ever cared about her. He was only interested in himself. At least, that was what the tabloids seemed so happy to report on. Something like that. Anna grabbed a rag and started wiping down one of the shelves. She wanted to look. She wanted to see if he was still in the shop, but she couldn't do that. She was such a mess as it was. He's coming this way, Betsy squeaked. Anna's heart began to pound. Was he here to see her? What was happening? Fate had a cruel sense of humor. Good morning, he said. Anna closed her eyes. His voice was so familiar. Growing up, Michael had been such a constant in her life, being there for her through all her highs and lows. Maybe that's why what happened at McKenna's wedding had hurt her so much. She'd trusted him. Morning, Betsy breathed out. You're Michael Jones? Fan of hockey? The richness of his voice sent shivers down Anna's back. Maybe she should check herself into a mental hospital. She must be having a nervous breakdown. Betsy nodded. Who isn't? I'm wondering if you could help me. Sure. I'm looking for Anna Short. I was told she works here. Butterflies erupted in Anna's stomach. He was looking for her. Why? Was she dreaming? She reached down and pinched her leg. A searing pain shot across her skin. Yep, she was awake. You're looking for Anna, Betsy nudged her with her shoe. There was probably no chance that she could sprint to the exit now. Taking a deep breath, she counted down from 10 and then stood up. Michael's eyes widened when his gaze fell on her. I found it, she exclaimed, holding up her hand. How else was she going to explain why she had ducked down there for as long as she did? Michael glanced over at her hand. What were you looking for? Contact. Betsy's contact. She reached over and pretended to drop something into Betsy's hand. "You can go put it in now." Betsy stared at her and then over to Michael. "I have really bad eyesight," she said as she pushed her glasses higher up her nose and then turned and slipped into the back room. "She wears contacts with glasses?" There was a playful smile that hinted on his lips. His perfect lips. Gah, why couldn't he have turned into a troll? Why was he only more good-looking? He was no longer the scrawny kid next door, not when his white t-shirt struggled to contain the muscles underneath. Heat burned her cheeks as she forced her gaze upwards. He was studying her. She wished she could read his mind. The day after McKenna's wedding, he'd left, and she never saw him again. Did he remember their kiss as vividly as she did? Standing in the coffee shop, he didn't look like he was torn apart from the mind-bending kiss they'd shared, and she didn't want to bring it up if it wasn't even on his radar. So, to save her sanity, she was going to go with, he didn't remember. "It's good to see you, Anna Banana," he said. He leaned against the counter as if he wasn't here for just an overpriced drink. She winced at the ridiculous nickname he'd given her when they were kids. But the familiarity of his voice washed over her, rendering her speechless for a moment. Why did he have to come in here, at this moment, right when she was at her lowest low? He was studying her as if he was expecting her to speak. Right, that's how a conversation went. She was going to have to talk to Michael. She just prayed her voice would come out normal. "Michael," she squeaked out. Well, there went her plan of not looking like an idiot. He cocked his head to the side. "It's been a while." "I'm good," she said and then stopped. Had he asked her how she was? From the playful smile on his lips, she realized that he had indeed not asked her how she was. Desperate to save herself, she decided to move the conversation forward. "You're in town. Funny, McKenna didn't mention that." Michael unfolded his arms and rested his hands on the counter, against which he drummed his fingers. For a moment, she thought she detected an uneasy look on his face, but as quickly as it came, it disappeared. She shook it off. It must have been her imagination. He shrugged. "Yeah, thought it was time to come and visit the family." Family? Of course, he thought of her as family. Hadn't he always called her his pseudo-sister? Proof yet again that the kiss had meant much more to her than him. That's nice. McKenna's going through a rough spot. She definitely needs some more support around her, Anna said. After 2 years, McKenna was losing hope of ever getting pregnant. It didn't help that the infertility put such a strain on her and Sam. As much as Anna wanted to be a supportive friend, she just didn't know what to say or do to help her. Anna was so far from even thinking about having kids that she worried she just irritated her friend instead of helped. "She's been telling me," he said. Anna studied him. There was something in his countenance, almost like he was worried. His normal, cocky persona was slipping. What was going on? Is she okay? It had been a week since Anna had talked to McKenna, but she just couldn't imagine that anything had happened. "She wants to talk to the two of us." Michael drummed his fingers on the countertop again. "She does? What would McKenna need to talk to the two of them about?" "Yeah, she wanted me to come get you." He shrugged. "Do you have a break coming up?" Betsy emerged from the back room. When her gaze fell on Anna, she raised her eyebrows. "What's going on?" she asked. Anna glanced back at Michael. "Give me a minute." Chapter 2. Michael. Michael took a deep breath as he sat at the table at the far end of the coffee shop. The last few minutes rolled around in his mind. What the heck had that been? He hadn't expected the feelings that had raced through his body when he'd seen Anna pop up from behind the counter. Suddenly, he was that dorky senior in high school, standing in front of the girl he'd crushed on for so long. Or the girl that he'd stupidly kissed 2 years ago. The girl that had been there through everything. Anna. He swallowed as he rubbed his palms on his jeans. Did she notice how out of sorts she made him? When McKenna had called asking him to pick up Anna, He had been fine with it. Besides, 2 years had passed since their kiss. Surely he was over her by now. But from the way his stomach lightened and his heart raced when he saw her, it became quite clear that he wasn't over her. Not in the least. And here he sat, feeling like such an idiot. He drummed his fingers on the tabletop in front of him. He could get through this. He had to. The media storm that was about to hit him back home was going to be a big one. Leaving seemed like the only rational plan. He just hoped McKenna could keep him hidden until the story blew over. But he wasn't sure how long that was going to take. When it came to the mayor's daughter, Daisy, the media didn't seem too lackadaisical. Anyone associated with her became the new topic of the front page every day. What had started as a joke quickly turned into a nightmare. He should have known better than to meet Daisy that night. But he was stupid. And now that stupidity was going to chew him up and spit him out. Thankfully, Anna emerged from the back room before Michael went insane from delving into his past mistakes. Right now, he was desperate for any distraction, no matter how complicated. His gaze roamed over to Anna. Her hair had been set free, and it fell softly around her shoulders. She was wearing a dark blue shirt and jeans that accented the curves she most certainly didn't have when they were growing up. Michael swallowed. Had she always looked this good? When her gaze met his, he realized that he was staring. He stood, slamming his leg against the underside of the table. His skin heated as he cursed under his breath. He scooted his chair back and stepped away from the table. "Are we good?" he asked. Anna pulled her purse strap higher up her shoulder. "Yeah, Betsy said she'd cover for me. I was off in an hour anyway. It's dead around this time." Michael reached out and brushed her arm with his fingertips. The feeling sent zaps of electricity through his body. Anna's gaze dropped to his fingers, and he pulled back as if he'd been burned. Was that too intimate? What was wrong with him? This was Anna, the girl he used to terrorize. If he could go back to remembering that, it would be best for everyone involved. The kiss they shared at McKenna's wedding had been a mistake. Anna was too good for him. He was a fool and always seemed to make the wrong decisions. Anna was the kind of girl you settled down with, and he wasn't meant for that kind of life. Why would he hurt her like that? He couldn't, which was why he'd said someone else's name and pretended to pass out. He just hoped it was something she'd forgotten. "It'll be fine. Let's just get going." She took a step toward the door. Michael nodded. Good. He needed a job to do. Nothing good ever came from him being idle. They started walking toward the door together. Out of instinct, Michael brought his hand up to the small of her back to help guide her. When his fingers touched her shirt, she tensed, but then relaxed. He started to wonder what that meant, but then quickly pushed that thought out. The last thing he wanted to do was drag Anna into his mess. It was best for him to stay away. Far away. "I'm parked over there," he said, nodding towards his red convertible, parked alongside the Jumpy Bean building. Anna glanced over at it and then back to him. "Wow, a convertible. Nice." He nodded. "It was my grandpa's. I got it when he passed away." "Oh, that's right, I remember now. McKenna told me about that. And she got, what was it, a weed whacker?" She raised her eyebrows. Michael smiled. "Hey, don't feel bad for McKenna. She followed my grandpa around for years asking him if he'd let her use it. It only made sense to a 95-year-old man to will it to her." Anna laughed, a light, whimsical sound. Michael couldn't help but laugh along with her. Suddenly, he was taken back to a time when things were simple, when they were just two teens in high school, back when he wasn't a complete idiot. "Yeah, she didn't tell me that tidbit." As they approached the car, Michael reached out and pulled on the door handle of the passenger side. He opened it and waved his hand in. "That's McKenna, always the drama queen." Anna moved to climb in, but then paused and glanced over at him. She was inches away. Her smile faltered as she met his gaze. She glanced down at the ground and then back up at him. Why was she acting so strange? It's good that you came to visit. McKenna's been struggling. I'm not sure what she's told you, but things are not good between her and Sam. A sour feeling flooded Michael's stomach. McKenna was his little sister. He was supposed to protect her. And yet he had allowed his life and aspirations to take over. What kind of older brother does that? He was the worst. He forced a fake smile as Anna climbed in and sat down. After making sure that her fingers weren't in the way, he slammed the door, maybe with a bit too much gusto. But how could he not? He'd not only let himself down, but his sister as well. Proof again that he didn't deserve anyone. After Daisy was back from her trip to Milan and he'd cleaned up the mess he'd gotten into, he wasn't going to allow another woman into his life. It was necessary to keep all the people he cared about safe from his careless mistakes. Once he got into the driver's side, he shut his door and started up his car. The roof was down and the sun shone on him. Being outside had a way of calming his nerves. He flipped on his blinker and turned onto Main Street. The wind blew around them as he drove the 15 minutes to McKenna's house. He was thankful for the extra noise having the top down brought. It meant no conversations. He needed to build a wall if he was going to keep people away. McKenna's normally cheerful house was dreary and depressing. The last time Michael had been here, the window boxes had exploded with flowers. The front shrubbery, which had once been manicured to perfection, was now overgrown and full of weeds. This was not like McKenna at all. He pulled into the driveway and turned off the engine. He opened his door, and before he could round the hood of the car, Anna was out and starting up the walkway. He stepped over huge weeds that had sprung up in the yard. When Anna got to the front stoop, she paused, but then shook her head and turned the handle. She pushed open the door. "McKenna?" she called into the front room. Michael went up the front steps and waited behind her. "Why aren't we going in?" he asked. Anna jumped and turned, her eyes widening. He wondered if it was because he was only a foot away from her. As he took in the richness of her brown eyes, he couldn't help but smile. It was nice, having her at eye level. He liked looking into her eyes. "Just wanting to warn them that we're here. Sam and McKenna have been fighting a lot. I didn't want to walk in on anything." She hesitated and then leaned further into the foyer. "Kenna, you here?" "Anna?" McKenna's voice carried from the back of the house. She sounded stressed, not the joyful, free-spirited little sister that Michael remembered. Having had enough of waiting on the stoop, Michael stepped into the house and slipped off his shoes. Anna must have felt that the coast was clear as well because she followed after him. "Kenna, we're here," he said, making his way past all the family photos that hung on the walls and into the kitchen at the back of the house. McKenna was sitting at the table when he came into the room. She was staring at something resting in front of her. She lifted her gaze to meet his, and Michael's heart surged. McKenna's eyes were red from tears. Before he could make his way across the kitchen floor and wrap his sister into a hug, Anna beat him to it. She crouched down in front of McKenna with her hand resting on McKenna's back. "What's wrong?" she asked. From where Michael stood, he could see McKenna's eyes filled with tears as she nodded towards the table. "It's negative again." McKenna leaned forward and buried her face in her hands. "I'm so sorry," Anna said, wrapping her up into a hug. It killed Michael to see his little sister in so much pain. If only he could fix this, but how could he? McKenna had always wanted to be a mom since they were kids. She used to force him to be the dad and play house. Michael made his way over to the table. "Is there any room for a big brother hug?" McKenna and Anna glanced up at him. Anna nodded, dropped her arms, and stood. "I'm happy you're here," McKenna said as she pushed her chair back. Michael wrapped her up in a hug. She felt so small. Why had he been the worst older brother? Getting caught up in his own life? What kind of jerk did that? "I'm sorry it took me so long to get here. If I'd known things were bad, I would have come sooner." McKenna shook her head. "How could you have known? I didn't really talk about it with anyone." Michael pulled back and smiled down at his sister. Well, I'm here now, and ready to help any way I can. Do you need me to have a talk with Sam? 'Cause I will. He swore to take care of you. McKenna gave him an annoyed look. This isn't going to be Chase in 4th grade all over again, is it? I don't need you intimidating my husband. Things are stressful enough around here. She narrowed her eyes, as if that was going to dissuade him. Hey, but it got the job done, right? Sometimes a guy just needs another guy to talk to him. Overall, Michael liked Sam. If he didn't, then there was no way he would have let his sister marry him. But from the look on McKenna's face, her frustrations ran deeper than anger. There was a pain there that he couldn't describe. McKenna's expression grew serious. I need you to promise me right now that you are not going to intimidate my husband. She turned her face up towards him and narrowed her eyes. Michael raised his hands. I promise. But that didn't mean he wasn't going to have a chat with his brother-in-law. There was no reason why McKenna should be crying this hard. McKenna didn't look like she believed him, but she also didn't look like she was going to push it further. Instead, she sat back down at the table, her shoulders slumping as she glanced down at the test in front of her. We'll figure something out, Kenna, Anna said, pulling out the chair next to her and sitting down. McKenna let out a forced laugh. I wish I were that confident. Sam's been working more. We barely look at each other. I think my marriage is over. A sob escaped her lips. Anna glanced up at Michael. Her gaze was worried as she motioned towards McKenna with her head. Right. He should do something. He just wasn't sure what. There must be something we can do. McKenna wiped at her eyes as she glanced around the table. There is something, she said as she started rifling through a stack of papers. Michael felt better. He liked problems that had a solution. He wasn't the sit around and talk about feelings kind of guy. He liked action. Here it is, McKenna said, pulling out a brochure. My OB suggested this place to me. She laid the paper down on the table. We actually bought tickets to go. It's all arranged. Rekindled Resort? Anna asked. It's a marriage therapy resort. You go there and have access to world-renowned therapists. They have couple skill-building activities. Plus, all the things that a resort normally has. We're scheduled to leave tomorrow. Kenna, this sounds amazing. I'm so happy you two are going. Anna smiled up at her. McKenna glanced from Anna and then up to Michael. Problem is, I just can't go there alone. What if they say our marriage is doomed, and then I'm stuck on an island with my ruined marriage? Nope. She dropped her gaze. I need you two to go with me. Michael stared at his sister. What? I need my brother and my best friend there. McKenna's voice drifted off. Please? His stomach sank. Did she know what he had asked Daisy? That he might just be engaged to the mayor's daughter? Instead of asking, he decided it was probably best to just act like no one knew. After all, he wasn't even sure what had happened, and dissecting his mistake wasn't something he wanted to do at this moment. Kenna, I'm not married, and I don't think Anna is either. He glanced over at Anna, who was shaking her head. Yeah, neither of us is married. It says on the pamphlet, for married couples only. McKenna glanced back up at them. All my married friends can't go. And it's not a big deal if you're not married. It's not like they check up on you. You guys can just pretend. Michael's eyes widened. Pretend to be married to Anna? From the feelings that raced through him when he saw her at the coffee shop, it was probably best to stay away from her altogether. Faking he was married to her involved kissing her and holding her. There was no way he could do that, no matter how fast his heart raced from the thought. Just before he responded, his phone rang. Grateful for the distraction, he pulled it from his pocket and waved towards the back door. I should take this, he said, as he turned the handle and stepped into the backyard. Once he closed the door, he took a deep breath. Hopefully, this phone call would last long enough for him to sort out his feelings about what McKenna had proposed. He swiped his phone and brought it up to his ear. Hello? Is this Michael Jones? It is. Great. My name is Christopher Scott, and I'm with the New York Times. Michael's stomach twisted. How did they find out? Chapter 3. Anna. Anna stared at the back door as Michael shut it behind him. Who was calling him? And then she stopped herself. Thoughts about all the girls that Michael always had on his arm were never good. And if the speed at which he departed had anything to do with what McKenna had just proposed, she didn't want to know that either. She didn't need to digest how she felt about Michael not wanting to pretend to be married to her. A hurt feeling grew in her gut. Of course he didn't want to pretend that he'd settled down. He was the athlete playboy. She didn't meet any of the qualifications he seemed to have for the women he chose to date. She was thin and slightly curvy, but she wasn't slutty or flashy. And from the last cover feature done on him, she was the last person he'd ever consider dating or fake marrying. She could only imagine the field day the press would have if he showed up with her on his arm. She could see the title now. Star athlete gone mad shows up with average girl. She snorted, which caused McKenna to glance up at her. What? McKenna asked, drawing her eyebrows together. Nothing. Just thinking about something I read. She reached out and fiddled with the pamphlet to Rekindled Resort. Do you really think this is a good idea? Me and Michael going together? Pretending to be married? As she said it out loud, she began to realize how much of a mistake this was. Why wouldn't it be? McKenna asked. Heat rushed to Anna's cheeks as she thought back to their kiss. McKenna hadn't seemed too fazed when Anna told her about it after she'd gotten back from her honeymoon. She said something about how it was typical Michael. Anna cleared her throat. You know. She raised her eyebrows. The kiss? McKenna shook her head. I wouldn't worry about it. That's Michael for you. He's the kiss him and leave him kind of guy, not the stick around and crush on him type. She sighed, using that breath to blow a loose strand of hair away from her face. Anna swallowed. That was what she was afraid of. That's what she had always been afraid of. Nothing like adding insult to injury. Part of her had always wondered if he might have feelings for her. Now, after he called her by someone else's name, and then her giant failure with Patrick, she was starting to wonder if, perhaps, it really was her. Which was something she had feared for a long time, that she was just unlovable. Best friend? Yes. Girl who's always there for you? Yes. But love interest? No. She was never going to be the girl who got the guy. She should just accept that now. Preparation for spinsterhood seemed the best course of action. Before she could say anything more, the back door opened, and Michael stepped into the kitchen. His skin had paled, and he had a worried expression on his face. Something was wrong. What had he got himself into? With his reputation, it could be anything. So, where were we on that faking marriage and going to the resort thing? He asked as he pulled out the chair across from them and sunk into it. He was worried about something. But what? Anna watched him. She wanted to ask, but then decided against it. We hadn't really decided on anything, Anna said as she eyed him. Michael glanced at her and then back to McKenna. Well, I'm game if Anna is. His gaze made its way back over to her. Are you game? Anna studied the tabletop. Well, he wasn't repulsed by her. That was a good sign. But what seemed to boggle her mind was how eager he'd suddenly become. When moments ago, he'd jumped at the first phone call and hightailed it out of there. Really? McKenna asked. She sat a little straighter in her chair as she wiped her nose with a nearby tissue. That would be amazing. It's just what I need. Michael stood up from the table and began to pace. I think we should do it. Now. I mean, there's no time like the present, right? You have your tickets. I'm sure it won't be hard to get ours. He waved his hand at Anna. McKenna sucked in her breath. Yeah, we have our tickets. I hope that's okay. Last-minute flights to Bora Bora are going to be insanely expensive. A sinking feeling settled in Anna's stomach. There was no way she could come up with that kind of cash. I can't afford that. It stung to say those words out loud. Michael waved away her concerns. I'll pay for the two of us to go. After all, I'm McKenna's big brother. It's the least I can do. Besides, I don't think I even got you a wedding present. He grabbed the pamphlet off the table and flipped it over. I'll call and get it all arranged. He pointed at Anna. Do you think the coffee shop will be okay without you? Anna swallowed as the words he spoke rattled around in her mind. Man, she sounded pathetic. There was nothing keeping her here. She could jump on a plane that evening and go wherever she wanted. No boyfriend to alert, no real job to beg for time off from. She was completely unattached, and it hurt. Yeah, I'm sure they'll be fine. Michael grinned as he glanced down at his phone and began typing on the screen. Perfect. I'll get this taken care of. Michael, I want you to be sure. Michael waved McKenna away. I'm sure. This'll be fun, he said as he pushed open the storm door and made his way back outside. It slammed against the frame as he disappeared. He'd raised the phone to his cheek and was already talking to someone. That was strange, Anna said, glancing over at McKenna. She had a smile on her lips. That's Michael. But you know that. Always flying by the seat of his pants. Anna sighed. He'd always been like this. Maybe she'd hoped that entering adulthood would help him calm down. But he seemed just as impulsive as he had been as a kid, when he tried to jump from the roof with a parachute he'd made from his favorite Batman sheets. He blew into every situation like a storm, but it wasn't like he didn't care about people. He'd always been there to protect McKenna and Anna. The thought of his big yet spastic heart made Anna smile. He definitely kept her on her toes. McKenna patted her knee. Thanks for doing this. If Michael pulls it off, it will be really good for Sam and me to have you two there. She let out a shaky breath as she stared at her hands. I guess it would be better to learn that we aren't meant for each other now, instead of 5 years down the road, finally decide we shouldn't be married and have to start over. Anna's heart hurt for her best friend. She didn't know what to say, so she just smiled over at her. It will get better, Kenna. And if it doesn't, Michael and I will be here to help you through it. Exactly 12 hours later, Anna found herself standing at the airport, staring at the jumbo screens in front of her. Lists of current and upcoming flights scrolled past her. Michael had been able to convince the resort to book them last minute and found seats on the same flight as McKenna and Sam. Anna felt as if her life had done an about-face. Butterflies were flitting around her stomach as she tried to calm her nerves. She'd never flown before. Ever. Thankfully, she'd gotten her passport a year ago, when Patrick had convinced her that a spontaneous trip to Australia was a good idea. But at the last minute, he decided to take his assistant, Shelley, leaving Anna behind. It had been a business trip, right? Besides, the thought of flying terrified her. Anna groaned as she turned away from the screens. What an idiot she'd been. Believing that all those late-night meetings were really about the advancement of his advertising company and not the advancement of his relationship with Shelley. How had she been so naive? She was too trusting. Get a grip, she muttered under her breath as she pushed her hair from her face. She wasn't going to let his memory affect her anymore. Besides, she had to worry about flying across the ocean right now. She needed all her wits about her. Oh no, Anna Banana's muttering under her breath again. Michael's voice made her heart speed up. She whipped around to see him grinning down at her. His bright blue eyes danced as he wiggled his eyebrows. She shoved his shoulder. Why did you do that? You scared me. Michael feigned pain as he clutched his shoulder. Man, when did you get strong? Anna glanced down at her arm. Since I started watching all those karate movies. Michael held up his hands. Remind me not to tick you off. Anna pointed her finger at him. That's probably a good plan. He chuckled as he wrapped his fingers around the handle of his suitcase and motioned for her to follow him. Anna grabbed her own luggage and quickened her pace to keep up. So, what does Anna Banana have to be angry about? He glanced over at her. His normal, flirtatious disposition had turned serious. Anna kept pace with him. Was that a rhetorical question? She shook her head. There was no reason to confirm that she was the geeky girl who couldn't even keep a boyfriend, much less a husband. You don't want to know. Michael stopped. Anna turned to see him staring down at her. Excuse me, Mrs. Jones. You're my wife. I care about what you have to say. Anna swallowed. How many times had she written Mrs. Jones on her notebook through middle school? Hearing the words leave Michael's lips caused her heart to pick up speed. Mrs. Jones? Yeah, we're faking a marriage. Might as well start now. So we're used to it. I'm not sure what kind of detectives they have at the resort, or what they'd do if they found out we weren't married. Anna slammed her lips shut and nodded. Of course, they were faking that they were married. She needed to get used to that. It would save her major embarrassment later. Michael started walking again, so she followed behind him. About that, what exactly are we going to have to do? Maybe we should set some boundaries. She moved to pull out a pad of paper and a pen. Michael groaned. Boundaries? You know I can't work under those. He stopped, and suddenly, he wrapped his arm around her waist. Anna's heart picked up speed as he pulled her closer to him. He swept her to the side and dipped her back. Anna squeaked as she clung to his shoulders. What are you doing? She asked. When she glanced up at him, his blue eyes sparkled. Suddenly, all the feelings that she'd had for so long came rushing to the surface. This was Michael she was looking at. The guy who had stayed up late with her when McKenna had already fallen asleep, giving her advice on all her crushes. The guy who took a black eye from Jordan in 9th grade when he made advances toward her. His playful smile twitched on his lips as he brought her closer to him. He made things so easy. When she was with him, her stressful past didn't matter. Everything would be okay. And caring about him felt like something she was born to do. When his gaze met hers, his flirtatious expression grew serious. Suddenly, she was frightened, and he was clearing his throat. Sorry, see? Even talking about boundaries makes me want to break them. He shot her an uneasy smile. Anna swallowed as she nodded, maybe a bit too vigorously. I totally get it. Excuse me, is this guy bothering you, ma'am? Anna turned to see a beefy security guard studying her. He swept his gaze over to Michael, narrowing his eyes. She turned and raised her eyebrows at Michael, who shot her an expectant look. She contemplated playing this up, but getting Michael put up in airport jail probably wasn't the best way to start out Operation Fix McKenna and Sam's marriage. She laughed and shook her head. No, officer, he's not. The guard moved his hand to his baton. Are you sure? Anna nodded. He's just goofing around. I'm okay. I know him. He's my husband. Those words felt strange and right at the same time. The security guard's gaze slipped to her left hand that was wrapped around the shoulder of her purse. Realizing that she had no ring there, she laughed it off. Silly me, I accidentally flushed it down the toilet. Why was she still talking? She should stop, right now. Michael matched her laugh as he wrapped his arm around her shoulders and pulled her next to him. Anna tried to ignore just how good she fit against his body, or how amazing he smelled. Silly Mrs. Jones. She's such a klutz sometimes. They both faked laugh until they were out of earshot of the guard. When she glanced back to see him moving away through the crowd, she wiggled from Michael's grasp. Being this close to him was heightening her senses. She needed to keep as emotionally distant from him as she could. There was no way she would allow herself to have deep feelings for Michael Jones. Not after McKenna's wedding. "You're welcome," she said as she adjusted her purse and glanced up at him. Michael's half-smile was still lingering on his lips. "For what?" "Saving you from airport jail." Michael laughed as he motioned towards the airline attendant, who was just finishing up with a couple who were both wearing Hawaiian t-shirts and straw hats. "They would never have put me in jail," he said. Anna dropped her jaw. He was that sure he could talk his way out of any situation. Well, she could feel a challenge coming on. "You, mister, are much more suspicious looking than I am," she said as she followed him. Michael laughed. This time it was his deep and wholehearted laugh. "Remember when someone TP'd the stadium right before homecoming?" Anna nodded. The whole school had been on activity lockdown until someone confessed. She stopped as she reached out to grab Michael's arm. "That was you?" "Yep," he said, emphasizing the P. "And when they found out, I used the Jones charm and got out of it." He winked at her as he shrugged. Anna wanted to protest, but she couldn't deny that Michael had a sort of charisma. The kind that could convince you to do things, like kiss him. She cleared her throat and turned her attention toward the agent who was waving them up. Thankful for the distraction, Anna followed Michael as he stepped up to the agent and gave her one of his signature smiles. "Good morning," she said, glancing up at him through her eyelashes. Anna wanted to roll her eyes. Everywhere Michael went, girls fawned over him. So instead of listening to their conversation, Anna turned and focused on the cardboard cutout behind her. She didn't want to admit to herself just how much it hurt her to hear him laughing and flirting with the agent. It just reminded her of how much of an idiot she was. Michael didn't care about her. She was just his kid sister's best friend that he palled around with. And she certainly wasn't his wife. This was fake. It all was. If only she could convince her pounding heart that it wasn't real, then she'd be set. And perhaps have a chance at surviving this week. Chapter 4. Michael. Michael studied the counter in front of Teresa, the passenger service agent who was checking them in. She kept glancing up at him and smiling. Any other time, he would have enjoyed the attention she gave him. But after his a little too intimate moment with Anna just minutes ago, it didn't feel right. The feelings that stirred in his stomach had him worried. How was he supposed to pretend to be married to a girl he'd crushed on for so long? This was a mistake. But there was nothing he could do. Not with the press hot on his story. Thankfully, Christopher hadn't tried to contact him again. Not since he'd stammered a few incoherent things and hung up. But it was only a matter of time before he was contacted by another reporter. If only Daisy had cell service. He just might be able to clear this all up. But every time he called, it went straight to voicemail. Leaving the country seemed like the only rational idea. He'd face it all when he got back. He gritted his teeth and stared at Teresa, who was saying something about how much she loved hockey. Anna seemed surprisingly quiet next to him. He wanted to look back at her, but he needed to process his thoughts without the distraction of her intoxicating smile. She was even more beautiful than the last time he'd seen her. Flirting with her was coming too naturally to him. He needed to keep his distance from her. "They're here," Anna exclaimed as she made her way to McKenna and Sam, who both had strained expressions as they approached. "Sorry we're late. Sam forgot his passport, so we had to go back." She sighed and forced a smile. "We were almost here and had to turn around." "I told you that the cab could have just dropped you off and taken me home," Sam responded, glancing over at her. "That's not what this trip is about. It's about us doing things together. Besides, I reminded you a bunch of times, and you told me that you had it handled. I just don't know if I can trust you when you say you'll do something and then don't," McKenna said, her tone strained. Sam sighed. "I said I was sorry I forgot my passport. I really thought I had put it in my luggage." "You should always check," McKenna blurted out, drawing the attention of other people milling around. Kenna, it's okay. You're here, and they're checking us in. It's not like the plane left without us, Michael said, stepping away from Teresa and resting his hand on McKenna's shoulders. McKenna stared at him with her signature look of death. He had met it head-on with the same amount of intensity. There was no way his little sister was going to intimidate him. It was almost comical that she thought she could. After a few seconds, she took a deep breath and turned to Sam. Sorry, I'm just stressed. Michael's right. We're here. Let's just get on the plane and get to the resort. Michael patted her shoulder. That's what I'm talking about. Now, the lovely Teresa needs your passports, he said as he grinned at Teresa and then turned around to nod at them. When his gaze landed on Anna, he paused. Her lips had tightened, as if he'd said something wrong. But what could he have done? He'd been talking to Teresa the last 10 minutes, and Anna couldn't possibly be mad that he was talking to the woman who was checking them in. Instead of dissecting her expression, Michael busied himself, getting the boarding passes dispersed to the 4 of them. 15 minutes later, they were dropping off their luggage with a bulky security guard who threw their suitcases on the conveyor belt behind him with a grunt. Then they got in the security checkpoint line behind a family with 5 kids. McKenna had her arms folded and was staring outside. The sun was just beginning to peek out from above the horizon. The sky was streaked with purples and oranges. It was beautiful. But from McKenna's tight lips and her drawn-together brows, the beauty of the outside was not what she was thinking about. Sam had a similar look, but instead of glancing out towards the sky, he was staring at his phone. His finger would occasionally scroll the screen. They didn't look like the lovebirds they had been 2 years ago. What had happened to them? Michael shook his head. He knew what happened. Marriage. Responsibility. It wasn't the first time he'd seen this. A few good friends had had the same fate. Further proof that marriage was the last thing he needed. At least with Anna, he didn't have to worry about disappointing anyone. It was actually a relief. Having a fake relationship was better than the effort a real one takes. And from his past experience, he tended to do stupid things when he was tied down. Stupid, foot-in-the-mouth things. Just ask Daisy. He leaned over and wrapped his arm around Anna's shoulders. She tightened at first, but then relaxed. Anna Short, I'm so excited to have you along with me. With Miss McKenna being such a stick in the mud and Mr. Sam turning into a phone zombie. He stabbed his thumb in their direction. It's a relief I have someone here who'll laugh at my jokes. McKenna turned and shot him another murderous look. Michael laughed and waved her away. Come on, Kenna. Lighten up. She stared at him, but then reached in her purse to pull out her phone. Michael glanced down at Anna, who was watching McKenna. She had a concerned look on her face. It's okay. Don't worry. We'll fix this, he said, leaning down and whispering in Anna's ear. A coconut smell surrounded him. Her shampoo smelled fantastic. He fought the urge to take a deep breath. Anna glanced up, putting her face inches from his. You think so? She asked with her eyes wide. Michael drew back. He didn't like how his body responded to her close proximity. It was definitely something he should not be feeling. Not for his little sister's friend, and not for someone who he was supposed to pretend was his wife. I know so. With both of our amazing minds put together, how can we not fix this? Anna chewed her lip as she stared just beyond his shoulder. Well, I guess. We do make a pretty good team. Michael tightened his grip on her shoulder and drew her closer, but then instantly knew that was a mistake. What started out as a playful physical touch shot zaps of electricity through his body. Out of instinct, he dropped his arm, but then he ran his hand through her hair. He didn't want her to think that touching her was affecting him so. Michael just laughed it off. He wasn't supposed to have anything but platonic feelings for her. It was just taking more time than he'd expected for him to be able to forget their kiss. That was all. He didn't need to live in limbo like this. Not knowing how he really felt about Anna, he had come to a good place where they were just friends. Why couldn't he get his mind to remember that? Pretty good. We make an amazing team. Remember the elaborate heist we used to plan to steal cookies from the kitchen? Michael asked. turning to look at her. Anna glanced over at him. For some strange reason, I have a feeling that faking a broken ankle and me climbing on your back won't solve their marriage issues. The memory of the stunts they'd pulled as kids rushed back to him, causing Michael to smile. He'd be lying if he'd said he didn't enjoy that, even though it had been a couple years since they'd seen each other. He knew everything about Anna, and she knew everything about him. Like all the weird first date stuff was already over with. Michael's stomach twisted. He wished Anna actually did know everything, but there were a few things he just couldn't share. She didn't know about his strange engagement to Daisy, or the fact that he was trying to run away from his mistakes, and he could never tell her. She couldn't know how terribly he'd failed at yet another relationship in his life. The impromptu kiss at McKenna's wedding had been his fault. He'd just gotten dumped by Francesca, the team's masseuse, and he was feeling really depressed. Anna had taken time to talk to him, telling him that perhaps he depended a bit too much on what women thought of him. Michael had tried to laugh it off. He couldn't help the fact that he was a lover of women. Anna had turned serious and said if he didn't get his head on straight, he might just run off every girl who would give him a chance. A few drinks later, Anna got closer to him, and he couldn't help himself. He kissed her, something he'd wanted to do for so long, and yet never allowed himself to admit. It was incredible, firework-inducing. But as soon as he'd pressed his lips against hers, he'd known it was a mistake. If he really cared for her as much as he thought, he would stay away from her. After all, every relationship he'd entered into had failed, and he couldn't fail Anna. The checkpoint line moved, so Michael decided it was best to forget all the reactions he was having from being close to Anna and focus on the task at hand, getting to the rekindled resort and fixing McKenna's marriage. Focusing on someone else's problems sounded better than trying to solve his own. Besides, his relationship with Anna was fake, and from the calm response she had after their kiss, there was no way she felt the same for him. He needed to remember that. For Anna, all she saw him as was McKenna's older brother, a family member. When they got to the TSA agent camped out before the metal detector, Michael handed him his license and boarding pass. The guy checked his ID and then glanced up at him.
Michael Jones, defenseman for the Rangers.
Michael nodded. The agent glanced around and then pulled out a pen from his pocket. He scooted the sheet of paper on the stand over and laid the pen on top of it.
Can I get your autograph? My buddy is a big hockey fan, and he's never going to believe that I met you.
Michael smiled. Sure. After he scribbled his signature, he shook the agent's hand, who then waved him over to the X-ray scanners. After removing his shoes and everything in his pockets, he walked through the metal detector. As he was putting his shoes back on, Anna appeared next to him. I don't think I'll ever get used to you being famous, she said, bending down to slip on her shoes. I'm hardly famous, he said, straightening and glancing over to her. Anna reached out and grabbed her other shoe. Just as she moved to shove her foot into it, she teetered on her leg. Out of instinct, Michael reached out to steady her. His hand landed on her lower back. Anna's gaze flew up to meet his. Her lips parted as if she wanted to say something. Heat rushed across Michael's skin. He really needed to stop touching her. And from the look on Anna's face, she agreed. You okay? He asked, dropping his hand once he saw that she wasn't in danger of falling over. Anna nodded. Yeah, I think I'll be just fine. Michael smiled and grabbed the rest of his belongings and shoved them into his pockets. Had she noticed what touching her did to him? Why was he acting like such an idiot? Thankfully, McKenna and Sam walked through the detector just then and proceeded to grab their things from off the belt. Anna and McKenna started talking about the outfits they'd packed for the resort, which soon morphed into squealing and laughing. Sam seemed oblivious as he grabbed his phone and continued staring at the screen. Michael took advantage of their distraction to meld into the background. He rubbed the back of his neck as he glanced around. A few people who walked by studied him as if they were trying to place him. Hoping it was because of hockey and not the local newspaper, Michael just nodded and waved, which caused them to drop their gaze and quicken their pace. Anna and McKenna moved away from the checkpoint, and Michael and Sam followed. Michael was grateful for the silence. He needed to take some time to calm his mind. get away from the serious feelings that seemed to be brewing inside of him, and lighten the mood. Just as they walked by a Burger King, Michael's gaze landed on a jewelry shop. An idea began to form in his mind. If the guard didn't believe they were married, maybe he should get Anna a ring. After all, if they were going to play the part, they might as well go all the way. Besides, it sounded like fun to propose to Anna. If anything, it would take away the stress he felt about his past mistakes, and a distraction was just what he needed. "I'll be right back, guys. I need to grab something," Michael said. When he glanced over at them, McKenna had linked arms with Anna, and they were heading to the nearest coffee shop. Sam was still focused on his screen. Great. He was on his own. A feeling of anticipation washed over Michael as he stepped into the shop. He couldn't wait to see Anna's expression when he knelt on one knee. And the ring he was going to get her? It would blow her away. Finally, for the first time in the last few days, he felt excited. Chapter 5. Anna. Anna glanced over at McKenna, who sighed as she leaned back in the chair. It'd been 10 minutes since Michael had said he had something to do and disappeared. McKenna didn't seem interested in knowing where her brother had gone. Instead, she dragged Anna over to the coffee shop where they bought overpriced lattes. Now they were sitting at their gate as the customer service agents were busy behind the counter getting ready to allow boarding. Anna couldn't help but occasionally glance around. Despite her better judgment, she allowed herself to wonder where Michael was. And then she felt stupid. He was a single, very attractive adult. Wherever he was, and whomever he was flirting with, was none of her business. It was better for her to forget any feelings she'd had towards him since the moment he walked into the coffee shop. Just watching him flirt with Teresa proved he wasn't interested in her or settling down. Everything was a giant joke to Michael Jones. "I can't wait to go snorkeling." McKenna's voice drew Anna's attention back over to her. "It sounds amazing. And I read that we get to do couples massages." She sighed as she rolled her shoulders. "I'm in desperate need." Anna studied her. "Couples massages? Like we're in there together?" The idea of lying on a table in the same room with Michael, with only a sheet for protection, caused heat to race across her skin. She cleared her throat and forced a smile. "Is that mandatory?" McKenna glanced over at her as if she had 5 heads. "You don't want a massage?" "Well, it's more like I don't want the getting naked part." She felt uncomfortable in the locker room at the gym. There was no way she'd be able to be undressed in front of Michael. McKenna laughed. "I don't think Michael will care. After all, it's not like he hasn't seen it before." Anna's eyes widened as she pulled her cardigan closer around her body. "Excuse me?" "I didn't mean yours." McKenna rolled her eyes. "Jeez, that would be gross. You're like a sister to us." Great. Just what Anna needed to hear. Not only that she was a relation to Michael, which would make their fake marriage illegal in all 50 states, but McKenna quickly reminded her of just how flirty her brother was. Anna's tiny B-cups would look minuscule in comparison to the well-endowed models he'd always showcased on his arm. As those images floated around in her mind, she stifled the reaction to throw up. This talk with McKenna was not helping, and it only made her more nervous at the thought of couples massage, or swimming, or wearing any type of flattering dress. Right now, all she was going to do was stay holed up in the hotel room and never leave. "What do you think Sam keeps doing?" McKenna's question pulled Anna away from her thoughts. She glanced over to Sam, leaning back on the chair with his phone brought up to his face. "Reading, maybe?" McKenna shrugged. "I have no idea. That man has become so quiet around me. He barely talks to me anymore. When he does, it's to nitpick what I'm doing." She sighed. It was deep and soulful, like she was moments away from giving up. "I just don't know if this will work out." Anna wrapped her arm around her best friend's shoulders. "Kenna, it's going to be okay. I'm here. Whatever you two decide, I'll support you." McKenna nodded. "Thanks. That means a lot." She turned and glanced around. "Where is Michael?" Just then, McKenna's phone chimed. She glanced down at it. Michael wants us to meet him outside of the Starbucks. She glanced down the gateway. Says there's a surprise. McKenna stood, and Anna followed suit. They rolled their luggage over to Sam. Watch our stuff, Sam. Michael wants to show us something, McKenna said. Sam glanced up and nodded. Now free of their suitcases, Anna followed McKenna down the walkway that opened into a large food court. Restaurants lined the walls. A piano sat in the center where a man in a tuxedo was playing some incredibly fast concerto. Starbucks, McKenna said, nodding toward the left. Anna followed her toward the shop. Tables were lined up outside where passengers were sitting, sipping their drinks, and watching people walk by. She scanned the faces and stopped when she saw Michael sitting at a far table looking suspicious. He's over there, she said, nodding toward Michael. McKenna nodded, and the two of them made their way over. As soon as they approached, Michael pushed away his chair and stood. He wiped his hands on his pants as if he were nervous. What did he have to be nervous about? You guys found me, he said, smiling at Anna and then over at McKenna. What's going on? You're acting strange, McKenna said, narrowing her eyes. I was wondering if I could talk to Anna alone. He shot Anna one of his million-watt smiles, and her insides melted just a bit. Please, Kenna? McKenna paused, but then shrugged. Sure, I guess. I'm hungry anyway. Once she was in line at Starbucks, Anna turned to see Michael smiling at her. She hesitated. What's going on? Michael wiggled his eyebrows and motioned for her to sit. I have a surprise for you. Anna studied him and then turned her attention to the chair he'd waved towards, half expecting to see a whoopee cushion or a tack sitting on it. Growing up, surprises from Michael had never ended well. The coast was clear, but Anna didn't let her guard down as she sat, just in case he had a trick up his sleeve. You look a little terrified, Anna, Michael said as he peered down at her. Well, forgive me for saying this, but surprises from you always end up either hurting or terrifying me. Michael's eyebrows rose. That was when I was a dorky kid. I'm not like that anymore. I'm a little more smooth. He winked at her as he grabbed his phone from the table, and a few seconds later, Marry You from Bruno Mars came over the speaker. Anna's heart hammered in her chest as she stared at him. What are you doing? He grinned at her and slipped down on one knee and pulled a tiny box out of his back pocket. You didn't think I'd take you to a marriage resort without properly asking you to marry me. He paused as his head bobbed to the lyrics. And I thought one of those corny YouTube-like proposals would be up your alley. Of all the ways she'd imagined a proposal going, sitting at a Starbucks in the airport listening to the cheesiest marriage song was not one of them. Michael, you should get up, she said, glancing around at the crowd that was slowly starting to form. What? He asked, glancing to the side. Suddenly, his face paled as his Adam's apple bobbed up and down. He turned his attention back to Anna as panic glinted in his eyes. Be my fake wife? Please? He leaned in, as if he didn't want people to hear what he was asking. The fake proposal had taken a strange turn. What was going on? But the desperation in Michael's eyes tugged on her heart, so she nodded. Of course I'll marry you, she said. A look of relief passed over his face as he flipped open the box to expose a sparkly, ice rink-sized diamond. Sorry, I may have gone overboard, he said, pulling it from the box and slipping it onto her finger. A little, Anna replied. She could almost feel the weight of the diamond. Before she could say anything more, a cheer rose up around them. Glancing up, she saw the crowd that had formed. A few had out their cell phones and were taking pictures. Nerves ate at her stomach as she turned her attention back to Michael. He looked worried for a moment, but then plastered on a smile. She said yes, he said, turning to address the crowd. Kiss her, someone yelled. Anna's eyes widened as she stared at Michael. What were they going to do? They'd never discussed this before. Why had he joked about the boundaries that she'd wanted to set? A list would be perfect right now. The crowd began to chant, Kiss her. Michael lifted his hands up and shrugged. I don't think they'll let this go, he said, leaning closer. and mob mentality can get out of hand. He smiled over at her. The look in his eyes told her that she could trust him, and she wanted to. After all, they'd done this before. Kiss. Why couldn't she do it again? I guess so, she said, moving closer as well. It seemed best to just act and not think too hard about it. Recalling all the ridiculous proposal videos she'd seen in the past, she flung her arms around his neck and pressed her lips to his. Electricity raced from her mouth across her skin and flooded her body. It took a moment for her brain to register what she'd just done, and as soon as it did, she regretted it. But she couldn't back away now, so she sat there, not sure what to do. Michael seemed to be having the same reaction, as if he too was stunned by the kiss. But then she felt his hands find their way to her arms and around her back, where he pulled her closer, deepening the kiss. Whoops and hollers could be heard from the crowd around them, but they sounded muffled and far away, like her body had given in to the feeling of Michael against her, as if it wanted to divert her nerves to drink up every point on her body where he was touching. Thankfully, he pulled away first. Anna wasn't sure she had the strength. "What was that?" he asked. His voice was low and husky. She opened her eyes to see him staring at her, not sure what she would sound like if she spoke. She decided to just shrug and act like that kiss hadn't completely taken over her entire body. "You better warn a guy next time you plan to kiss him like that," he said as the corner of his lips turned up. If he'd felt the intensity the way she had, he seemed to be recovering much faster. She began, but wasn't sure what to say. Did he mean he felt the same way she had from the kiss? And if that were true, what the heck did that mean? Michael pulled her up and held her hands in the air. "She said yes," he exclaimed. The crowd applauded and then began to disperse. A few adoring fans came up and asked for a picture. Anna watched as he hesitated at first, but then forced a smile and agreed. When they got a moment alone, she was going to ask him what that meant. Why was he suddenly camera shy? Was it because of her? And then Anna felt stupid. Of course it was because of her. With plain Anna on his arm, he was going to look like he'd gone mental. He didn't want all his adoring fans to know that he'd settled in more ways than one. McKenna walked up, slow clapping. She had a brown paper bag tucked under her arm. "Wow, Michael, that was..." She clicked her tongue. "Interesting. Had to do it in front of a crowd, huh?" Michael laughed, put his arm around Anna, and drew her closer to him. She hesitated, but then allowed it. His unsure demeanor earlier seemed to have passed, and he was back to his flirty ways. Perhaps she'd made up his reaction in her mind. It wouldn't be the first time she'd misread signs from Michael. Besides, right now, the last thing McKenna needed was a friend who was obsessing over her brother's intentions. This was not what she was here for. Fixing McKenna's marriage was her first and only priority. She needed to remember that. "That was great, Michael. I almost believed you meant it," she said, forcing a laugh. They both turned to look at her with their eyebrows lifted. Anna let her laugh die down as she glanced around. "We should probably get back to the gate, huh?" McKenna glanced at her watch and nodded. "Yeah, good idea. Hopefully Sam's still there and didn't decide to head to the bathroom and leave our stuff so any creep can stuff things into it." Anna made sure to walk in a way that would cause Michael to drop his arm. She'd had just about enough touching right now. She needed some space, physically and emotionally, from him. If she was going to survive this trip with her heart still intact, she needed to start building higher walls that separated her and Michael. When they got to the gate, Sam was still at his seat. He'd leaned back, resting his head on the back of the chair. His legs were strewn out, and he was snoring. McKenna sighed, but took the seat next to him. As Anna watched them, she felt sorry for her best friend. This wasn't what they'd giggled about when they were kids. A fake marriage and a failing one had never been on their radar. Go figure. Yet here they sat, living it out. She wished she knew how to help her friend. What could she do to fix any of this? As she settled next to Michael and waited to hear their zones called out, she decided she'd put all her feelings for Michael aside and focus on the mission, to bring McKenna and Sam back together. She wasn't going to be selfish and get caught up in her own issues. She took a deep breath as she fiddled with the ring on her finger. Even though her stomach flipped at the thought that this was Michael's ring that he'd given to her, she muscled her emotions back to normal. There was one thing she needed to convince herself of right now. Michael wasn't hers, and he never would be. And if she was a good friend, she'd stop focusing on herself and start helping McKenna piece together her broken marriage. Then she could figure out the mess her life had become, but not until McKenna's problems were solved. She could at least do that much. Chapter 6. Michael. Michael was thankful that there wasn't much opportunity for a conversation with Anna once they got to the gate. They busied themselves with getting their boarding passes out and getting into line to get on the plane. Once they were settled in their seats in first class, he leaned his head back and closed his eyes. Hopefully, Anna wouldn't bug him if she thought he was sleeping. He needed silence. His mind needed to process just what had happened between the two of them. What had started out as a fun proposal had quickly become something more, and he wasn't sure he was ready to face the feelings that had emerged. Feelings that had to do with that blasted kiss that she laid on him, the way her lips felt against his. The sensation seemed burned into his brain. The feeling of her body underneath his hands caused his skin to tingle. All of it reached into his chest and squeezed his heart. He took a deep breath, willing his body to relax, anything to remove his focus from the woman sitting next to him. "Are you awake?" Anna's voice broke through his thoughts. He swallowed and nodded. "Yeah." He turned to see that she was inches from him. His heart picked up speed, and he had to mentally tell it to slow down. "What's wrong?" Her lips were downturned, and her forehead wrinkled. She cleared her throat. "I'm nervous to fly." He studied her. She seemed so fragile sitting next to him with her knees brought up. It reminded him of all the times he'd protected her and McKenna as kids, like it was his job. Something he was made to do. Protecting Anna came as easily to him as breathing. So despite the warning bells that sounded in his mind, he reached over and wrapped his arm around her shoulders. He brought her closer and placed a kiss on the top of her head. "I'll protect you," he said. His voice was deeper than he'd intended. He couldn't be selfish right now and not comfort her just because it caused his heart to race. No, he had to be the bigger person, brave heartbreak, and help Anna. She nodded and buried her face into his shoulder. She shut her eyes as the flight attendant began going over the instructions for takeoff. As the plane began to taxi from the gate, she gripped tighter onto his shirt as she buried her face into his chest. And in this moment, it was just him and Anna. There was no press, no stupid, mistaken proposal. There wasn't even McKenna and Sam. It was just the two of them. And Michael reveled in the feelings of her next to him, needing him. She knew him deeply. Everything he was ever embarrassed to tell some girl he'd just started dating, he didn't have to worry about that with Anna. She already knew. And she didn't judge him, even if he always seemed to make the wrong decision, no matter his intentions. Bad decisions. He was good at those. Remembering all the drunken parties and ridiculous results, he wanted to push away from Anna. He didn't deserve how she made him feel. She deserved someone who was better than him, who didn't come with the baggage he did. She was his friend, and he was going to make sure that by the time this vacation ended, they were still friends. He couldn't risk their history for some fleeting emotions. He needed to be stronger, to be there for Anna. He'd take being uncomfortable with his ever-growing feelings over hurting her. He patted her arm as the plane took off, hoping it would appear comforting and not flirtatious. He never really knew when he crossed the line, and it seemed to get him into trouble with a lot of relationships he'd had with women. Daisy came to mind. She'd seemed so excited when he made the joke about them getting married and how many sponsors he'd get from an engagement like that. She'd taken it as a proposal, and before he could stop her, she was off telling her friends. By the end of the party, he was too drunk to remember what had happened. Now, instead of cleaning up his act like Jordan, his manager, wanted, he was off making an enemy of the mayor. If she truly believed they were engaged, Daisy would never forgive him if he called it off. Michael squeezed his eyes shut as he tried to push out the worry that filled his mind. He couldn't dwell on issues he couldn't fix. He'd enjoy his time in Bora Bora and then come home and fix the mistake he'd made. At least he'd called Daisy to tell her where he was going. He wasn't that much of a chicken to run away without a word. Once they were at cruising altitude, Anna pulled away from his shoulder and looked around. Her cheeks were pink as she glanced over at him. "I'm sorry," she said. Her blonde hair was falling in waves around her face. He wanted to reach out and tuck it behind her ear, but that seemed a bit too intimate. "It's okay. That's what I'm here for." He shot her one of the cheesy smiles he gave the cameras. Anything to distract from the emotions in his gut. "Why do you think I have all these muscles?" The tension between them was palpable. He needed to pull back, or he might just do something he'd regret, and he wasn't sure how many times his bad decisions could be blamed on their fake engagement. Tucking her hair behind her ear, she scoffed. "I thought you had those, so when you got hit by a 200-pound defenseman, you didn't fold like a stack of cards." She settled back into her seat. He watched her gaze out the window before she leaned back and shut the blind. "What's with you? You're 25. How is it that you've never flown anywhere before?" He leaned back in his chair and folded his arms. Anything to dispel the feeling of Anna's body pressed against his own. "I was going to go somewhere. Once." Her voice trailed off as she pressed her lips together, almost as if she were about to say something, but then needed to stop herself. That intrigued him. What did Anna Short have in her past that she wanted to keep hidden? He shifted in his seat so he was facing her. "You can't just say something like that and then not tell me," he said, nudging her with his elbow. Her cheeks hinted pink as she shook her head. "I'm so embarrassed." He studied her. Why couldn't she talk to him? They'd been friends once. "Come on, Anna Banana. You can tell me." She met his gaze, and an exasperated expression passed over her face. "Can that nickname just die now?" He pulled back, plastering on a hurt and surprised look. "What? You're not in love with Anna Banana?" He tapped his chin. "Okay. If Anna Banana is off the table, what about Anna Bobana?" She reached out and smacked him. "No." "Ooh, what about Bandana?" She laughed, the familiar one that he'd heard growing up. He watched as her eyes crinkled and her dimples deepened. "Bandana it is." Anna wiped her eyes as she held up her hand. "No, come on, Michael, I swear, all you'll ever see me as is your kid sister's best friend." He eyed her, stifling a snort. That was not what he thought about her at all. But telling her what he was thinking went against his resolve not to hurt her. So he just shrugged. "So you want something more grown up? He tapped his chin again. "How about Your Highness, Miss Anna Short, of the New Jersey Shorts?" He circled his hand in the air a few times before he pretended to bow. When he came back up, Anna rolled her eyes. "How about Anna, and that's it?" Michael shrugged. "If you want to be boring." She laughed, but then her expression grew serious, as if she'd suddenly remembered something, a hurt in her past. Why couldn't she tell him? He reached out and rested his hand on her arm. "Come on, Anna. You can tell me." She chewed her bottom lip as she studied him. Then she sighed and picked at some non-existent lint on her pants. "Well, I was going to go Australia with my boyfriend, until he decided that it would be better for him to take his assistant." She swallowed and folded her arms. "They're going to get married next year." Michael sucked in his breath. That had to hurt. "I'm sorry." She laughed. It was much more forced than the genuine one he'd heard moments earlier. Want to know the worst part? Worse than him cheating on you? She nodded. He was my boss as well. I helped him get to where he is today. She scoffed as she leaned back in her chair. Anger built up inside his chest. What kind of loser uses and then dumps Anna? A sour feeling grew in the pit of his stomach. If he was honest with himself, that sounded exactly like something he would do. And here he was, allowing himself to have feelings for her. She was already hurting, and he was playing with her feelings. Right now, all she needed was a friend and someone to set her up with a good guy. He was as far from good as they came. He gave her a smile and squeezed her hand. What's his name? He asked nonchalantly. A good friend would visit this loser to show him what happened to people who hurt those they cared about. Anna shook her head. It doesn't matter. It's in the past. Now I just need to focus on the future. She blew a strand of hair from her face. Problem is, not a lot of people are hiring PR advisors. That's what she did? Now that Michael thought about it, he remembered McKenna saying something about that. I'll hire you. Anna raised her eyebrows. You'd hire me? Don't you have a manager who does that? Yeah, Jordan. But I've been getting requests to do some sponsorship things. I'd love to have you on board. Jordan thinks if I can get the press to write some more positive articles, better offers will roll in. He glanced over at her, not sure what to make of her expression. Her eyebrows were drawn together, but she wasn't saying no. So perhaps she was thinking it over. Then she sucked in her breath and shook her head. Would I have to move to New York? What's wrong with New York? Anna scoffed. There are so many people. True. One street in New York had about the same amount of people as their little town in New Jersey. The plane dipped down and suddenly Anna was clinging to him again. Their entire conversation flew out of his mind. All he could think about at this moment was how amazing it felt to have her so close. He could still smell the lingering scent of coconut on her hair, and he wanted to breathe it in forever, to feel her lips on his again. He cleared his throat and tried to laugh off her reaction. Come on, Anna. If you want me to take you serious as an adult, you gotta stop jumping. She pulled back. Her eyes were wide as she swept the plane with her gaze. What was that? She asked, her voice low. Sometime the plane hits a pocket of air, or an engine goes out and it takes a minute for it to come back on. He stilled his expression, hoping that she would buy what he said. Joking seemed like the best way to dispel the feelings that were growing in his chest. Really? She breathed. He laughed. No, nothing like that. Mostly the air thing. She shot him an annoyed look. Thanks for terrifying me. He shrugged and pulled a magazine from the chair pocket in front of him, flipping the pages. Things were getting a little too personal. He was here to help McKenna. Well, and run from his mistake, but mostly help McKenna. Not fall for Anna, no matter how sweet, adorable, and familiar she was. Anna reached into her bag and pulled out a book. She settled back in her chair and opened it up. He was thankful she didn't try to push their conversation further. He couldn't get emotionally attached to Anna any more than he already was. He wasn't sure if he could handle the heartbreak it would bring. They spent the next 20 minutes reading until sleep took over. Michael let the magazine fall to his side and darkness surrounded him. He didn't wake until the flight attendant was speaking over the intercom. He righted as he glanced around the room. A weight was heavy on his shoulder. He turned to see that Anna had fallen asleep and was resting her head next to his. He hesitated, enjoying the feeling of her so close to him. Why did planes have such narrow seats and spacing? It was inconvenient when you were trying to convince yourself that you didn't have feelings for the girl next to you. Perhaps on the next flight, he could switch seats with McKenna. Even though it put him in economy and next to Sam, he couldn't help but think that perhaps that was the best idea. He feared that if he stayed sitting next to Anna for the flight from Los Angeles to Bora Bora, he just might come out of the plane completely and utterly smitten with Anna Short. And right now, that was the last thing either of them needed. He was the worst person for Anna to ever have feelings for. He was a mess, and she deserved so much better. "Hey," he whispered as he closed his eyes for a moment and nudged Anna. She moaned and shifted, pulling back to look at him. That moment brought her inches from his lips. Taking that moment to kiss her would have felt as natural as breathing. He leaned in for a split second, but then pulled back. He couldn't be selfish, not with Anna, so he smiled at her and wiped at his shoulder. "You're drooling on me." Her complexion reddened as she covered her mouth. "I'm so sorry." "I'm used to it." Her eyes widened as she nodded. "Of course. All those women's in the magazines. I totally get it." Not sure what she meant by that, Michael just nodded. The press always made a bigger deal out of his one-time dates than was necessary. But if she believed that he dated a bunch of women, then so be it. Anything to keep her further away from him. He reached under his seat and grabbed the backpack he'd brought. "So I was thinking, if we're going to implement plan Get McKenna and Sam back together, then maybe we should do some recon and discover just how bad things are." Anna reached for her purse. Once it was on her lap, she nodded. "I'm game. What do you want me to do?" "I was thinking, during the next flight, we split up and find out what we can. Then, when we get to our love hut, we can chat about it." As soon as he used the phrase that the travel agent had used to describe the rooms at the resort, he winced. "Love hut? Did I say love hut? Well, love hut for McKenna and Sam. Home base for you and me." Anna's eyebrows went up higher. Heat crept up Michael's skin. Why did he keep putting his foot in his mouth? "I meant home base, as in the place we go during this mission, not the base I was hoping to get to." He let his voice trail off. There was no redeeming himself now. Anna just laughed and unbuckled her seatbelt as soon as the light above them went off. "Sounds good. We'll reconvene at home base." She gave him a wink. Michael just gripped his backpack as he watched the other passengers slowly file off the plane. In mere moments, he would be away from Anna. And right now, that was all he needed. Chapter 7. Anna. Anna was relieved when Michael asked if she would be okay switching seats on the next few flights so they could do some recon with McKenna and Sam. Part of her wondered if it was because of the intimate interactions that kept happening between them, but she brushed the thought off as crazy talk. The airline attendant started her pre-flight check as Anna buckled her seatbelt next to McKenna. Thankfully, Michael had offered his first-class seat to McKenna in exchange for her economy seat next to Sam. McKenna was more than happy to give up her seat and was currently stowing the tray table and spreading the complimentary blanket across her lap. "Michael sure knows how to fly," she said as she accepted some sparkling water from the attendant who was making her way down the aisle. "Yeah, it's nice." Anna cleared her throat as she focused on her hands in her lap, trying to distract herself from the building fear in her chest. She didn't have Michael for this takeoff and was mentally telling herself to breathe. She could do this, right? "It's so much better here than back with Sam. That man slept through the whole plane ride. Like before we even took off, he was sawing some hard C's." From the corner of Anna's eye, she saw McKenna lean closer. "You okay? You're paler than a sheet." Anna nodded. "We just need to get into the air, and then I'll be fine. Or at least, that's how it was for the other flight." She swallowed as she squeezed her eyes shut and told herself to calm down. McKenna sighed as she leaned back in her chair. "I told you it was crazy that an adult your age has never ridden on a plane before." She clicked her tongue. "It's settled. Once we get back, we're doing more trips together. After all, if my marriage is doomed, I might as well have some fun." Anna turned to look at her best friend. "Kenna, seriously? Your marriage isn't doomed. You're going to work this out. I promise." She reached out and patted McKenna's hand. McKenna stared at her lap, and Anna could see tears forming on her lids. She was hurting. Anna could see that. She just wished there was more she could do than just offer words of encouragement. "I hope so," McKenna said. her voice barely a whisper. I just wish I could figure out how to get Sam to talk to me again. It's like I'm failing him at everything. I lost my job last month. I can't get pregnant. I burn any dinner I try to make. Anna stared at her. You lost your job? McKenna nodded. Yeah, apparently they're getting rid of my division. Last one in, first one out. She sighed and leaned back on the chair. The flight attendant stopped at their row and reminded them to push their purses under the seats. Anna and McKenna complied. He can't blame you for any of that. The company let you go. And you've always been a bad cook. He married you with that knowledge, and Anna wanted to say something about the infertility, but wasn't sure what. This was an aspect of marriage she wasn't sure she was qualified to talk about. And the lack of babies isn't my fault either. Her voice broke as she wiped a tear. Except it is my fault. Or at least, that's what the doctor told us. I failed him. I wouldn't blame Sam if he wanted to leave me. I'd leave me as well. Anna wished she'd prepared better for this conversation. What had started out as just a recon mission was quickly turning into something more. Kenna, Anna started, but when she turned to look at her friend, she paused. McKenna's face had paled, and she looked sick. Are you okay? McKenna held her hand over her mouth. I think I'm going to be sick. Ugh, why did I drink that sparkling water? Ugh. She reached for her seatbelt and unbuckled. I don't think you can. Out of my way. McKenna yelled and stumbled over Anna's legs. Okay, Anna said, contorting her body in a way that allowed McKenna to access the aisle. The protests of the flight attendants were ignored as McKenna rushed into the bathroom and slammed the door. Anna shrugged at an inquisitive glance from a passenger next to them. Nerves, she said. The balding man just nodded and then turned back to his magazine. A few minutes later, McKenna emerged from the bathroom with her skin still ashen, but looking better. She nodded to the flight attendant who muttered something about respecting the seatbelt sign, but didn't push it further. Anna pulled her legs back to let McKenna pass by. Once she settled in, Anna turned. You okay? McKenna nodded as she dabbed the corner of her lips. Sorry. Talking about this just makes me sick to my stomach. That sparkling water didn't help either. Anna nodded and grabbed a tissue from her purse and handed it over. Here, she said. McKenna took it and leaned back on her seat and closed her eyes. The plane began to taxi away from the gate. Nerves raced down Anna's spine, but she blew them out in slow breaths. She could do this. They kept their conversation light through the remaining connections to Bora Bora to keep McKenna's attentions away from her failing marriage and focus on the hot heroes in all the in-flight movies. While watching, they chowed down on the complimentary chocolate chips and rolled their eyes at all the cheesy parts. The flight attendants came by with a cart full of assorted candies, and Anna loaded up. There were some benefits to being the fake wife of a successful hockey player. He had money that provided comfort. When their charter plane landed on the airstrip in Bora Bora, Anna arched her back, pushing away the kinks that had formed in her muscles. This plane was tiny, and Anna and McKenna were shoved in the very back, where the seats didn't recline. She had spent hours cramped in an upright position. The plane taxied in next to the small airport, and the fasten seatbelt sign went off. She unbuckled and stood, reveling in the feeling of blood flowing to her lower extremities. McKenna was asleep, so Anna reached over and gently shook her shoulder. Get up, Kenna. We're here. McKenna startled awake. She sat up and glanced around. We're here? Anna nodded. She unbuckled and stood next to Anna. After the door opened and the staircase was brought over, they made their way off the plane. As they descended the steps, Anna saw Michael trying to talk to the pinch-lipped Sam. Michael was laughing and moving his arms as if he was telling a joke. Sam nodded, but then a pained expression passed over his face. Michael stopped talking and glanced over at her. When he caught her gaze, his eyebrows rose. Michael raised his hands in triumph as he made his way over to the stairs. Just as Anna reached the bottom, he extended his hand and Anna took it. He helped her off the last few steps. As soon as she was on solid ground, he pulled her into a hug. That was brutal. Never leave me again. Sam is so boring, he whispered as he buried his face into her neck. Shivers raced across her skin, even though the air was thick with heat. Anna forced a chuckle as she pulled away, hoping he didn't sense what his hug had done to her. It couldn't have been that bad. He looked into her eyes for a moment, and then pulled her back, smashing her into another hug. It was like talking to the side of a building. Anna patted his back. Well, I'm here now, so you should be okay. He nodded into her shoulder and then let her go. Shall we? He asked. She tensed when she felt his hand land on her lower back. The warmth radiated through the thin material of her shirt and spread throughout her body. Her breath caught in her throat as she nodded. Right this way, Mrs. Jones, he said. She nodded and let him lead her into the small airport where they found the other passengers milling around. Thankfully, Michael had dropped his hand and his focus was elsewhere. Anna took this time to calm her mind. The outside door opened and a man came in, pushing the luggage trolley. People surrounded him as they picked up their suitcases. Once Anna located hers, she moved from the crowd. As she walked towards the sliding doors, she noticed a man standing in the corner with a linen shirt and slacks on. He was holding a sign that said Jones. She smiled as she approached. When his gaze met hers, she couldn't help but stare. He had the most brilliant blue eyes that shone against his tan skin. He pushed his chauffeur hat up and smiled at her. Jones? His accent clung to his voice like hot sauce. Anna nodded. Yes, she said. Then I'm in luck. He put the sign under his arm and reached out his hand. Not sure what to do, Anna stuck out hers. He grasped her fingers and pressed his lips to the top of her hand. Welcome to Bora Bora. I'm Javier, your guide. Anna just swallowed again. For some reason, she'd forgotten every word. What was the matter with her? It was like she'd forgotten how to talk to people. Hey babe, what's going on over here? Michael's voice snapped her out of her trance. She turned to see him walking up to her. He stopped and wrapped his arm around her waist and pulled her close. I didn't see you wander away, he said as he buried his lips into her hair to get closer to her ear. This is Javier. He's our guide. Michael extended his hand. Michael Jones, this gorgeous woman's other half, he said, nodding in her direction. Javier shook his hand. Javier, I'm with Rekindled Resort. I'll be taking you there. They shook, and it seemed like Michael was gripping him a little harder than necessary. Thankfully, McKenna and Sam walked up, ending the awkward interaction. Are you at the resort? McKenna asked. Javier introduced himself again, and then waved at them to follow. When they got outside, he loaded their luggage into the back of an open Jeep as they climbed into the seats. Javier smiled at Anna again when he climbed in and turned around. It's a 20-minute drive to the resort. Sit back and enjoy the sights, he said. Anna felt Michael's arms rest on her shoulders as he pulled her closer. She glanced over at him to see him studying her. He gave her a smile, and her insides melted. How did your flight go without me? He asked. She shrugged. McKenna started it off by throwing up. But things got better. He winced. Sorry to leave you with that. It was probably better than Mr. Stoic over there. He motioned in Sam's direction with his head. I couldn't get 2 words from the man. I'll probably stay up for 2 days straight with all the sleep I got. Anna giggled. Yeah, I wouldn't know how to talk to him either. Michael grew silent, so Anna peered over at him. Well, you don't seem to have a hard time talking to Javier. You two are standing pretty close to each other. He emphasized the syllables of their guide's name. Anna parted her lips as she studied him. Was he jealous? No. That had to be her imagination. There was no way Michael Jones could get jealous of any guy. He was about as perfect as they came. Problem was, he would never see her as anything more than his kid's sister's friend, and she was okay with that. I would be lying if I said Javier didn't intrigue me. She gave him a mysterious smile. He faked hurt as he pulled back. But Miss Jones, think of the children. He laughed as he pulled her closer to him. I know the first thing we are going to discuss in therapy. Anna forced a smile as she turned her attention to the bright blue ocean that spanned out in front of them. This place was incredible. The beaches were white, and the green vegetation contrasted against it in a way that Anna had never seen in New Jersey. It was as if she jumped through her computer and was living in her screensaver. "Thanks for coming with me and helping McKenna." Michael's voice had grown serious. She could feel his breath on her ear. She wanted to turn around to look at him, but feared what being inches from his lips would do to her. "I'd do anything for McKenna. And you. You have to know that," she said, hoping he heard her whisper above the rush of the wind around her. "I do. You've always been an amazing friend to McKenna and me." Anna swallowed. In that one sentence, her feelings for Michael bubbled up inside her. Why was she allowing herself to hope? Michael Jones was not available to her, and she was pretty sure she was not even a blip on his radar. Even if he felt this way about her, it was only in a friendly way. He had no deep feelings, even if she wanted to read his body language to mean he did. He was just flirtatious and impulsive. He never thought about what his actions would do to someone. He lived in the moment, and right now, she was that moment. "Thanks, Michael." She reached out and patted his knee. "You've always been an amazing friend to me, too." She pulled back so she could turn to look at him without the chance they might be close enough to kiss. Their impromptu kiss in the airport had been a mistake. As much as she wanted to say it hadn't meant something to her, she knew she was lying. And she was never good at continuing a lie. So avoiding any situations where another kiss could happen seemed like the best idea. She smiled up at him. Her heart skipped a beat when his gaze met hers. There was a change in his expression that caused her stomach to flip, but she pushed it away. There was no way Michael Jones liked her that way. It was time she moved on and stopped analyzing everything. Chapter 8. Michael. Michael couldn't help but glare at Javier as he led them down the boardwalk to the huts. Another guide had been waiting for them when they got to the resort to show McKenna and Sam to theirs. That left Michael alone with Anna and Javier, and he was having a hard time not hating the guy. Javier was talking to Anna about the history of the resort, and she seemed enamored with whatever he was saying. When she laughed, Michael tried hard not to roll his eyes. Right now, shoving their guide into the water seemed like the best idea. Javier walked up to a door and stopped. "This is your hut." He pulled out a key, unlocked the bolt, and pushed open the door. Anna's eyes widened as she looked around and then met Michael's. "Are you serious?" she asked as she walked inside. Michael followed her. His mouth dropped open as he took in their accommodations. Floor-length windows made up the far wall. A small hot tub sat in the middle of the deck, overlooking the crystal-clear ocean. The living room had a small sofa with a coffee table in front of it and a few armchairs next to it. A bed covered in a plush comforter sat against the far wall. From where he was standing, Michael could see little chocolates had been left on the pillows. "Look at this bathroom," Anna called out. Michael followed her voice. She was standing next to a huge 2-person soaker tub. Her eyes widened when he met her gaze. 2 sinks, and check out that shower. She waved toward the glass enclosure on the far wall. 2 nozzles came down from above, and a few more dotted the walls. Michael tried not to think about how well he and Anna would fit in there together, and then he cursed himself. He should not be thinking of Anna like that at all. Trying to dispel how awkward his thoughts were making him feel, he said, I've seen better." Anna stared at him. "I doubt that."
"Can I get you anything else?"
Javier asked, stepping into the bathroom. "I think we're good. My wife and I should be just fine." Michael emphasized the word wife, but Javier didn't seem fazed.
"Well, if there's anything you need from me, feel free to pick up the phone and dial. My number is on the table. Dinner will be served at the Rekindled Resort restaurant at 7. You should be receiving a call from the itinerary expert with your first activity shortly."
He tapped his forehead with his fingers, saluting them, and then gave Anna a wink and left. Michael stilled his frustration as he turned back to Anna. "What is with that guy?" Anna's gaze fell to a spot where Javier had just been standing. I like him. He's nice. Michael leaned against the counter and folded his arms. You can't be serious, Anna. He's flirting with you. Her cheeks reddened as she glanced over at him. Really? You think so? He scoffed. There was no way she was this oblivious. It's pretty bad. He scrubbed his face with his hands. Maybe I should tell someone. I mean, couples are here to help fix their marriages. What is a vulnerable woman going to do against that? He waved his hand toward the door where Javier had left. Wow, I've never seen you this fired up. Afraid the cute exotic man is going to take away your fake wife? Anna asked, moving away from the bathtub and glancing over at him. I'm not afraid. I just don't like the way he was leering at you. Anna laughed. First, we are not married or even engaged. She waved to the ring on her finger. This is all fake. And second, I think I can take care of myself. She walked over to the sink and turned on the water. Michael stared at her. Was she serious? How many relationships had he helped her get over? Her taste in men was about as refined as a McDonald's burger. You have to be joking, he said, turning toward her. She splashed some water on her face. I'm not joking. What about Carl, Tom, Chad? All the guys in high school who broke her heart. She paused and glanced over at him. That was a long time ago. And this new guy? The one who was your boss? He shook his head. You have to admit, you really picked the bad ones, Anna. She grabbed the towel next to her and started blotting her face. Well, it's not like I don't try. There aren't a whole lot of good ones left. Her shoulders tightened as she glanced at him. And you're not the expert on relationships. You go through women like you would tissues during a cold. One use and you throw them away. She threw the towel onto the counter for emphasis. He could see the fire in her eyes as her gaze raced over him. Suddenly, he felt bad. He hadn't meant to make her angry. He just wanted to protect her, even if that meant protecting her from herself. He stepped forward and reached out his hand. I'm sorry, Anna. I didn't mean to make you upset. Truce? Her gaze dropped to his hand and then back up to his face. She hesitated and then sighed. This is not what we're here to do. We can't turn on each other now. McKenna and Sam need our help, she said as she extended her hand to meet his. Warmth spread up his arm from her touch. He wanted to tease her about her obvious attempt at a firm handshake, considering how small her hand was in his. But she looked serious, so he just nodded. Deal? She asked. Deal about what? She studied him. I won't talk about your past relationships if you don't talk about mine. He nodded. That worked perfectly for him. The less she knew about his mistakes, the better. He shook her hand up and down a few times. I can get on board with that. Good. They broke contact, and Michael made his way out of the bathroom and into the room. His gaze fell to the deck, and suddenly, he had a desire to jump into the hot tub, let all the stress from the last few days melt away. He grabbed his suitcase and plopped it on the bed. As he glanced around, he realized there was only one bed. So, what are we going to do about the sleeping situation? He called toward the bathroom. Sleeping situation? Anna appeared in the doorway. She'd let her hair down, and it moved against her face. Michael forced his mind to focus on their conversation and not how soft her skin looked in the light. Yeah, one bed, two single people. He motioned between the two of them. Anna's cheeks flushed as she glanced around. There's a couch. Michael turned to see a small love seat on the other side of the room, and it couldn't have been longer than 4 feet. I need that to be about twice as long. Anna walked over and sat down. After a few attempts to get comfortable, she sighed. Yeah, there's no way I can sleep on that either. She squinted at the bed. I guess we can share. He forced a smile. Sounds good, he said, wiggling his eyebrows. She held up a finger. I don't think so, Michael Jones. No shenanigans. She walked over to her purse and pulled out a pad of paper and pen. He shook out his swim trunks. Of course, Miss Anna. Always making lists. Well, I figured I should get the specifics down before we continue with this fake relationship thing. She emphasized her words with the click of her pen. All right, if it helps you feel better, I'll try to stick to the rules. But just remember, I may not be able to keep from breaking them. He held his hands up in surrender and made his way over to the couch where he sat down. The material barely moved as he leaned back. He could see why Anna didn't want to sleep on it. Okay. No shenanigans is number 1, she said, moving to the armchair across from him. How would one classify a shenanigan? She glanced up at him and her cheeks reddened. Well, no bed stuff. He raised his eyebrows. Bed stuff? She gave him an exasperated look. Yes, bed stuff. Like what real married people do on there. Was it bad he thought she looked adorable sitting there stumbling over her words? He couldn't help the smile that played on his lips. I wouldn't know what married people do. I've never been married. She rolled her eyes. I'm sure you've acted like you were, she said as she studied the pad of paper in front of her. We should probably talk about sex, seeing how that will probably be a question they ask us in therapy. There, he'd said it, and he loved watching her squirm. They will not. Michael leaned forward and rested his elbows on his knees. He nodded his head. Yes, they will. Sex is a huge part of marriage. It can also drive a wedge between a couple. He thought her face would ignite on fire with how red it was. Okay, fine. We'll say we believe in sex for procreation, and that's it. He sucked in his breath. That's a bummer. Anna waved him away. Anyway, moving on. Michael laughed as she listed a few more things on the paper. Something to do with bathroom usage and nighttime schedule. He wasn't really listening to her. Instead, he watched how her hair fell down, veiling her face when she wrote. Listened to the familiar tones of her voice. When silence surrounded him, Michael sat up. She'd stopped talking and was staring at him. Shoot. He didn't know if she'd asked him a question or if she wanted him to talk now. I think no shenanigans with other people here should be a priority on the list, stumbled out of his mouth. Michael watched her as she thought and then nodded. Sounds like a good idea. Even though we aren't technically married, we don't need the resort finding out. She brought the pen to the paper. No relationships with other people here. He nodded. Good. Now he had a reason to tell her not to flirt with Javier, without looking like a crazed person. She hesitated as she brought her gaze over to meet his. Do you think you'll be able to do that? What? She shrugged and tapped the end of her pen on the paper. Not flirt with other people while you are here. I know most of the women are married, but I'm sure you'll find the single ones who work here, she said. Her voice was barely a whisper. He studied her. Was that really her worry? What did she think of him? I would never cheat on my fake wife. He smiled over at her, hoping to dispel some of the tension that seemed to surround them. She met his gaze for a moment, then rolled her eyes. Right. Yeah, I get it. She set the pad of paper down next to her and stood. She walked over to the desk that sat against the far wall and fiddled with the phone and lamp that were sitting on it. Just as her fingers grazed the receiver of the phone, it rang. She jumped, and Michael smiled. She had always been easy to startle. Hello? Michael sat back as he watched Anna twirl her finger around the phone cord. There was something about her. The way she'd seemed so nervous during their conversation got him wondering just what she was thinking. Could it be possible that she had feelings for him? Or was she just uptight about sex? Right now? Really? She turned to look at him, drawing his attention over to her. I guess, yeah, I'll let him know. She set the receiver down on the base and pinched her lips together. Everything okay? She smiled at him, but it felt forced. We are expected at our massage in 10 minutes. Massage? Couples massage. Michael's stomach lightened at her words. He'd dated enough women to know that those massages meant getting naked in the same room. How could he convince Anna that was not what he wanted to do, even if it was? He'd worried he'd just come across sounding like an idiot. So he stood and slipped his sandals on. Sounds great. I'm super tense from life. Getting rubbed down sounds amazing. Anna just nodded as she passed by him. Yeah, sounds great. He followed her as he shut the door. He couldn't help but stare at Anna. She seemed so calm. Did the thought of this not have any effect on her? Probably not. He was a fool thinking that it might. McKenna and Sam were walking up the boardwalk at the same time they got there. McKenna looked as tired as Sam. That was strange. Both of them had slept for most of the trip here. "Massages?" Michael asked. McKenna nodded. "You too." Anna turned around to shoot McKenna an uneasy look. "Yeah." McKenna wrapped her arm around Anna and pulled her close. "You'll be fine." Michael wanted to ask why Anna felt so strange about this, but then shrugged it off. Not everyone was comfortable with having another person touch their body. Maybe it was time to start showing Anna the fun part of life, to loosen her up a bit. Besides hockey, living a carefree life was about the only thing Michael was good at. Chapter 9. Anna. Anna had been mistaken when she thought it would be awkward to stand in a cabana with only a sheet around her. It was so much worse than awkward. Why people got massages with no clothes on boggled her. Clothes should be essential, maybe even snow pants. Anything to keep her protected from the outside world. It wouldn't be as awkward if McKenna had been allowed in, or if they had been able to switch their couples massage to a friend massage, but the lady at the desk refused to let them switch, and Michael was adamant that he wanted to do this with her. So Anna gave in, even though there were warning bells going off in her head. Someone pulled open the side curtain and heat raced to Anna's cheeks. Michael came strutting into the cabana with the sheet tied around his waist. As much as she tried not to stare at his muscular and tanned chest, she couldn't help it when her gaze dripped down. Since when did he get so sexy? When she realized she was staring a bit too long at his body, she brought her gaze up to meet his. He was smiling. "You gotta stop checking me out, Miss Anna. You're going to make me blush." He brought his hand up under his chin and batted his eyes. "I'm not. I wasn't." Every sentence she tried to form in her mind came out making her sound ridiculous, so she just gave up. The cabana felt as if it were sweltering now. Reaching up, she pulled her hair to the top of her head and tied it. The cool air hit her neck, helping her relax. When she glanced over at Michael, he had a funny expression on his face, like he was uncomfortable all of a sudden. The cocky persona he always exuded seemed to have faltered. That made her feel relieved. At least she wasn't the only one completely out of her element. "Are you nervous?" Michael asked as he made his way over to the massage tables and sat down on his. He placed both hands next to him, which caused the muscles in his shoulders and arms to flex. Heat permeated her skin. Perhaps she should sit as well. Keeping a tight grip on her sheet, she shuffled over to the table next to his and scooted onto it. He raised his eyebrows as his gaze dropped to her shoulders. Feeling self-conscious, she brought her hand up to cover the spot he seemed to be looking at. "I have a confession," she said. His eyes widened as he brought his gaze back to her. "Okay," he said. "I've never had a massage before." Relief flooded his face as he smiled. "Really? Why not? They're amazing." He leaned back, placing both hands behind him to prop himself up. "Doesn't feel that way. It seems exposing." She waved toward the sheet. Michael shrugged. Once they start, the feeling will transport you, and you won't even notice you're naked anymore." Anna could have sworn she saw his gaze trail down the front of the sheet, but before she could process it fully, two women appeared next to them. "Are you the Joneses?" the curly red-haired one asked. She was holding a clipboard and studying it. When Anna didn't reply right away, she glanced up. "Jones. Yes, we're the Joneses." Anna wasn't ever going to get used to that, which was okay. It wasn't like this relationship was going to last forever. The woman nodded, scribbled a few things down on the paper, and then set it on a metal rolling cart next to her. "Perfect. I'm Greta, and I'll be working with you." She motioned toward the table. "So I just lie down?" Why didn't she feel more confident about this? Greta nodded. "That's the general idea." Anna glanced over at Michael. He was already laying face down on the table. She swallowed, thankful that he was preoccupied with his massage instead of noticing her complete lack of confidence. Okay. Greta held up her hand before Anna could flop over.
Sheet,
she said. Anna stared at the sheet she'd wrapped around her body about 50 times. What? Greta smiled.
You need to take that off.
Heat rushed to her skin as she stared at the sheet and then up to Greta. But I'm naked. Greta smiled again. In a way, she reminded Anna of a caring grandmother, as if this was a daily occurrence.
It's okay. It's just you and your husband.
She nodded over to Michael, who thankfully hadn't lifted his head off the table. I won't look, Anna. I promise, he said. His voice had lowered. Anna wondered if that was just because his face was smashed into the table. Promise? She asked. He shifted and then held up his pinky. Promise. Anna nodded and then slowly began to untie the sheet. Once it was loose enough to open, she flopped onto the table and let the sheet fall on top of her.
I'm confused. Are you not husband and wife?
Greta asked as she stood over Anna. Oh, we are, except we aren't having sex until we're ready for babies. Why was she telling a complete stranger this? She was all out of sorts. 2 warm hands caused Anna to yelp as she whipped up to see Greta standing over her. Feeling like an idiot, she pretended to adjust the sheet and then placed her face back onto the hole on the table.
Wow, you are a woman of great willpower. To live with a man who looks like that and not want to be with him?
Anna swallowed as she heard Michael snort next to her. Do we listen to music while we get massaged? Anna asked. Anything to get the conversation off her and Michael having an intimate relationship.
Of course. One moment.
Greta left the side of the table, and soft melodic music drifted from a speaker in the corner. When Greta returned, she didn't push the conversation anymore. Instead, everyone remained silent, allowing the music to surround them. Anna was grateful for that. If she were honest, her thoughts about Michael were even more muddled than before. As much as she wanted to say that the feelings she'd had for him for so long were gone, she had a sinking feeling that wasn't true anymore. He had become the subject of her thoughts from the moment he'd walked through the coffee shop door, though she tried as hard as she could to push him out. So, what are we going to do? Anna turned to see Michael glancing over at her. He gave her a smile as his masseuse worked his back, his muscular back. Focus, Anna. She cleared her throat. About what? Getting McKenna and Sam back together. Anna felt stupid. Of course that's what he was talking about. What did she think he meant? Well, I think they've just forgotten how to love, how to talk to each other. You know, that sort of thing. He studied her for a moment before he placed his face back in the hole of the table. Okay, we need to get them to talk to each other. How do we do that?
You need to relax,
Greta said, pressing lightly on Anna's back. Sorry, Anna said, resting her face on the table. It was probably good that she stopped staring at Michael. The lines of his muscles were distracting her. Well, I think we need to get them to do things together. She tried to think back to every romance movie she'd ever seen. Michael shook his head. I'm not sure that's going to work. I mean, Sam isn't exactly Mr. Personality. Anna stared at the floor as thoughts moved around in her mind. What did she like? Surely McKenna would like the same. What if we were to plan, like, a romantic dinner for them? That could be a good starting point, but we might need more. What did McKenna say to you? I couldn't get Sam to talk about anything. Zilch. That guy is shut off, tighter than a clam above water. Anna drummed her fingers on the table as she thought. She was trying to recall the conversation she and McKenna had on the flight. Well, there's cooking. McKenna has always been really self-conscious about that. Oh yeah, that is not a strong suit for McKenna. Did you know she almost burned down her apartment in college? Michael whistled. It was bad. That was perfect. There was nothing like a little cooking together to bring a couple closer. Do they have cooking classes here? Anna asked, shifting to the side and glancing over at Greta.
Cooking classes? I believe so.
She pressed on the back of Anna's head and nodded toward the bed.
You can talk to your guide about that.
Michael made a disgruntled noise, and Anna peeked over at him. You don't like Javier? She asked. Javier? What's not to like? There was a hint of sarcasm in his voice that told Anna he really didn't like the guy. Anna studied the floor. How could Michael dislike Javier? They'd only just met him. For a moment, she allowed the idea that perhaps it was because she'd hit it off with him so well. But then she told herself that she was an idiot and pushed that thought as far away as she could. Michael didn't have feelings for her. He never would. She was the only crazy person in this relationship who was hanging on to past feelings and allowing them to invade her thoughts. Moving the conversation forward seemed like the best idea. Thanks for the info, Greta, Anna said.
Anytime. You'll discover that there are a lot of couple-building activities for you two to do. Who knows, by the end of your stay here, perhaps your strange no-relations pact will become obsolete.
Heat rushed across Anna's skin as she was pretty sure she was blushing from head to toe. There was no way she wanted to entertain those ideas, much less talk about them.
Yeah, maybe.
She hated how pitched her voice had gotten. Right now, she needed to be focusing on McKenna and Sam, not the erroneous idea that she and Michael could ever have an intimate relationship. The rest of the massage was done in silence. Thankfully, the music helped fill the awkward air that surrounded them. It wasn't what he wanted, and she wasn't trying to convince herself it wasn't something she wanted, or what she would do if she tried to make it a reality, only to have him crush her with rejection. And that was what Michael was good for. Rejection.
Thank you for unwinding with us today,
Greta said, patting her back. Anna nodded and grabbed the edges of the sheet as she sat up. Michael was doing the same. He glanced over at her, and she got lost in his gaze. Too embarrassed to speak, she triple-wrapped the sheet and hopped off the bed. Thanks, Michael said to his masseuse, who nodded and slipped from the cabana. Greta waved to Anna as she followed the other massage therapist out. Now alone, Anna tried to ignore just how chiseled Michael's abs were as he tied the sheet around his waist. He stood and looked over at her. Can I get dressed in here, or do you want me to go to the bathroom? He asked. Anna squinted as she forced down the butterflies that had risen in her stomach. If she really didn't have feelings for Michael, then what did it matter if he changed here or in Taiwan? He seemed completely at ease, as if the idea of changing in the same room with her was a normal occurrence. And maybe it was. After all, he probably changed in front of his entire team all the time. She cleared her throat. It's okay with me if it's okay with you. Wow, could she sound less confident? He shot her his signature cocky smile. I think I can handle it. Anna nodded. Crap. Now she had to do it. After all, she couldn't be the only one to suddenly change her mind. It would give away too much. And right now, that was not something she was ready to do. If ever. Perfect. Okay, I'll turn around and you turn around. She swallowed as she pushed her nerves back. We just have to promise not to look back. An annoying smile played on Michael's lips. Do you want a spit shake on that? He waved towards her skin. I've never seen a girl blush so hard about being naked in the same room as me. I'm not nervous, Anna said, her voice raising an octave. Michael's eyebrows rose. Really? She cleared her throat and forced a confident smile. Really? He shrugged and turned around. All right, let's do this. In a matter of minutes, Anna was dressed. She'd never in her life been that fast. She slipped on her undergarments and pulled her sundress over her head. She let the sheet fall to the floor. After a few seconds, she cleared her throat. I'm done. Are you? Michael's soft chuckle filled the air. Yeah, you can turn around. Anna moved slowly, hesitating before she let her gaze fall on him. He had his shorts on and was just pulling his shirt over his head. Once it was straightened, he glanced up at her. Look at that. We got dressed in the same room as each other, and no one died from embarrassment, he said, slipping on his sandals. I wasn't going to die of embarrassment. There are just some things I'd like to keep secret from you. He raised his eyebrows. I have a feeling there's a lot about you that's a secret. His expression grew serious as he met her gaze. Knock, knock. McKenna's voice came from the opening of the cabana, halting Anna's words. She wanted to tell Michael that his statement wasn't true. There wasn't anything mysterious or special about her. She was about as vanilla as a person could be. But there was no need to come up with a quick comeback with McKenna here. Anna walked over to the opening and pulled back the flap. Hey, come on in, she said, waving her hand toward the inside. McKenna nodded as she stepped in. She was wearing a sleeveless dress that swished around her legs as she moved. She looked more relaxed. Are you guys ready for dinner? Our guide, Kai Pao, said it's time to eat, McKenna said. Sam was waiting at the opening, looking as if he didn't want to step inside. I'm starving, Michael said as he made his way over to Sam and clapped him on the shoulder. McKenna turned and smiled at Anna. How was your couples massage? She asked. Anna swallowed, forcing a confident smile. Amazing, she said, following McKenna. Right? Aren't you glad you decided to listen to me? Anna nodded, except that she wasn't. She felt even more confused about Michael than when she'd walked into the cabana. But right now, she couldn't think about that. No matter how confused she felt, that wasn't what she was here for. She needed to remember that. Chapter 10. Michael. The sound of the waves crashing against the shoreline drew Michael's attention out the open window. The sun had dipped below the horizon, streaking the sky with oranges and pale purples. The lasting light sparkled against the ocean. Anna had chosen to sit next to McKenna, which left him sitting next to Sam, who kept rearranging his silverware next to his plate. His nervous energy was making Michael anxious. How was your massage? Michael asked, and then mentally smacked himself. What guy asks that? Sam glanced over at him. It was okay. Yours? They did a good job. He reached up and rubbed the back of his neck. This conversation was about as enjoyable as the sprints up and down the rink's stairs that the coach always made him do when he was late. Anna wasn't much help. She was busy talking to McKenna about something. He couldn't really make out what they were saying. Are you ready to order? The waitress asked as she stopped at their table. Everyone nodded and rattled off their order. She wrote it down and then took their menus. Anna and McKenna settled back into their seats, leaving Michael alone with Sam again. Make conversation, he told himself. He took a deep breath and turned. So, Sam, how's work going? Sam glanced over at him. It's okay. I just coded a new app to help the finance department, so that was exciting. For the first time in their entire trip, Sam smiled. Michael had begun to doubt that his mouth could even make that shape. Wow, that's interesting. Except it wasn't. Michael knew very little about computers and even less about coding. Sitting in front of a screen was the last thing he found enjoyable. Sam smiled wider as he nodded. It's been a pretty wild ride. Wow, how was this guy his brother-in-law? He couldn't be more opposite of McKenna. When he glanced over at his sister, his heart sank a little. She was watching them with a strange look in her eyes, as if she wasn't sure what to make of Sam's suddenly gleeful disposition. What are you guys talking about? She asked, leaning over the table. Sam's smile faltered as he turned back to the table and began straightening the silverware again. It's nothing. You wouldn't be interested. Michael studied Sam and then glanced over at McKenna, who looked as if somebody had just shot her dog. Her lips turned downward, and she looked from Sam over to Michael. He shot her a sympathetic look as he turned to Sam. Michael's first reaction was to take Sam outside and tell him that he couldn't treat his sister that way. But Anna's words came into his mind. The last thing he needed to do was alienate his brother-in-law. He was here for McKenna, to help her, and if she wanted to stay married to Sam, then he'd help that happen. The beginning notes of the band caught his attention. They were set up at the far corner tuning their instruments. A wooden dance floor spread out from the platform. They played a few chords together before they started a slow song. When Michael turned his attention back to the table, he saw that McKenna was sitting back in her chair with her arms folded. She was drumming her fingers against her skin as her gaze made its way over to Sam every so often. Anna was staring at him as if she were trying to tell him something. When his gaze met hers, she pursed her lips and tilted her head towards McKenna. He scrunched his eyebrows together. What was she trying to tell him? She had to know that he didn't speak girl motions well. Half the time, he misread what was trying to be said. She pursed her lips together and tilted her head towards McKenna, this time with much more emphasis. He stared back at her and shook his head. Suddenly, a foot slammed into his shin. He yelped, drawing the attention of everyone at the table. He said the first thing that came to his mind. Want to dance, McKenna? Was that what she wanted? From the relieved look on Anna's face, that was exactly what she'd meant. How the heck was he supposed to get that from a nod? When they got back to the hut after dinner, they were going to have a frank conversation about her secret girl language and kicking. He wasn't a fan of either. McKenna stared at him and then shrugged. Sure. She reached out her hand and he took it. She pushed away from the table and stood. He led her over to the dance floor, where he wrapped his free hand around her waist, and she set her hand on his shoulder. He waited for a moment before he stepped forward, and she followed. A shocked expression passed over her face. Wow, I'm impressed. I didn't think you knew how to dance. Michael feigned a hurt look. I know how to dance. McKenna snorted. I don't think the sprinkler is considered dancing. A lot has changed since we went to middle school dances together. Sadness passed over McKenna's face as she nodded. Yeah, it has. Suddenly, feeling protective of his sister, Michael pulled her closer. He didn't want her to hurt. He wanted to take away the pain that she felt. If there was only something he could do. It'll be okay, Kenna, he said, smiling down at her. She shrugged and then let out a sigh. I don't think so. Michael pulled back to look at her. Is that what you want? He could see the tears form on her eyelids. I don't know. Sometimes it's yes. Sometimes it's no. I love Sam, I do. I just wish this could get fixed. She shuddered as a tear slipped down her cheek. He pulled her closer, and she rested her head on his shoulder. I'll do what I can, Kenna. She nodded. I know. I'm just happy that you and Anna are here. It's definitely helping me with the awkward moments. How's it going with Anna? She asked, pulling away. He looked at her. What did that mean? Fine. Why? McKenna glanced at him and then over to Anna. Just be careful with her. She's not as strong as she seems to be. Patrick did a number on her when he cheated. She turned and eyed him. And you're not exactly Mr. Reserve. She's always had a crush on you. You know that. Michael's heart pounded so loudly in his chest that he feared McKenna would hear it. What? No, she doesn't. She's like my sister. He couldn't help the heat that permeated his cheeks. Did McKenna sense what her words were doing to him? Anna liked him? Him? McKenna stared at him and then shrugged. It was a long time ago, and I'm sure she's moved on. But just in case, keep your Michaelness to yourself. The last thing she needs is some playboy flirting with her. Michael let his gaze fall to Anna, who was running her finger along the rim of her water glass. She was chewing on her lips as if she were in deep thought. There was something so familiar about her expression and the way she brushed her hair behind her ear. And she cared about him. His heart picked up speed as he thought about what that meant. What did it mean for them? So, you haven't told me much about New York. Anything new there? And just like that, Michael came crashing back to earth. New York. Daisy. His proposal. His mess. He swallowed as he glanced down at his sister. Same old, same old. Did she believe him? He wasn't ready to talk to anyone about his mistake right now. Not when he hadn't cleared things up with Daisy. McKenna looked as if she didn't buy a word he'd said. That can't be true. You're always running from something. Your sudden desire to come see me is a big tip-off. She waved her hand towards herself, as if to show him that he could confide in her. You can tell me, big brother. Michael shot her his best fake smile and shook his head. He didn't need to bother McKenna with his problems. Nothing, I swear. And besides, aren't we here to help you with your Sam issues? Talking about mine would just get in the way. She narrowed her eyes. So there is a problem. Crap. That's not what he meant to say. I meant talking about my life. McKenna coughed. Yeah, sure. Then she sighed. What do you think I should do? You know, with him. She nodded in Sam's direction. Honestly, remember why you fell in love in the first place. Do things that you both are uncomfortable with. It'll help you be vulnerable. You're both too bullheaded. You need to let your guard down. McKenna's eyes widened as she stared up at him. Wow, that was really insightful for somebody who knows nothing about relationships. He nodded, even though her words stung a bit. Sure, he was a screw-up when it came to women, but it wasn't because he didn't care. He wanted a relationship. And even though he tried to convince himself that he didn't want marriage and kids, there was a small part of him that did. He just always seemed to make mistakes. She rubbed his shoulder. Sorry, that was harsh. I'm just crabby. Maybe it's low blood sugar. She glanced behind her, drawing his attention along with her gaze. His heart sped up when he saw Anna approaching them. She smiled when she met his gaze. Hey guys, dinner's here. McKenna pulled away and rubbed her hands together. Perfect. Finish this dance for me? She called over her shoulder. Michael had wanted to follow her to the table and eat, but Anna turned around and raised her eyebrows. I guess we can, she said. His stomach dropped as he stared at her. So much had been revealed in his conversation with McKenna, and he wasn't sure he wanted to face what she'd said about Anna right now. The confirmation that Anna had indeed once cared for him, and the fact that his sister doubted his ability to have a meaningful relationship, he was a jumble of nerves, so he decided not to think and just act. Okie dokie, tumbled out. He forced a smile as if it had been the most natural thing anyone would say, when inside he was kicking himself for sounding so dumb. Anna studied him and then smiled. Great. She raised her hands and he took them in his. When he wrapped his hand around her waist, he realized that this had been a mistake. He should not have agreed to dance with her. But she stepped closer to him and rested her fingers on his shoulder. There was nothing he could do right now other than dance with her. He stepped forward and she stepped back. As much as he wanted to deny it, they fit together perfectly, like they were meant for each other. He tightened his grip on her back and glanced down at her. What would it hurt? If he liked Anna and she at one point liked him, why couldn't they be together? This is nice, Anna said, leaning in towards him. She glanced up at him as if she expected him to say something or do something. And oh, how he wanted to lean forward and kiss her lips. Would that be so bad? Suddenly, McKenna's words came rushing back to him. Keep your Michaelness to yourself. And that was his answer. He couldn't drag Anna into the mess that his life had become. In fact, he was mistakenly engaged to Daisy. Why would he allow himself to knowingly hurt the one constant girl in his life? The one who had been there for him for so long. He kissed her once and left her once. He couldn't do that again. So he forced the next movements as he stepped away. We should go eat, he said, dropping his hands. Anna pulled back as she glanced up at him. Oh, okay, yeah, you're right. We should eat. She nodded as she started over to the table. Anna, wait, Michael said, reaching out and grabbing her arm. It's just that we should really be focused on helping McKenna and Sam. Why did he keep dragging her back? He should just let her walk away. It was what was best for everyone. Anna smiled up at him, but it felt forced. So similar to the ones he seemed to give everyone in his life. He knew that look. She wasn't happy. She raised her hands, breaking their contact. I get it. We're here for them, she sighed. Let's just go eat dinner and go to bed. I'm exhausted, and we've got a lot going on tomorrow. While you were dancing, Javier dropped off our itinerary for the rest of the week. He stared down at her. Itinerary? Lots of couple skill building activities and a therapy session. So that should be fun. Luckily, I know most everything about you, and hopefully you can remember enough about me. She nodded towards the table. Let's go help McKenna. She walked off, and this time, Michael let her go. He didn't want to hold her back, even though he wanted to tell her that she was wrong, that he had just about everything about her memorized. He wanted to confess everything to her, ask her what he should do about Daisy. But he couldn't. Dumping his problems on her was exactly what McKenna was talking about. Anna didn't deserve any of that. These were his problems, and it was his job to fix them. Right now, it was best for everyone if he just kept to himself. At least then, he wouldn't hurt anyone except for himself. And that was okay with him. Chapter 11. Anna. After they finished eating, they walked together toward the huts. It was dark, but the water glowed as if an entire world existed beyond it. It was magical to see. Like all Anna's childhood fantasies about life under the water were real. She let out a relaxed sigh and glanced over at Michael, who was studying the ground. He looked deep in thought, and she contemplated leaving him alone, but decided against it. It seemed as if he had the world on his shoulders, and she wanted to help. This was Michael, after all. You okay? She asked, leaning closer to him. She could hear the soft voices of McKenna and Sam behind them. It felt good to hear them talk. It wasn't about anything groundbreaking, just the scenery around them. But it was a start. Perhaps there was a chance for them after all. Michael massaged the back of his neck. Yeah, I'll be okay. She glanced up at him, and he flicked his gaze over to her. She could tell from the uncertainty in his eyes he wasn't okay. Something was wrong. She threaded her arm through his, hoping it would come across as supportive. You can tell me, Michael. It's me, Anna. He pulled a goofy expression. Oh, that's who you are. I was about to call security about a crazed lady on my arm. She smacked his shoulder with her free hand. You're so funny. He winced as if she'd really hurt him, but then straightened and sighed. I guess I just never saw my life going this direction. Fake marriage and at a relationship resort? Well, not that. I saw that. He smiled at her. It's where I'm at right now. I'm hoping things take off with sponsorships, but I'm not really getting anywhere. He swallowed as if what he was about to say was painful. Getting old. He raised his eyebrows. I'm not always going to be able to play hockey. I've made a mess of all my relationships. Anna's heart picked up speed from what he said. What relationships was he talking about? Did she want to know? Instead of focusing on that part of their conversation, she decided to lighten the mood. Yeah, you're ancient. Do you need me to get you a walker, Grandpa? He laughed. It was deep and soulful and so familiar. You're no spring chicken yourself. Anna chuckled as they stepped up onto the boardwalk. The sound of their shoes on the wood slats filled the air. She kept their arms hooked as they made their way toward their hut. They paused outside of it and said goodnight to McKenna and Sam. When they got inside, Anna grabbed her pajamas and slipped into the bathroom to change. Michael mentioned that he was going to do the same thing. Once she slipped on her nightgown, she paused outside the door. She didn't want to walk in on him getting dressed, and she definitely didn't want to catch him putting his shirt on. She had enough times of seeing him bare-chested to last her a lifetime. Plus, she was about to climb into bed with this man. She needed her wits about her. So she knocked on the side of the door. You can come out, Michael said. His voice was muffled. Anna took a deep breath and opened the door. She wasn't too scantily clad, but it was a silk nightgown, and for some reason, the thought of Michael seeing her in it made her heart pound. Thankfully, he was turned around when she stepped out. He had on a pair of pajama pants, but when she saw the tight muscles of his back, she tried not to groan. Of course, He slept shirtless. Why had she expected anything different? When Michael turned around, his eyes widened. Heat raced to her cheeks, as if she felt his gaze sweep over her. "Those are pajamas?" he asked, dropping his gaze and making his way over to the bed. She glanced down at her nightgown. "What's wrong with it?" "Nothing. Just a step up from the My Little Pony set you used to wear." Anna made her way over to the bed and began to pull off the pillows. "Yeah, they don't exactly make them in my size anymore." He glanced up at her, a smile playing on his lips. She decided to ignore whatever it was he was thinking about. "What about you? Do you just not believe in shirts? I swear, I've seen your chest more times in the last 2 days than in our entire childhood." Michael straightened, brought his arms up, and flexed a few times. "These babies just hate to be confined." He leaned over and kissed one. Anna rolled her eyes as she pulled the comforter back and slipped into bed. "You're ridiculous." "Ridiculously handsome, maybe," he said as he climbed in as well. "It's good to know that your ego is healthy." She leaned against the pillows, trying to calm her nerves. She didn't like being this close to Michael. His presence was becoming too familiar, and that frightened her. "In all seriousness, I can't stand sleeping in a shirt. It makes me too hot." He glanced over at her. "But I can put one on if it makes you uncomfortable." Uncomfortable? No. Not ready to admit the feelings racing through her? Yes. But she could say that. So she decided to laugh it off as she pulled the covers up to her chin. "Nope. No problem over here." "Good." Silence fell around them. "Well, I'm going to get to sleep," Michael said as he flipped to his side, turning so his back was to her. "Good idea." She turned. "Anna?" Her heart quickened. "Yes?" Michael was quiet for a moment. "I'm happy you decided to come here with me. I know it's for McKenna, but I couldn't imagine trying to do this with anyone else." Great. Why did he have to say that to her? A warm feeling spread through her body. This was the Michael she knew. Despite his flirtatious demeanor, he was kind and sweet. But still, he was the last person she should have feelings for. "Of course," she said. "Anything for you and McKenna. You're like family, and family members help each other." If only she could convince her emotions that they were just family, then she'd be set. "Family," Michael whispered. Anna needed to end this conversation before it went into uncharted territory. She faked a yawn and said, "Good night, Michael." "Good night, Anna Banana." The next morning, Anna rushed into the bathroom the minute she woke up. There was no way she wanted Michael to see her with bed hair or morning breath. Once she showered, she glanced around and cursed herself. In her haste to get into the bathroom, she'd forgotten her suitcase or a change of clothes. She tightened the towel around her body and took a breath. She quietly pulled open the door and peeked out. Michael was still a lump on the bed. Thankfully, he hadn't stirred. She tiptoed over to her suitcase and grabbed it. Back in the bathroom, she dressed and put on her makeup. She pulled her hair up into a bun on the top of her head and headed back out into the room. Michael was up, leaning against the railing of the outside deck. Anna glanced over at him and for a moment considered joining him, but from the butterflies racing around her stomach, she decided against it. Instead, she made her way over to the phone and located Javier's number. After a few rings, his spicy accent filled the receiver.
"Javier?"
He said. "Hey, Javier. It's me, Anna." She squeezed her eyes shut as she scolded herself.
"Did you want to order room service?"
He asked.
"There's another number to do that."
Anna shook her head. "No, that's not why I'm calling. I actually want to see if I can set something up, something for McKenna and Sam."
"Okay,
"Do you have cooking classes here?"
sure. I'm sure I could come up with something."
Anna smiled. This was perfect. It was exactly what she wanted to hear. "Great. Can we plan for something around lunchtime?"
He clicked his tongue a few times. I should be able to make that work. Head on over to the restaurant at 1.
Perfect. Thank you for doing this. Javier chuckled.
Of course. Anything for you. I'll see you soon, mon chéri.
Anna parted her lips to respond, but wasn't sure what to say to that. Did she thank him? What did ma chérie mean? Okay, she said as she hung up. She stared at the phone. What had just happened? Was what Michael said about Javier true? Was he flirting with her? She shook her head. That was ridiculous. There was no way an attractive, mysterious man would be interested in her. And she cursed Michael for putting those thoughts in her mind. Who was that? Michael asked from behind her. She yelped and whipped around. Nobody, she blurted out. He raised his eyebrows as if he suspected that what she said wasn't true. I mean, that was Javier. Michael faked an excited look. Yay, Javier. What did he want? Anna studied him. What did he have to be jealous of? But then she shook it off. I was asking him if we could arrange a cooking class for McKenna and Sam. Michael glanced at her as he crossed the room and pulled open his suitcase. He grabbed out a few items and then disappeared into the bathroom. Anna took this time to head out to the deck. The sun beat down on her, warming her skin. She couldn't help but sigh. The stress from her encounter with Michael left with her breath. How could anyone feel anxious when they were literally standing in paradise? The water was so blue that it almost didn't look real. With the sun beating down on it, she could see all the way to the bottom. The air smelled sweet like summer perfume. Closing her eyes, she let the wind surround her as she took a deep breath. She'd come here to relax, and she was going to. She just needed to push out all the confusing thoughts that seemed to be bogging her down. You ready? Michael asked from behind her. She turned to see him leaning against the doorframe, with his arms folded in front of him. A smile hinted on his lips. She nodded and crossed the deck. Yep. They made their way through their room and out the door. They'd grab McKenna and Sam, and when they were all together, she and Michael could finally begin Operation Get McKenna and Sam Back Together.
Chapter 12. Michael. The sound of metal pots and pans banging together could be heard from the dish room at the end of the kitchen. Michael stood next to McKenna and Anna, who were both slipping on cooking jackets. They each had their hair pulled up, and Michael couldn't help it when his gaze fell to the soft lines of Anna's neck. He clenched his fists and turned to Sam, who was watching one of the chefs next to him stir something in a bowl. How's your room? He asked. Truth was, he was not extremely interested in what Sam had to say, but right now, he needed a distraction. Anything to keep his attention away from Anna. Sam shrugged. It's nice, though McKenna banished me to the couch. She said that I made her nauseous when I turned throughout the night. Michael nodded. Good. This conversation was just what he needed. That's strange. McKenna has always had a stomach made of steel. She thinks something happened on the plane, and now everything makes her feel sick. Sam shuddered. I just hope I don't catch whatever it is.
Anna was walking McKenna around and showing her all the different kitchen supplies, so Michael took this time to finally have a heart-to-heart with his brother-in-law. After all, that's what he should be focusing on, not his growing attraction to Anna.
So, what's the deal? I've heard McKenna's side of things, but not yours.
He leaned against the counter and folded his arms. Sam's gaze snapped over to him and then back to the chef.
It's complicated.
Michael straightened.
It's not, though. As long as you haven't cheated on my sister, whatever is happening between the two of you can be fixed.
Sam cleared his throat and shifted.
I don't know. Let's start simple. You haven't cheated on my sister, right?
Sam shook his head.
Of course not.
A wave of relief washed over Michael. That's what he wanted to hear.
Good. I didn't want to have to pummel you because you cheated.
I'm not sure what Bora Bora's extradition policy is. An uneasy look passed over Sam's face as he forced a chuckle. Okay, since it's not cheating, what is it, man? Is it the baby thing? The look in Sam's eyes told Michael that was it. Sam's skin paled, and he dropped his gaze to the ground. Michael felt like he should say something, reassure his brother-in-law that he could do this. It's not the end of the world. There's always adoption. He reached out his hand and rested it on Sam's arm. It felt strange, but he forced himself to keep it there. Sam stared down at Michael's fingers, then up at his face. I don't know. That wasn't what McKenna's dream has been. I don't even know if I'm part of that dream anymore. Michael opened his lips to say something, but then closed them. How was he supposed to advise his family on something that he himself was struggling with? Relationships were a mystery that it seemed he could never solve. Listen, all I know is pulling away isn't the solution either. You need to face these issues head on. You can fix what's broken. You just need to try. His words echoed in his ears as he dropped his hands and shoved them into his front pockets. Why was he even talking? He was telling Sam not to do the very thing he had done. Running away from New York, from Daisy, was probably the stupidest decision he'd ever made. Why did he think avoidance was the solution to all his problems? If anything, it just created more. Sam nodded and shrugged, turning his attention over to the chef, who had clapped his hands like a school teacher. Anna and McKenna made their way over and stood next to Michael. Grateful for the distraction, Michael leaned over and nudged Anna with his shoulder. You're back, he said, giving her a smile. Anna pinched her lips together and nodded. You're like a moth to a flame, he whispered. Excuse me, the sous chef said in a deep French accent. Michael turned to see the man staring him down. Yes? Michael said, snapping to attention. It is important that you listen to our directions, he said, emphasizing his words with a jab of his finger. Michael held up his hands and nodded. Of course, I apologize. The man gave him a final pointed look and then went on to introduce himself as Pierre. Once he started talking about the difference between a hollandaise and a béarnaise sauce, Michael tuned out. Watching Anna nod and smile as she studied the sous chef captivated his attention. She looked so serious as she jotted a few notes down on the pad of paper that Pierre had supplied her with. What are you writing? Michael asked, nudging her with his elbow and peeking over her shoulder to see her notes. The pad of paper flew to Anna's chest as she narrowed her eyes. No cheating, she whispered. Michael widened his eyes. Cheating? It's called marriage. What's yours is mine. He shifted around, trying to get a look at her paper. She chuckled. That's for real marriage. This, honey, is a fake one. Those rules don't apply. Michael plastered on a hurt expression as he brought his hand to his heart. That's no way to talk to the husband that you swore to love your entire life. Pierre cleared his throat, and Michael turned to see his glare. Perhaps Mr. Michael would like to give us a demonstration, as he seems so confident in his cooking ability that he feels it is not important to pay attention. Pierre waved his hand at the stove and continued to stare Michael down. Me? Michael pointed to his chest. You want me to cook? Unless you feel that this is a task you cannot do. Pierre's accent did not hide the challenge to his words. Michael was never one to back down from anything. I can cook. I'll make whatever you want. Scratch that. Michael held up his pointer finger. I'll make double of whatever it is that you want. Pierre's eyebrows went up. You will demonstrate a hollandaise and a béarnaise sauce? Michael swallowed. Yes, he said, and then cleared his throat. Pierre grabbed 2 saucepans and set them on the stove. Very well. I am excited to watch you work. He waved at McKenna and Sam. Feel free to get started. I have a very strong feeling that we will not be eating for a while. McKenna nodded. She looked uncertain as she brought her gaze over to Michael. He shot her a confident smile. Maybe this would be a good thing. If the pressure was taken off McKenna and put on him, Maybe she would let her guard down enough to be vulnerable. Right now, that seemed like the first step in getting her and Sam to talk. Pierre led them over to a stove on the far end of the kitchen, so Michael turned and glanced down at Anna. She was studying the ingredients laid out in front of them, her brows pushed together as she chewed her lip. "What's wrong?" Michael asked. He was ready to focus on something other than his sister's failing marriage or how to fix it, when he couldn't even solve his own problems. "I don't know how to make any of this," she said as she sighed and blew a strand of hair from her face. Michael shrugged. "We can figure this out. It can't be that hard." "Are you going to start?" Pierre asked from behind them. Michael turned and nodded. "Of course. We're just doing the pre-cooking stretch." Pierre's manicured eyebrows rose. "Pre-cooking stretch?" Yes." Michael smiled at him. "Only after it can I work the magic." Pierre nodded and then turned, muttering, "American," under his breath. When he turned back to Anna, she saw him staring at her. "What?" he asked. "Why are you being so weird?" She grabbed the note card on the counter and started reading it. "How am I being weird?" he asked. She brought her gaze up to meet his, and then moved to grab a few of what looked like tiny purple onions. She held them in her hand as she continued studying the card. "Well, you're acting strange about Javier, and now Pierre. Are you jealous of foreign guys?" She put the card down and picked up a knife and cut into the onion thing. Michael leaned his hip against the counter and watched her as she peeled off the skin. "What are you doing?" he asked, hoping that turning the attention to her would help dispel the feeling of awkwardness that had settled in his gut. "These are shallots. We need to chop and sauté them." She glanced over at him. "I thought you were this cooking guru. You seemed confident enough to commit us to making 2 sauces." He shot her a sheepish look as he picked up a shallot and started copying her. He hadn't meant to do that. Sometimes situations just got away from him. "Yeah, sorry." Anna shrugged. "I'm used to it. You can be rash when it comes to decisions you make." He wanted to respond, to tell her that it wasn't true. But the more he thought about it, the truer it became. He was rash. He'd always been. It was his lack of thinking things through that had gotten him into the Daisy situation. "I'm sorry," Anna said. Her tone had softened. He glanced over at her. What did she have to apologize for? He was the idiot, not her. "Don't say you're sorry when you're right." He pushed the knife into the shallot, and it clinked when he hit the cutting board. After both ends were off, he peeled the skin. The shallot was tiny. Anna was watching him when he glanced back up. She shrugged and returned to dicing. "Well, I could be nicer about it." "Yeah, you could. But sometimes us boneheaded men wouldn't pick up on that." She giggled as she dumped the shallot pieces into a bowl. She was quiet, so he peeked over at her. There was a contorted look on her face as she stared at the pieces he was cutting. "Am I doing this wrong?" he asked, glancing down at the mangled mess on his cutting board. "No," she said, and then shook her head. "I mean, yes, you're pulverizing that poor shallot." She moved over to him and grabbed his hand. "You need to cut it so the pieces are uniform." She glanced back at him, and her expression was serious, like she felt the zaps of electricity that raced up his skin from her touch. "Uniform?" he asked. He swallowed, hoping it would return his voice to normal. "Yes. This piece?" She held up a section that was the size of half of his pinky finger. "It's too big." She brought it back down to the cutting board. Then she reached over and touched his hand. He tried to ignore how good it felt to have her standing so close to his body, to feel her warmth cascade over him. He knew that he should step back, but he was finding it hard to do that when every part of him ached to hold her. As much as he wanted to enjoy the feeling of her pressed against him, he couldn't. So he dropped the knife onto the counter and then took a step to the side. "Show me, Miss Picky." Joking seemed about the only thing he knew how to do. Anna's eyebrows rose as her gaze met his. After a moment, she picked up the knife and began cutting the shallots. Michael busied himself by reading the recipe card in front of him. Every so often, he glanced over to McKenna and Sam, who seemed to be working together. He detected a few stolen glances and hopeful smiles as they chopped and sautéed together. He felt happy for his sister. She deserved this. Even though they were both hurting inside, he knew that they wanted to work on their marriage, that they weren't going to give up. No matter how much it hurt, they needed to work through. Anna was pushing the shallots around in the pan when he glanced over at her. In many ways, this was how he felt about Anna. She was important to him. She always would be. As hard as it was to be next to her, feeling her close and not being allowed to do anything about it, she was his friend. He wasn't going to push her away, no matter how much he wanted to. She deserved better than that. Chapter 13. Anna. By the third time they'd burned the hollandaise sauce, Pierre shooed them from his kitchen with a loud sigh and a permanent scowl. Anna pushed open the large metal door that led to the outside and giggled as Michael followed her. She wanted to apologize to Pierre, but he was too preoccupied yelling at another employee to care. Why she thought she could cook such a complicated sauce was beyond her. It didn't help that Michael seemed to think he could be of any help. The man didn't even know the difference between a ladle and a spatula. The warm afternoon breeze surrounded them as she walked across the small platform to where the cement met the beach. She took off her sandals and wiggled her toes in the sand. The last thing she wanted to do right now was be stuck inside, pretending that she loved to cook. Hopefully this class would work on McKenna and Sam. They seemed to be enjoying it as they spoon-fed each other their sauces and for the first time this trip acted like they actually liked the other person. They were still inside, getting a private lesson from Pierre. The breeze picked up, surrounding Anna. She felt free, and from where she stood, the water looked amazing. It called to her, and she couldn't ignore its siren call any longer. "Want to go swimming?" she asked, glancing over at Michael, who was studying her. "I thought you'd never ask." He slipped off his sandals and ran into the sand. Within seconds, they were at the water's edge. Michael was unbuttoning his shirt. Anna tried hard not to stare at his chest as it was slowly revealed. Once he was in the water and covered, she'd feel better. Thankfully, she'd anticipated that they would go swimming, so she wore her suit under her maxi dress. When she pulled up the hem and slipped it off, she folded it and set it on top of her sandals. When she turned back around, she caught Michael staring at her before he dropped his gaze. Heat rushed over her skin. "What are you looking at?" she asked, grateful that her tone came across as playful and didn't expose how nervous his gaze made her. "Nothing," he said, pulling off his shirt and dropping it next to his sandals. He gave her a smile as he took off toward the water. She raced after him. There was no way she was going to let him off that easy. "Michael Jones, you come back here." "That's not a good enough answer," she said, diving into the water after him. When she broke the water's surface, she glanced around. Michael was a few feet away, wiping his hand through his hair. Water droplets sprinkled around him. How did he look like a Greek god while she just looked like a drowned dog? Fate just wasn't fair. She marched over to him and placed her hands on her hips. "I asked you a question," she said, glancing up at him. Michael peered down at her. "Are you trying to intimidate me?" he asked. A smile hinted on his lips. "Is it working?" she asked, dropping her arms. He laughed. "No, but it's cute that you think it might." "Cute?" She lunged toward him with her fist, punching at him like an inexperienced boxer. He raised his hands and took her swings like they were bugs hitting a windshield. "Remember what happened last time you called me cute?" He gave her a quizzical look before recognition passed over his face. "Halloween, right?" She nodded. "I dressed up as Thelma from Scooby-Doo and you called me cute." She went back to striking his raised hands. "Oh, but you were so cute, with your fake glasses and brown wig." Thelma wasn't the cute one. She was the smart one. Anna shot him a look that she hoped would come across as angry, but Michael just smiled at her. Right, so what do I say when I think you do something adorable? He wrapped his fingers around her knuckles and held her still so he could look into her eyes. Anna's heart pounded in her chest as she felt the warmth of his palms rush across her skin. Why was she having this reaction to him? He wasn't good for her. He was a playboy. She should run far away from him. Anna. She snapped her attention over to him. I'm a woman. You can tell me I'm smoking hot, but not cute. She meant it as a joke, but from his raised eyebrows, he didn't agree. But what if you do something sexy? Then what do I say? He pulled her closer as if out of instinct. He hesitated before he met her gaze, and it made Anna's stomach twist. Was he waiting for her to pull away? What if she didn't? How far would he take this? You can always call a girl sexy, she breathed out as she kept her gaze steady with his. You. He steeled his expression as he stared down at her. In one swift movement, he pulled her closer to him until she was inches away. His gaze lingered on her lips before making their way back to her eyes. Anna Short are cute. Anna's head swam, and for a moment she didn't quite process what he had just said. As the words sank in around her, she pulled back, cupped her hands, and splashed him. He attempted to duck away from the water, but it was too late. It splashed all over him, leaving him sputtering. When he wiped his eyes, he swept his gaze around until he found her. Oh crap. He was going to get her back. She hopped back as quickly as she could, narrowly missing Michael's hands as he grabbed for her. Oh, you're mine, Anna, he said, stalking through the water toward her. She squealed and ran as hard as she could away from him. There was a splash, and when she turned back around, he was gone. Suddenly, a hand grabbed her ankle. Screaming, she wiggled free and joined him in the water. She was a much faster swimmer than Water Walker. After about a minute, she popped up and sucked in her breath. While she was above water, she glanced around. Michael was nowhere to be found. Looking for me? She yelped as she turned around to see him standing inches away from her. His blue eyes sparkled as he wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her up, throwing her into the water a few feet away. She screamed until she entered the water and then pressed her lips closed to keep the salty taste away. When her feet landed on the ocean floor, she pushed up and gasped when she broke the water's surface. Michael was standing next to her with a smirk on his face. Do you surrender? He asked, holding up his hands as if to taunt her. She nodded as she inched closer. That seemed to relax him. Good. When she was a foot away, she planted her feet firmly on the ground and swept at the water's surface with her hands. Never surrender, she yelled as she sprayed him. He sputtered as the water hit his face. Anna squealed and dove into the water, kicking as hard as she could to get away from him. The feeling of his hands surrounding her ankles stopped her as she was pulled back. She wiggled to get away, but he was too strong. He pulled her out of the water and wrapped his arms around her. She squealed and twisted. I've got you now, he said as he leaned closer to her ear. Tingles shot down her body from the feeling of his chest against her back. His arm muscles were taut as he kept her close and began walking through the water. She shouldn't be having the feelings that were racing through her, but she couldn't help it. They treaded water for a moment before he let her go. Pushing a few feet away from her, Anna turned to see his gaze had turned serious. He squinted at her and then off towards the expansiveness of the ocean. How do you think McKenna and Sam are doing? He asked. Anna glanced over to the restaurant and shrugged. Who knows? The building is still standing, so that's positive. They haven't burned it to the ground. Michael laughed. It was uninhibited and familiar. True. Always a positive when it comes to McKenna's cooking. He sighed and glanced back at her. I talked to Sam today. Anna dropped her jaw in an exaggerated movement. What? He talks? Michael rubbed his face and then ran his hand through his hair. Shocking, I know. But I actually communicated with him. Words and everything. Anna smiled. This was a good thing. And? Well, he didn't cheat on McKenna, so we don't have to jump that hurdle. Sam had never seemed like the cheating kind. So why the stony exterior? Michael dipped down until the water rose above his shoulders. Then he straightened. Honestly, Anna tried to keep her gaze from slipping down to his chest. Instead, she focused on the water below her feet, digging her toes in the sand. Sure. I think he's struggling with the whole infertility thing. My guess, he feels like less of a man. Anna swished her hands in the water as she thought, not really sure how to help a guy feel more like a man. Michael snorted, and then she raised her gaze to meet his. When she saw his raised eyebrows and incredulous expression, heat burned her cheeks. Oh my goodness, Michael Jones. She turned and started walking toward the shore. Hey, wait! She heard him call from behind her. I'm getting out of the water, she called over her shoulder. Come back, he said. The sound of splashing water followed his words. Suddenly, 2 hands wrapped around her waist, halting her. She hesitated before turning around. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to, he said. His voice was deep and sent shivers down her skin. She sighed as she turned, breaking the contact he had with her. She had to stop putting herself in these situations. Michael was off limits. He was always going to be. And besides, even if she wanted a relationship with him, he'd never see her as anyone besides his kid sister's best friend. We should get back, she said, taking a step forward. Searing pain shot through her foot. Yelping, she stumbled and fell toward the water. She reached out, not sure how she was going to brace herself, but she never fell. Instead, she felt Michael grab onto her and pull her toward him. You okay? He asked. She nodded, trying to seem strong. But as she began to walk, the pain radiated up her leg. She stumbled and Michael tightened his grip. I think I stepped on something, she said as she took a deep breath, hoping to lessen the intensity that being held by Michael brought. He kept her close as they began walking toward the shore. When they got knee-deep, he bent down and swept his arm under her knees and pulled her to his chest. The sound of water splashing around him filled the air as he made his way to the sand. Anna's heart pounded in her chest, and she feared that he could feel it too. Being this close to him was exposing, and she wasn't sure how much of herself she wanted him to know. When they got to the white sand, he sat her down and then stood. Anna sat there with her arms wrapped around her waist. Michael knelt next to her foot and pulled it up. He sucked in his breath as he leaned closer. What is it? Michael glanced over at her with a solemn expression. I think we might have to amputate. She rolled her eyes and nudged him with her other foot. It hurts. She wasn't normally a baby about injuries, but this one stung. He smiled. I don't doubt it. He raised his hand and pulled something from her foot. He held it up triumphantly. Looks like a piece of a shell. He held it out and she let him drop it in her hand. It was the size of a sliver. She glared at it. If only you could shoot lasers from your eyes, that would be obliterated, he said as he wiped his hands on his trunks and stood. He held out his hand. Anna buried the piece deep in the sand and then grabbed his fingers. He pulled her up. Do you think you can walk, or do you want me to carry you? I can walk, tumbled out. She didn't need him carrying her anywhere. In fact, she needed more distance than ever from him. He studied her. You sure? She nodded. Yes. Let's get back. I'm covered in sand and in desperate need of a shower. Michael walked a few feet over to where they'd discarded their clothes. After they were gathered, he kept pace with Anna as she limped through the sand. Soon, they were next to the restaurant. When they got to the front door, it opened and McKenna and Sam walked out. They were smiling. Anna, what happened? McKenna asked as her gaze swept over to Anna. Anna shrugged. I went swimming and stepped on a piece of a shell. You poor thing, McKenna said as she wrapped her arm around Anna's waist to provide support. I'll survive. They started down the sidewalk with Michael and Sam following behind them. When they were out of earshot, Anna turned to McKenna. How'd it go in there? An uncertain look passed over McKenna's face. It was okay. I mean, nothing groundbreaking, but we finally got to talk. Not about babies or shots, but about cooking. It was nice. A smile tugged on her lips. Anna nodded. That's good. It's nice to see he's trying. McKenna shrugged. We'll see. Hopefully, it's not just this place and the magic you feel here. Anna's mind wandered as McKenna began talking about the steps they had to take to make the hollandaise sauce. As hard as she tried to focus, Anna couldn't. Her thoughts kept racing back to what McKenna had said. Was it true? Was this place some magic universe where it felt as if someone cared about you? Or perhaps it was a place that allowed you to see only the best in someone, when in reality, that relationship wasn't there. Part of her wished that it was the first explanation, but a sinking feeling told her that it was the latter, and she couldn't think about a relationship with Michael. It was never going to happen, here or back in the States. Chapter 14. Anna. Anna sat up, groaning as she straightened. For some reason, she'd thought it would be a good idea to sleep on the love seat last night. Despite Michael's protest, she waved him away, telling him she was more comfortable on this rock of a piece of furniture, and pretended to pass out. Except, she'd woken up every half hour, cursing herself for being so stupid. But what else could she have done? Ever since their intense moment swimming, she couldn't help but feel like an idiot. She'd tried to get closer to him, just to watch him pull away. It was McKenna's wedding all over again. Except this time, she couldn't blame his behavior on alcohol. He was completely sober and rejecting her. When was she ever going to learn? The room was silent when she stood, and she was thankful for that. She wasn't ready to have a conversation with Michael, especially when she wasn't sure what she would say. She tiptoed past the bed where Michael was sprawled. She tried to ignore his bare chest as she rushed into the bathroom. Why hadn't they gone to a resort in Alaska or the Arctic, a place where clothes were a must? After she undressed, she stepped into the shower and turned the handle. Ice-cold water sprayed from every nozzle. She screamed and reached up, trying to divert the water. Suddenly, Michael came barreling into the room. "What's happening?" he asked. "Get out!" Anna screamed, dropping her hand to cover her body and hunching over. With no more protection against the water, it hit her like ice-cold daggers. Michael slapped his hand over his eyes but didn't move. "Are you okay?" he asked. He turned his body as if to focus on her. Anna reached up and flipped off the water. She grabbed a nearby towel and wrapped it around herself. "You can look." Michael hesitated, but then dropped his hand. His hair stuck up on one side, and he didn't look like he was anywhere near being totally awake. But he was concerned, and that caused her heart to pound in her chest. "You okay?" he asked again. She watched as his gaze roamed around her body, as if he were checking on her status himself. "Yeah, I didn't realize that all the nozzles were going to turn on at once." Heat rushed across her skin as she stood there, dripping wet in the shower. His gaze met hers and he smiled. "Don't take many showers in New Jersey?" he asked, folding his arms across his chest, causing all his muscles to flex. "Well, not many with like 15 nozzles," she said, waving toward the offenders. He walked over to the wall and motioned toward a dial. "You can control the nozzles," he said, flipping it a few times. How the heck was I supposed to know that? Why did this resort have to make showering so complicated? It seemed like an unnecessary strain to put on a person, especially if they were here for a complicated marriage. Michael shrugged and made his way to the door. "Let me know if I can assist you with anything else," he said, wiggling his eyebrows and shutting the door. Anna rolled her eyes and shook her head. Only Michael. Once she was showered and dried off, she wrapped the complimentary robe around her and made her way into the room. Michael was standing by the door with a pained expression. "You okay?" she asked as she passed by him. Yes, Miss Queen of the Long Showers. Geez, there are people who need to pee out here. He pushed past her and slammed the door behind him. Anna moved to apologize, but he was gone before she could say anything. She eyed the bathroom door as she made her way across the room, pulled up her suitcase, and set it on the bed. She unzipped it and stared at her clothes. What was she going to wear today? There was a knock on the door. She stared at it and then back at the bathroom. She could hear the shower going, so she pulled her robe tighter around her body and made her way over. After she unlocked the bolts, she pulled open the door, exposing Javier. He stood there looking like a tanned god. He had on a linen shirt and pressed shorts. His hair was slicked back, and he had a pair of sunglasses perched on his head. "Good morning," he said. He leaned forward in a sort of half bow. "How was your second night's stay at the Rekindled Resort?" Anna held the top of her robe closed as she forced a smile. She had no makeup on, and her hair was still disheveled from her shower. Why did Javier have to show up at this moment? "You're here early," she said and then winced. What was that? He smiled and glanced down at his watch. "It's 9. You are meeting with your therapist first, and then your snorkeling excursion is after that. I'm to bring you and Michael to the boat." Anna brought her hand up to her forehead. "Right, I completely forgot. Long night." As she said the last words, heat rushed across her skin. What was Javier going to think? When she saw him smiling, she blurted out the first thing that came to her mind. "Not like that. We didn't spend the night together. I slept on the couch." Javier held up his hand. "No need to explain. I understand couples come here with different relationships." Anna sighed. Well, this conversation was off to a great start. So instead of pinching her lips shut and stopping any more stupid things from coming out, she opened her mouth and said, "Michael and I aren't technically married. We're here to help his sister and my best friend. You know, McKenna." Anna waved toward the hut down the boardwalk. Javier's gaze followed where she motioned, and then he turned back to her. "So, you and Michael are not married?" Heat flushed her cheeks as she studied him. "No. Is that a bad thing?" She leaned closer. "They're not going to kick us out, are they? I mean, the brochure did say married couples only." Javier laughed. It was a deep, smooth laugh, like chocolate with a hint of heat. "Miss Anna, we are a 21st century resort. We know not every couple feels like getting married is the route for them." He leaned closer to her, and suddenly she became very aware that she was only wearing a robe. Plus, his cologne was wafting around her in the breeze, causing her head to spin. "Would it be wrong if I said that I am happy to hear that you are single?" He glanced up at her for a moment. She forgot to speak. She was too focused on getting lost in his sultry blue eyes. "You are?" she breathed out. What was happening to her? "Yes." Just one word, and she melted a bit. The sound of someone clearing their throat behind her snapped her out of the trance that Javier had put her in. She whipped around to see Michael standing there, his hair damp from the shower. He had a pair of shorts on and nothing else. What was with him? Didn't he own any shirts? "Can I help?" he asked, approaching the door and resting his hand on the wall just behind her head. "Javier..." "Nope." Her voice was still too muddled. She cleared her throat and tried again. "Javier here is to take us to the therapist and then snorkeling." "Snorkeling?" He turned his attention over to Anna. "And you're going in a bathrobe?" Anna shook her head. "No, of course not. I'm going to go change." Anna turned away from the door and headed back into the room. She needed a second to gather her thoughts. Javier stepped forward to say something, but Michael slammed the door in his face. When she got to her suitcase, she rummaged around until she found her swimsuit. When she looked up, Michael was standing next to the bed with his arms folded. He had a scowl on his face. "What?" she asked as she walked past him. He grabbed her elbow to stop her. She hesitated and then turned. "What was that?" he asked. There was an earnestness to his gaze that caused her breath to catch in her throat, as if she'd betrayed him or something. "What was what?" He quirked an eyebrow. "Javier, You two were standing pretty close to each other." A feeling of relief rushed through her when she realized that he hadn't heard their conversation. There was no way she wanted him to know that she'd just confessed to their guide that she wasn't technically married. "I can't help it. I think it's his background. You know, some people aren't as concerned about personal space as Americans are." She forced a smile in his direction. Why did he care? It wasn't like he was chomping at the bit to get closer to her. He'd all but rejected her yesterday. Why would he care if she was trying to move on with the exotic resort guide? "I guess, well, we made rules for a reason, right? This kind of breaks the whole no flirting with other people here rule." Anna hesitated. He did have her there. She glanced over at the door and then sighed. "You're right. I agreed to no flirting. There's no reason to get confused when we're here to help with McKenna and Sam." She raised her hand. "I promise. I will not flirt with Javier." What she didn't say was, if he flirted with her, she wasn't really going to stop him. If anything, focusing on another guy might be what she needed to move on from Michael. Michael studied her and then nodded. "I'm really just thinking about McKenna here. She deserves to have our full attention." Anna sighed. That was true. She was here to help and nothing else. Got it. She walked over to her suitcase and pulled out her swimsuit and cover-up. Then, she made her way into the bathroom and shut the door. After she was dressed, she came out to find Michael sitting on the bed in his trunks and t-shirt. He had his sunglasses on and flip-flops. His eyebrows rose above his glasses as she felt his gaze on her. Part of her hoped that he enjoyed the cute swimsuit cover-up Betsy had insisted she wear. Heat flushed her skin, but she tried to play it off as she made her way over to her sandals and slipped them on. She grabbed her sun hat and purse and waved to him. "Ready?" Michael stood and opened the door. Javier was leaning against the railing. He glanced up and smiled as Anna stepped out. "You look amazing," Javier said. Michael cleared his throat as he pulled the door shut and locked it. "Thank you, Javier, although I'm not really into guys." He turned and dropped his arm around Anna's shoulder as if he owned her or something. Javier parted his lips as he glanced from Michael and then over to Anna. She silently pleaded with him to just let it go. Javier laughed and then he turned back to Michael. "Of course. I apologize. It must be my upbringing. We are quick to compliment." He extended his hand and motioned toward the Jeep that was parked on the shore. Anna pushed forward, hoping Michael would leave the conversation alone. Thankfully, no one spoke as they made their way to the vehicle. As they got close, she could hear McKenna's voice. She quickened her pace. Hopefully, she'd be able to lose herself in conversation so she didn't have to think about the strange interactions she was having with these men. McKenna was leaning against the Jeep with her arms folded when Anna rounded the hood. She looked disgruntled as her gaze kept slipping to Sam, who was sitting on one of the back seats. "Hey, Kenna," Anna said, approaching slowly. McKenna turned, and a relieved look crossed over her face. "Anna, thank goodness you're coming. I don't think I have the strength to do this today," she said, motioning towards Sam. Anna gave her a sympathetic smile. "Michael and Javier are right behind me. Maybe you just need some sun and ocean to feel better." McKenna's skin paled as she pinched her lips together. After a moment, she took a deep breath and sighed. "I don't know. I've been feeling really off since last night. I'm thinking it may have been the shrimp at dinner. Are you feeling sick?" Anna shook her head. Sick of men, specifically Michael? Yes. But sick to her stomach? No. "Sorry, I feel fine. Maybe it was just your batch." McKenna dabbed her lips as she stared at the trash can a few feet away. "Maybe. Man, it would be just fitting to get sick on this trip. Perfect way to end everything." Anna's gaze made its way from McKenna over to Sam. He looked as if he were listening. For a moment, she saw his expression falter, but then he shook his head slightly, and the same deadpan look crossed his features. Before she could wonder what that was about, Javier came up from behind her and pressed his hand on the small of her back. "This way, Miss Anna," he said. His voice was deep and sent shivers down her spine. She turned to see him smiling at her. I think I can help her in. Michael's voice grew louder as he approached. Suddenly, her hand was in his, and he was leading her toward the open door. I can get in the car myself, she started, but Michael was ignoring her. He scooped her up and then set her gently down on the seat. She tried to protest, but he was buckling her in before she could get out the words. What the heck was happening? What was Michael's problem? They weren't married. They weren't even dating. The fact that he seemed to have marked her as his territory annoyed her. Everyone piled in around her, and Javier started the Jeep. The roar of the wind around them cut any conversation short, so she sat back and folded her arms. She was going to have this conversation with him eventually, but for now, she'd just sit here and stew on it. Chapter 15. Michael. Michael's blood boiled as he kept glancing in Javier's direction. What was with that guy? From the way he'd been leering at Anna this morning to the way he'd touched her at the Jeep, it took all his control not to punch the guy. And Anna, why was she okay with it all? Had he been completely misreading her these last few days? He felt like an idiot. Of course he had. For some reason, he thought that they were growing closer together. But after her flirting encounter with Javier, he was beginning to doubt his ability to read women. Javier pulled up to a small building with a faux straw roof, like they were trying to make the building appear authentic. He turned off the Jeep and nodded toward the front door. Both of your therapy appointments are in there. I'll be back in an hour and a half to pick you up. They piled out. Anna turned and waved at Javier before he drove away. I'll see you, she said. Michael stared at her. What was with the sudden flirting with the resort guide? It didn't seem like her. He wanted to say something, but then set his jaw. It wasn't his place to say anything. He'd already made the stupid mistake of picking her up and putting her in the Jeep. Something was seriously the matter with him. He lengthened his stride and was the first to the front door. He pulled it open and cool air flowed out around him. After they'd all stepped into the building, he followed them. There was a woman sitting at a desk at the far end of the room. She was busy reading a book with a half-naked man on the cover. They approached and she didn't look up. Michael tried not to laugh at her saucer-sized eyes. Excuse us, Anna said. The woman yelped and slammed the book closed. She whipped her gaze up and her cheeks turned red. I apologize. I didn't hear you come in, she said, laughing uncomfortably. It's okay, Anna said. I get that way sometimes when I'm sucked into a book. The woman pinched her lips together as she opened a drawer of her desk and slipped her book in. Then she planted her hands on the desktop and smiled. How can I help you? We have a therapy appointment, Anna said. The woman glanced at each of them. Together? All of you? That's a first. No, not the four of us. Me and her, and McKenna and Sam, Michael said, waving his hand to each person as he listed them off. That would be gross. We're siblings, he said, motioning toward McKenna. The woman followed his gesture and then nodded. Okay, I see. Sorry, as she picked up 2 packets and motioned for them to follow. This way. I'll get you set up and the therapist will be in shortly to meet you. Michael kept step with Anna as the woman led McKenna and Sam to their room and then across the hall to where she opened another door and ushered them in. This one is for you two, she said, nodding toward the couch. They took a seat and the woman set a packet on the side table that was next to the large armchair across from them. Can I get you guys some water or a soda? She glanced from Michael over to Anna. Water would be great, Anna said. The woman's gaze fell on Michael. Yeah, for me too. She nodded and left the room. Michael leaned back, resting his hands on his thighs. The room was quiet and it grated on his nerves. Things with Anna had gotten so weird this morning. What had that been with Javier? Why was she flirting with him? He cleared his throat and glanced around. The room was decorated in a Polynesian manner. A palm tree mural adorned one wall and the colors of the furniture and pillows matched the beach. So, how are we going to handle this? Anna asked. She was studying her hands but then turned to look at him. He scrubbed his face with his hand. Why had he allowed this to become so complicated? Problem was, it only seemed complicated to him. He was the only one allowing his feelings to cloud his judgment. Anna seemed so relaxed. I'm guessing we just answer their questions. Shouldn't be too hard, he said. Anna smiled and nodded. Yeah, I'm probably overthinking it. Who knows? Maybe we can get Javier to join us. You two seem to be hitting it off. He winced as the words tumbled from his mouth. What was the matter with him? Anna could flirt with anyone she wanted to. It wasn't like they were dating or married. Anna's eyebrows rose as she turned her attention over to him. We're doing this again? Javier isn't interested in me. Michael leaned back as he studied her. Right. Anna, you can be so naive sometimes. You don't ever see that someone's interested in you until it's hitting you over the head. Heat raced up his spine at his words. Even though they rang true in more ways than one, he felt bad saying them. The door opened and a small woman entered. She looked no taller than 5 feet. She had thick glasses and her dark hair was pulled up into a bun on her head. She glanced over at them and smiled. Mr. and Mrs. Jones, I presume, she said. Her accent was heavy. Michael straightened and nodded. Michael, and this is Anna. Safina Lopez, but you can call me Safina. She made her way over to the armchair and sat down. She grabbed the folder next to her and opened it. Her gaze roamed over whatever was inside of it. After a moment, she glanced up. How long have you two been married? She asked. Michael glanced over at Anna, whose skin had paled. They really hadn't gone over the specifics. She met his gaze and looked as if she were waiting for him to answer. Just a few months. It's relatively new. Being vague seemed like the best idea. Safina nodded and turned her attention back to the folder. Well, most couples fill out the questionnaire before they come, but it seems as if you two didn't do that. She reached over and grabbed a pen. Is there a reason why? Michael leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. To tell you the truth, Doc, we're here because we're helping out my sister McKenna. She's struggling with her marriage and wanted us to come along for moral support. Safina glanced from Michael to Anna. She clicked on her pen and wrote something down. Interesting. So there's nothing you want to discuss. You have me for an hour. She gave him a smile. It was warm and reminded him of a grandmother. I think we're good, he said, leaning back. I have something. Anna's voice surprised him. He glanced over to see her studying her hands. Perfect. Why don't you speak, Anna? She said with her pen poised. I guess I'd like to discuss why I was most recently called naive. She turned to look at Michael. I may have made some mistakes in the past, but I'm not the only one. Michael stared at her. Was she serious? Anna, I'm just looking out for you. You know, protecting you. Hang on. Stefina raised her hand, halting their conversation. It's important to first validate her words. She glanced at Michael from over her glasses. Michael cleared his throat. Validate? Safina nodded. Let her know that you hear her concerns. Turn to her and look her in the eye. Really engage her. Michael swallowed. That was the last thing he wanted to do. If he let Anna know the real reason why he cared so much when she flirted with Javier, it wouldn't end well. There was no way Anna could have feelings for him, and if she did, there was no way he could encourage them. Look at her? He asked. Safina studied him. There are 2 types of languages, words we speak and body language. It's important to utilize both. She waved her hand to the 2 of them. Try it. Michael cleared his throat and turned facing Anna. Her eyes were wide as she studied him. I heard what you said. It hurt your feelings that I called you naive. He leaned in. I'm sorry. Anna's eyebrows rose. Her gaze softened as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. It's okay. You're probably right. I can be naive sometimes. I mean, look at how things turned out with Patrick. I was an idiot to let things go on that long. Michael's chest squeezed at the thought of her ex. If he ever got in a room with that guy. Michael let out a deep breath. There was no reason to get worked up right now. Besides, that seemed like the last thing Anna needed. Very good, Anna. It's important to take ownership of past mistakes. Safina's words drew their attention over to her. She was writing something on her pad. Now, Michael, why did you feel that you needed to call her naive? Most times, the words we say in frustration have a deeper meaning to them. Did it have to do with the past relationship with Patrick or something else? She sat there with her pen tip on the paper, as if what he was about to say was the most riveting thing. Michael parted his lips. He and Anna had come to a good place. It felt wrong to stir things up again. He glanced over to Anna. I think I'm good. We don't need to delve into it anymore. Safina clicked her tongue. Mr. Jones, it is not healthy to hang on to past thoughts. If you felt it once, you will most likely feel it again. Please. She waved toward Anna. Be honest with your wife. Your wife. Those words rolled around in his mind. But Anna wasn't his wife. You can say it, Anna said, leaning forward. I'll be fine. If she only knew how much he wanted to tell her but couldn't. It wasn't fair to her, and he didn't deserve her. Even if there was a tiny possibility that she could care for him. Well, Anna is really oblivious to when other men are flirting with her, or noticing when another man really cares. He cleared his throat and leaned back, hoping the movement would dispel the uncomfortable feelings that were rising in his chest. Safina's eyebrows rose. There are other men flirting with her? Michael cleared his throat. Yes. And this makes you upset? Yes. He stopped. What was he agreeing to? Wait. Yes and no. Yes, because I don't want to see her get hurt, and no, because she has every right to have men flirt with her. I just wish she would show a little more restraint. Restraint? Anna pulled back and stared at him. There was fire in her gaze. I'm the one who needs restraint? You flirt with any girl that breathes. She folded her arms. I do not. She scoffed. Oh yes, you do. I've seen the magazine articles. New York Ranger at it again. She rolled her eyes. You're a date 'em and leave 'em kind of guy. He stared at her. Was that really what she thought of him? As much as he wanted to deny it, there was some truth to her words. He swallowed and rubbed the back of his neck. You're right. I was like that. I've made mistakes. He paused. I'm sorry. If she only knew how bad some of those mistakes were, she'd never even have agreed to be his fake wife. Wow. Okay. We unpacked a lot here, Safina said, sitting straighter in her chair. Even though a lot was mentioned, I do have to say it's refreshing to have a couple that is so candid with each other. It takes many sessions to get couples to even accurately express just how they are feeling. She nodded toward them. It bodes well for you two that despite infidelity, you can discuss this openly. Infidelity? Michael asked and then nodded. Right. They were supposed to be married. Yes. All the flirting with other men and women? Unless you two have an open marriage. She glanced at them from above her glasses. Open? No, Anna said. Safina nodded. Okay, then we have some work ahead of us. She leaned back. So, your assignment for our next meeting will be for the two of you to really dig down deep inside and remember why you fell in love in the first place. What is it about the other person that makes your heart beat? She took some paper out of the folder and handed it to them. Write it down, and then we will discuss it. Michael stared at the piece of paper and then nodded. That seemed like something he could do, especially when he was alone and not sitting in front of the therapist who was analyzing his every move. The last 15 minutes were filled with answering questions about their own personal histories. Michael was grateful that none of them really had anything to do with his relationship with Anna or his growing feelings for her. His occupation and his relationship with his mother was something he could answer with no deeper thought. but his emotions seemed to rise to the surface any time the conversation moved over to how he felt about Anna. The truth was, he didn't know, and it was getting harder and harder to figure it out the longer he was around her. Perhaps this resort had been a mistake all along. He should have known better. Impulsive Michael does it again. Except this time, he'd be the one walking away with a broken heart. Chapter 16. Anna. McKenna and Sam were still in their session when Safina released Michael and Anna. Not sure what to do, Anna made her way over to the door and stepped outside. So many thoughts were rolling around in her mind, and she wasn't sure how she felt about any of them. She'd been honest, told Michael some of her true thoughts about him and what he'd said about her. If it had been the right thing, why was her stomach twisted in knots? Like she'd done something wrong. And she probably had. Michael was a good guy, lacked judgment sometimes, but he had a huge heart. She stepped around the building and leaned against the wall outside, staring off across the ocean. Another island rose up in the water, covered in lush greenery. She wrapped her arms around her chest. It was breathtaking here. "You okay?" Michael's deep voice startled her. She turned to see him standing next to her. He had his eyebrows raised and an apologetic look in his eye. "You don't have to be nice to me," she said as regret filled her chest. Why did she have to be so mean to him? He wasn't hers. He studied her. "Why wouldn't I be? I should be the one apologizing. I became a crazy, jealous person when I saw Javier flirting with you." She swallowed. Did he just say jealous? Why would you feel that way? She felt his gaze on her before he turned toward the ocean. "Anna, I care about you." Her heart pounded hard in her chest. Was this it? Was he actually going to confess his feelings for her? She wasn't sure what she was going to do, but she was thankful that she had the wall of the building to hold her up. "Really?" she asked. He turned and stepped closer to her. "Anna." His voice turned husky. He was inches from touching her. "I'm protective over you, like I would be over McKenna. If a guy is going to date you, he better be the best one there is." He reached out and rested his arm on her shoulders. He pulled her close, not in the way that every molecule of her body wanted, but in a "you're my pal" sort of way. "When we get back to the States, I have a few guys I can hook you up with. Good guys, not flirty men who should know not to hit on you at a marriage resort." Anna stiffened. Not only was Michael playing with her emotions, but he was planning to set her up. How was she reading this so horribly wrong? Man, her judgment was really off. She nodded and then took a step away from him, breaking their contact. "I think I can find a guy for myself just fine." She swallowed, trying to push down all the emotions that were bubbling up. She couldn't let this break her heart. Michael really didn't have feelings for her, and that was okay. At least he was being honest and upfront, not like Patrick, who strung her along until he decided things with Shelley were going to work out and then dropped her. He looked over at her. "Really, Anna?" She nodded. "Patrick was a mistake, but I learned from it. I've learned to protect myself, and some men aren't what they seem." She let her last statement linger in the air as she glanced over at him. If he realized that she was talking about him, he didn't show it. Instead, he rubbed his face with his hand. "Good to know." They stood in silence, each staring out at the ocean until McKenna and Sam walked up. They were talking softly as they approached. Anna smiled over at McKenna and wrapped an arm around her waist. How did it go? There was a relaxed feeling to McKenna. She looked relieved as she wrapped her arm around Anna's shoulders and took a deep breath. It was good. Needed. Anna smiled. That was a good sign. After all, they were here to help McKenna, and if one of the couples who came here left in a better place, then she'd call this trip a success. Michael. Javier picked them up from the therapist's office, drove them to the dock, and turned off the Jeep. They all climbed out and followed him up the boardwalk to the boat that was rocking in the water. Michael tried to fall into step with Anna, but she seemed to be just fine walking between McKenna and Sam. He felt bad about what had happened at the therapist's office. He'd hoped his encouraging words outside afterward would help her feel better, but from Anna's taut lips and furrowed brow, he may have made things worse. He wanted to fix it, he did. He just wasn't sure how. Javier walked up to the man on the boat and began speaking in a different language. They shook hands and nodded a few times, and then Javier turned and smiled at them. "This is Luca. He will be your snorkeling guide." Anna glanced over at Javier. "You're not coming with us?" "Ma chérie," Javier said, stepping closer to her. "I will be back. I have other couples to attend to, but once you return, I will be here to take you to your next activity." He smiled down at her, and Michael pushed away all the frustration that was rising to the surface. He thought they'd talked about this. Javier wasn't the right guy for her. But then Michael took a deep breath. She could flirt with the slimy guy, right? There was never any harm in flirting. Even though his head was being rational, he couldn't stop the feeling that arose in his gut that told him no, she couldn't flirt with Javier. There was something about him that Michael didn't like, and he was going to help Anna see who he really was. Thankfully, Michael didn't have to squelch his frustration much longer. Javier saluted him with a flick of his fingers to his forehead, headed back to the Jeep, and drove away. No doubt to go flirt with another wife in a broken marriage. Michael glanced over at Anna, who was avoiding his gaze. He wanted her to understand that he only had her best interests in mind, but she didn't seem interested in talking to him. Instead, she sat down next to McKenna, forcing him to sit next to Sam.
"That was strange,"
Sam said. Michael tried to keep his jaw from dropping as he glanced over at his brother-in-law. Had Sam just talked to him? Initiated a conversation? Not wanting to scare him off, Michael leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees, and nodded. "Yeah, thank goodness I'm not the only one who is seeing this." "No, it was weird," Sam said. So he wasn't being irrational. Javier was a scumbag. "I know, right? What kind of guy preys on women who are struggling? I mean, I know we're not married, but he doesn't know that." He turned and smiled at Sam. "It feels good to know that I'm not the only one who sees what he's doing." Sam shook his head. "Definitely got a weird cheater vibe from him." Michael sat up and rubbed his thighs. Good. He wasn't crazy. Javier was a creep, and he was going to expose the guy to Anna. He just wasn't sure how. Or when. But he was here to protect his sister and, now, Anna. Luca started up the boat and took off down the water. Michael leaned back, enjoying the sun on his face and the salty water that surrounded them. He'd worry about keeping Anna safe later. Right now, he'd enjoy this. 10 minutes later, Luca stopped the boat. It rocked gently in the water near the island next to them. A massive mountain rose above the water. As if this was an everyday sight, Luca walked over to a tub and pulled out some snorkeling goggles. "Please find a one that fits," he said in a deep Italian accent. Michael pulled his gaze from the scenery and followed McKenna over to the pile. After picking up a few, Michael found ones that looked like it would fit, walked over to a bench, and pulled off his shirt. Can you believe this place? It's like it gets more beautiful by the moment. Anna's voice startled him. He turned to see her smiling up at him. She pulled off her swimsuit cover and was unzipping the wetsuit. His gaze slipped to her black one-piece and his heart picked up speed. It hugged her curves and accented her creamy complexion. He snapped his attention up and focused on fitting the goggles around his head. "Yeah, it's amazing," he said, and then flexed his jaw. If only she knew how loaded that statement was. Michael tried not to stare at Anna as she reached up and pulled her hair into a bun. Luca approached them and helped adjust their masks. Then he showed them how to grip the mouthpiece between their teeth. Once McKenna and Sam were situated, he turned to address Michael and Anna. "Now, keep to the shallow waters and you should be fine. I'll be alongside if you get stuck, he said as he brought the breathing piece to his lips and jumped into the water. Michael took a deep breath and followed. When everyone else was in the water, Luca waved at them to follow. They spent forever swimming in the water. In Michael's wildest dreams, he never imagined that the water could even be this clear, or the fish so vibrant in color. Every so often, Anna would tap his shoulder and he'd turn his head towards her. She'd point out a fish and shoot him a thumbs up. Every time she did that, his heart swelled. Here in the water, there was no Javier. There was no Daisy. They were just enjoying the scenery, together. And he didn't have to think about his feelings or the fact that they were quickly deepening for Anna. He swallowed as he moved to see a stingray swim by. It was majestic as it flapped its fins. He was going to stop thinking for now and just enjoy what he was doing. After all, he never seemed to make the right decisions when he thought too hard. Finally, Luca waved at them as he righted himself in the water. They swam over to the boat and climbed up. Michael pulled off his goggles and set them to the side. He turned around and saw Anna trying to pull herself up. Despite his legs feeling like jelly, he stood and moved to help her. Just as he grabbed her arm and pulled her up, he slipped, causing her to fall on top of him. The air left his lungs in a whoosh as he slammed onto the boat. Anna pulled her mouthpiece and her mask off. She peered down at him. "Are you okay?" she asked. She was inches from his face. Her cheeks were pink, and her bright eyes glistened as she studied him. His heart pounded in his chest, and he was sure that she could feel it. Didn't she realize just what she was doing to him? How could he even think about setting her up with someone else when he had these feelings coursing through his veins? He cared for Anna a little more than he wanted to admit. "You're crushing me," he jokingly wheezed, hoping to break up the intensity he felt for her. A sheepish look crossed her face. "I'm so sorry," she said, moving to get off him. As much as he wanted to stop her from leaving, he allowed her to. Thankfully, she stayed on the other side of the boat as they dried off and helped Luca put away the equipment. When everything was secured, Luca started the boat and they took off, back toward Rekindled Resort. Michael kept his gaze trained on the water as they sped across it. Right now, he needed a long shower and a nap. He'd face his feelings for Anna later, when he had a clear mind and some food. Chapter 17. Anna. After stuffing herself full of an assortment of seafood and mouth-watering sides, Anna was grateful for the walk to their hut. She needed to work off the massive amount of calories she'd just consumed. The moon shone against the water. A slight breeze blew through the palm trees above her, bringing the sweet smell of the flowers along the walk and surrounding her with it. She took a deep breath, feeling the stress in her muscles lessen. "It really is beautiful here," Michael said as he matched her stride. He had his hands tucked into his front pockets. His blue, button-up shirt and shorts gave him a sort of preppy, relaxed vibe. Anna nodded and turned her attention to the waves that lapped against the shore. "I kind of don't ever want to leave," she breathed. "Yeah, New Jersey won't ever be as good now that we've been here." His soft chuckle surrounded her like a familiar blanket. She liked it when he was relaxed, when it was obvious he wasn't pretending. He always seemed to have a certain persona that he was trying to keep up. It was nice when he let it go and was just himself. "How are things in New York going?" "Good. Why are you asking?" Anna raised her hands. "It's something a friend does? Ask about the other person? Why, you didn't kill someone and are trying to hide it, did you?" She studied his reaction. Something was up. He was trying to hide it, but he was definitely nervous. "No, just the normal practicing games." He ran his hand through his hair and turned his attention to the water. "You know, if I'm going to help you as your PR person, I kind of need to know all the dirt." He pressed his hand to his heart. "Dirt? Who says I have dirt?" Anna stopped so she could study him. "Did you just ask me that?" Michael Eugene Jones, dirt follows you wherever you go. He feigned hurt as he glanced down at her. It does not. You were at the center of every scandal at school. I have a feeling that didn't change after you hit adulthood. Besides, I've seen enough magazine articles to know that you have more skeletons in your closet than a mortician. A worried expression passed over Michael's face, but as quickly as it came, it disappeared. Anna knew she'd been right. Michael was hiding something from her. It was only a matter of time before she pulled it out of him. Hey, aren't we here to help McKenna and Sam, not delve into my sketchy past? He offered her a hopeful smile, as if he was ready to move the conversation forward. Anna narrowed her gaze and held up a finger. Mark my words, I will find out. You can't hide it forever. Michael held up his hands. Sounds like a dare. He leaned forward. I'd like to see you try. Anna folded her arms. All right, it's a dare. If I win, you... She tapped her finger with her chin as she thought. What could she make him do? His eyes widened. Should I be worried that you are taking this long to think of something? Anna shot him a mischievous grin. I just want it to be good. Michael held up his hand. Then by all means, take your time. His expression grew serious as he steadied his gaze. I'll give you my terms now. If I win, then I get to take you on a date. Anna stared at him. A date? Like here? He shook his head. Nope. In New York, as my new PR person. I get to take you out and show you the city. Anna swallowed. Why did he want to do that? She started down the path, keeping her gaze on the ground. You don't want to do that. I'd hurt your publicity. You don't want a nobody on your arm dragging you down. A hand grasped her elbow, halting her steps. Michael came into her line of vision, but she was too scared to look up, too scared of what he was about to say. Anna Short, don't you ever say that about yourself again. He moved closer to her, reaching out his 2 fingers and pressing them against the bottom of her chin, forcing her to look up. She hesitated before meeting his gaze. You are incredibly beautiful, he said. His voice was low and his stare intense, as if he wanted her to see just how he felt about what she had said. Michael, You don't believe me, do you? He asked. She dropped her gaze and shook her head. He inched closer to her. He was a breath away from her. She could smell his cologne and feel his heat. She wanted to run her hands up his chest and entwine them in his hair. She wanted to drink in every aspect of Michael Jones. Of all the women I have ever seen, you are the only one who has stuck in my brain. I can't forget the golden flecks in your eyes or the way you tuck your hair behind your ear when you're nervous. He stooped down to meet her gaze. Unable to fight it, she met it head on. And your lips. He moved to cradle her cheek with his hand and then reached out his thumb to caress her lips. They bring this grown man to his knees. Butterflies erupted in her stomach as she watched his gaze fall to her lips and then make its way back up. He inched closer to her as if he were waiting for permission. Not sure what to do, she let instinct take over and leaned closer to him. Her mind was screaming at her to back away, but her heart and body were aching to stay. She wanted him to wrap her up in his arms and never let go. She'd be lying if she said this wasn't exactly where she wanted to be. And Michael was exactly who she wanted to be with. He knew everything about her, and yet stayed. She didn't have to worry about putting on an act. He cared about her, no matter what. With their lips inches apart, she hesitated. Are you just trying to get me to forget what I'll win if you lose? She asked. Michael let out a soft chuckle as he leaned closer. Is it working? She shook her head. Never. I have the memory of an elephant. Elephant? He raised his eyebrows. Of course he would fixate on that. She moved back to swat his shoulder, but he caught her hand and, using the momentum, pulled her toward him. She crashed into his chest, bracing herself with her hands. His muscles felt tight against her palms, but nothing could take her mind off of the feeling of his arms around her waist. Her skin tingled at every point, and all she wanted to do was lean in, to press her body against his and take him in.
"Anna,"
he said. His voice was so low that she wasn't sure she'd heard him, but when she glanced up to meet his gaze, she knew he had spoken. "Michael," she whispered.
"Can I kiss you? For real?"
He looked unsure, and that made her heart swell. He wanted to do the right thing. She nodded, and he stooped down and pressed his lips to hers. He was gentle at first, as if he was testing the waters, but when she slid her hands up his chest to the back of his neck and entwined her fingers in his hair, he pulled her closer to him, taking her breath away. It was as if he worried she'd slip away. Her heart pounded, and she was sure he could feel it hammering against his chest. All she could think about was how right this felt, as if finally the broken parts of her life were coming together and making her whole again. Michael made her whole. Right before she thought she'd melt into a puddle on the ground, Michael pulled back and looked down at her.
"Are you okay? I'm not hurting you, am I?"
Anna glanced up at him through her heavy eyes. Her lips felt puffy, but hurt? No. She shook her head and a relieved look crossed his face. He pulled her close and placed a kiss on each of her cheeks, her nose, and then gently on her lips. "Michael?" she asked, finally finding her voice. There was a question tugging at the back of her mind, and she couldn't quite get rid of it.
"Mm-hmm,"
he murmured as he made a trail of kisses down her jawline and lingering in the hollows of her neck. "You're not dating anyone, back in New York?" He pulled back to stare down at her.
"What?"
She waved to the very tiny amount of space between the two of them. "If you were dating someone, this would be cheating." Michael backed up and the cool ocean air surrounded her. It took all her strength not to reach out and pull him back.
"I'm not. There really isn't anyone," he said.
But the tone of his voice had changed, and for a moment, Anna wasn't sure if she believed him. "Really?" He laughed and shrugged.
"Why would you ask that?"
Anna studied him. "Well, you were a notorious playboy." He feigned shock as he stepped back.
"I'm a saint."
Anna raised her eyebrows.
"Saint? Maybe pushing it."
He laughed, but it didn't sound like his normal carefree one. This was more like an uncomfortable one, like she'd struck a nerve. She hadn't meant to make him upset. It probably wasn't the most flattering thing to be called a playboy, even if he was one. She leaned closer to him, but as she did, he moved away, like the wrong side of two magnets. When she glanced up at him, his lips were pursed. "Did I say something wrong? I didn't mean to call you a player. I just meant you date a lot of women." Why was she sounding like an idiot? She blamed it on his kisses. They confused her. He smiled at her.
"It's okay. I think maybe it's a good idea that we not push this. After all, it might be the romance of being on a tropical island. When we get back to the States, you just might realize what a jerk I am and never talk to me again."
His laugh seemed forced as he turned and started making his way toward the boardwalk that led to their hut. Anna stared at his retreating frame. What the heck had that been? One moment they were kissing, and she thought she might never ever be the same. And the next, he was walking away, telling her they needed to slow down. It was McKenna's wedding all over again. "Hang on," Anna said as she raced after him. "What are you doing?" His body tensed when she touched him. He kept his gaze toward the ground when she moved to stand in front of him.
"Anna, I can't. You shouldn't care about me. I hurt people."
His shoulders hunched as he avoided her gaze. "Hurt people? What are you talking about?" He rubbed his face with his hands, straightening to look over her head. Why wasn't he meeting her gaze? What secrets was he keeping hidden?
"What you said about me back there."
He nodded toward the spot where they had stopped to kiss.
"That was slightly true. I do date a lot of women. I can't seem to settle down. I make promises that I can't keep.
He flicked his gaze down toward her.
And I can't do that with you. I need to protect you from me.
He stepped around her and kept walking. Anna stayed rooted to her spot. All she could do was watch him leave. Once he disappeared into the hut, she found a nearby bench and collapsed on it. What was she supposed to do now? How was she supposed to fake a marriage with Michael when he'd broken her heart? She wasn't going to be able to smile and fake it, like she hadn't just had her heart handed to her on a silver platter. She'd allowed herself to feel things for Michael, and he'd rejected her. Again. Anna buried her face in her hands and let the tears fall. She'd cry about him tonight, but tomorrow, she'd put on her big girl pants and move on. She was done with Michael, once and for all. Chapter 18. Michael. Safina stared at them as they sat in their counseling session the next day. She had her pen poised as she glanced from Anna and then back to Michael. "Well, you two are particularly quiet today," she said. Her smile felt forced, as if she could feel the tension emanating from them, but didn't want to come out and say it. He hadn't really spoken to Anna since they'd kissed the night before. He'd gone into the hut and straight to bed, sleeping restlessly on the couch. Anna had come in around 10 and fallen asleep pretty fast after that. They'd managed to avoid each other all morning, picking activities that didn't require two people. Sitting by her during their counseling session was the first time they'd been next to each other since he'd had her wrapped in his arms. Michael glanced over at her and widened his eyes. Her body was turned, and she had her legs crossed away from him. He'd hurt her, bad. He hated leaving her like he had. It just about ripped his heart from his chest, but there was no way he could lead her on as he had. Plus, he'd lied straight to her face. He hadn't expected her to ask him if he was in a relationship, and when she did, he panicked. He wished he could fix this without hurting anyone. Safina tapped the pad of paper with a pen. "Let's start with something easy. When was the last time you two had sex?" Michael just about choked on his tongue. Even though he had been expecting this question, he hadn't thought that she would be so straightforward about it. As he sat there staring at her, he couldn't quite form the answer in his mind. We only believe in sex for procreation," Anna said with a speed that could rival NASCAR. Safina stared at them and then turned back to her pad of paper. She wrote a few things down, and the silence in the room felt as palpable as humidity in the summer. When she finally looked up, she had an intense look. "I don't want to step on anyone's personal beliefs, but sex in marriage is extremely important." Michael cleared his throat and stiffened in his seat. He didn't want to be thinking about a physical relationship with Anna at this moment. Even though his body desperately wanted to reach over and wrap her in his arms, that wasn't a road he wanted to go down again. He wasn't good enough for her, and he never would be. When he glanced over at Anna, her cheeks were so red that it looked like she was about to burst into flames. Seeing her reaction made him feel a bit better, although he hoped her reaction had nothing to do with the thought of a physical relationship with him, and had everything to do with the fact that they were discussing it with the resort's therapist. "I was an idiot last night," he blurted out. Anything to get this conversation off the topic it was on. Anna's eyebrows rose as she stared at him. "In bed?" Safina asked as she clicked her pen and continued writing. "What? No." Heat raced to his cheeks. Was that the only thing Safina talked about? "Okay, so what was the fight about?" Safina asked as she glanced from Anna and then back to Michael. "I heard Anna. I pushed her away." When he glanced over in Anna's direction, he saw that her gaze was focused on her clasped hands in her lap. "And why would you do that?" Safina asked. "Because I'm not ready for any relationship." The words tasted like vomit on his tongue. This was the last thing he wanted to say. If anything, he wanted to confess his feelings to Anna, but that was selfish, and he couldn't be selfish. Not when he had made so many ridiculous mistakes in the past. Safina rose her eyebrows. Then why did you get married? Her gaze had turned icy as she studied him. He didn't blame Safina for her reaction. Only a jerk would get married to turn around and back away. He was being a coward, taking the easy way out. And from the intensity of Anna's kiss last night, he seemed to be winning her over, which scared him. He'd lost count of the number of times he had done that with a woman. And even though he had decided to give up the dating life, he couldn't let Anna fall for him. She needed to know the real him, the one he had been trying to hide since he got here. Just as he opened his lips, a knock sounded on the door. Safina glanced over at it and then turned down to her watch. Who would disturb? She muttered under her breath as she set the pad of paper and pen next to her and stood. She walked over to the door and opened it. Hey, Safina. The voice grated on Michael's nerves. Javier. Great. What do you need? I'm in the middle of a session, Safina said with annoyance clinging to her words. I think this is important, especially for this couple. I've brought someone with me, Javier said. Who are you? Safina asked. Daisy. Michael's blood ran cold. What was Daisy doing here? When he'd called her and left her a message telling her that he was going to the resort with McKenna, he hadn't expected her to follow him. And why are you here? Safina kept her body wedged in between the opening, but Michael could see the top of Daisy's blonde hair. 'Cause that's my fiancé in there. Her New Yorker twang hung in the air as Anna turned to stare at him. Wishing a giant hole would swallow him, Michael sat, staring at the rug underneath his feet. I'm not sure I'm following you, Safina said. Is Michael Jones in there? Yes. He's my fiancé. Safina moved away from the door and Daisy stepped in. When she saw him, she squeaked and headed straight towards him. Before he could stop her, she plopped down on his lap and wrapped her arms around him, practically suffocating him with her arms and perfume. When she leaned back, she pressed her lips to his. Michael finally got a hold of her and pulled her away. Daisy, geez. He could feel Anna's stare on him, but he was too chicken to look. Daisy grinned down at him. I'm happy I found you. I got your message and have been in hot pursuit ever since. She reached out and tapped her finger on the tip of his nose. Having enough of this reunion, he shifted and slid her onto the couch next to him. I didn't suggest that you come here, he said. Daisy pushed out her bottom lip. Well, when your fiancé says he's going to Bora Bora, you get on a plane and follow him. She scooted closer and leaned her head against his shoulder. Too afraid to look over at Anna, Michael kept his gaze forward. Safina had come back over and was sitting in her armchair, looking very confused. When he met her gaze, she opened her lips as if she were about to speak, but then closed them again. After a few seconds, Daisy straightened. It seemed like she had finally realized that they weren't the only ones in the room. Who are these people? She asked, staring at Anna and then over to Safina. Michael sat up and cleared his throat. It was time. He'd been spending so much energy avoiding this exact encounter that he might as well embrace it now. This is our marriage counselor, Safina Lopez. Safina gave her a smile and nodded her head. And I'm Anna, Michael's old friend and fake wife. Anna came into view as she reached out her hand. Anna, Daisy said as she shook her hand. Fake wife? It was for his sister, McKenna. We're here to help her fix her marriage. We aren't actually married. We were just faking it. And that? Daisy motioned toward the ring on Anna's finger. Fake. Well, the diamond is real, but the meaning is fake. So, you're not married? Safina asked, leaning forward as if she'd finally regained her composure enough to form coherent sentences. No, not at all. Michael is just a friend. He tried not to wince at the word friend, even though he knew it was true, and that it was best for everyone involved if they just went back to being friends. There was a part of him that realized that things could never return to normal. They'd kissed, and it had caused feelings that he'd never had before. They'd talked and laughed. They shared too much together. But that wasn't important. Right now, he needed to pull away. All he did was hurt Anna. It was evident in the pained expression she was trying so hard to hide. "This is interesting," Safina said as she glanced down at her pad of paper. "I've never had something like this happen in all my years of being a therapist. I mean," her laugh came out squeaky. "You hear about things from other therapists, but you never think it can happen to you." Her laugh died down to a chuckle. "You two really had me fooled. I would have guessed that you were married. In love, even." At the mention of love, Michael's body tensed. Love Anna? That four-letter word sank around him and settled in his chest. His heart squeezed. He loved Anna. Loved her more deeply than he'd ever loved anything in his entire life. And he had let her go. That thought caused his stomach to twist. He didn't want to let her go. He wanted to put Daisy on the next plane out of here and focus his attention on Anna, to spend time with her during the day and hold her at night, to be the person who loved her fully. A high-pitched laugh pulled him from his thoughts. Daisy was shaking as she glanced from Michael and then over to Anna. "Michael love her?" She slapped her knee. "Oh, that's a hoot." She turned and snuggled her head onto Michael's shoulder. "He only has eyes for me, huh, sweetheart?" Michael swallowed back the words he wanted to speak, the ones that told Daisy to get out. Instead, he forced a smile. "Yes, of course." Fearing what Anna's gaze would do to him, he kept his eyes forward, focusing on Safina. She raised her eyebrows. "Is this true?" she asked. Michael nodded. "We were only here to help my sister. I'm engaged to Daisy." He brought up his arms and rested it around Daisy's waist. "Oh, Mikey Pooh, I love you too." She reached out and sandwiched his face between her hands and brought her lips to meet his. Despite the fact that his mind was screaming at him to pull away, he closed his eyes and forced himself to forget his feelings for Anna and focus on Daisy. But Anna was a part of him, and he feared he was never going to be able to let her go. "I think that's my cue," Anna's voice cut into his thoughts. He pulled back from Daisy to see her stand. As if she'd sensed his gaze, she turned around. "I'm really happy for you, Michael." Her voice trailed off as she made her way to the door and out into the lobby. As he watched her slip around the corner, his heart began to pound. He couldn't leave things like this. He had to talk to Anna. It was the least he could do. He pushed Daisy onto the couch next to him and stood. "I'll be right back," he said, not waiting for anyone to answer him. In a matter of seconds, he was outside, racing after Anna. "Wait," he called out, reaching to grab her elbow. Anna had her head down and was speed-walking around the building. "Anna, wait," he said, pulling gently on her arm to get her to stop. "What, Michael?" she asked as she slowed down, but didn't turn around. When he felt confident she wasn't going to take off again, he dropped his hand and pushed it through his hair. Why had he raced after her? If he were kind, he would have just let her walk away. It kept her safe from him. But instead of doing what was right for Anna, he was following her, trying to explain to her what he'd done, force her back into his life. But she was standing here. He might as well continue. "I'm sorry." She sighed and glanced up at him. "For what? For lying to me and failing to tell me that you have a fiancé? Or for kissing me when you were engaged to someone else?" Just hearing what he'd done made his stomach churn. He really was a terrible person. She deserved so much better than him. "For it all." Her eyebrows rose as if she hadn't expected him to say that. So it was all a lie. She folded her arms and studied him. "Yes, well, no. Parts were a lie." "Okay, what parts?" He dropped her gaze as he studied the sidewalk. "Anna, How much should he tell her? Should he confess his feelings to her? Part of him wanted to, but no good would come from it, so he blew out his breath and gathered his wits. "You know what I think it was? I think it was this place. It has a way of captivating you, drawing you in and mesmerizing you. If I'm honest," he dug into the sidewalk with his shoe, "I'm meant to be with Daisy." She was quiet, so he waited for a moment before he glanced over at her. She was studying him with a stony expression on her face. So, that's it? That's what this whole trip has meant to you? She scoffed and turned. Good to know. She took a few steps forward and then turned back. I'll gather my things and leave the love hut to you and your actual love. She pulled off the ring and held it out. He extended his hand as she dropped it into his palm. This marriage is officially over. Then she turned and left. This time, Michael let her go. He watched as she disappeared around the building. They were done. He needed to let her move on. A relationship with him would only end in heartbreak, and her heart was one he'd never forgive himself for breaking. He loved her too much to do that.
Chapter 19. Anna. She held it together as she stomped away from the therapy building across the resort to her love hut. But once she was inside with the door shut behind her, she let the tears fall. Sobs escaped her lips as she sat down on the bed. The memory of the last hour rushed through her mind and slammed into her skull like a Mack truck. Michael was engaged. Engaged! She wiped a tear that slipped down her cheek. How could that jerk do this to her and not even tell her? It was low, even for him. She allowed herself to feel sorry for a minute before she wiped her tears dry and stood. There was no way she was going to let him occupy her thoughts for a moment longer. She was going to pack and get the heck out of this love hut as soon as possible. She wasn't quite sure where she was going to go, but she knew that she couldn't stay here. After her belongings were collected, she zipped up her suitcase and grabbed the handle. After righting it, she tugged it toward the door. In a few seconds, she would be out of here and moving on from Michael. She shut the door behind her and started up the walkway. The wheels of her suitcase bumped on the slats of wood. She enjoyed the noise it made. It filled the silence that seemed to be deafening her. Once she was on the sidewalk, she headed toward the rekindled restaurant. After eating, she'd probably go down to the beach and get lost in the beauty that was this place. After all, she had only a few more days before she'd head back to New Jersey. Might as well enjoy it. She stepped inside the restaurant and headed over to the hostess stand. A minute later, Teresa, their hostess from the day before, smiled as she walked up to Anna. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Jones. Lunch?" Anna nodded. She wanted to tell Teresa that she wasn't Mrs. Jones and that she never would be, not when there was a leggy blonde clinging to Mr. Jones's arm. But that seemed like a fruitless conversation. Instead, she just nodded and followed Teresa as she led her to their table. "Will Mr. Jones be joining us?" Anna forced a laugh, but when Teresa kept her gaze earnest, Anna shook her head. "No, Mr. Jones will not be joining me. Mr. Jones is preoccupied right now." Flirting with his soon-to-be wife. Ugh, she needed to stop thinking. The dessert menu sounded good right now. Thankfully, Teresa just nodded, waving her hand for Anna to follow. "Very well." At the table, Anna pulled out a chair and sat down. She was ready to indulge in this 4-star restaurant, and she was more than ready to be alone. After ordering, she leaned back in her chair and turned her attention toward the window, where she watched the waves lap the shore. Her thoughts turned to Michael and Daisy. She wondered if they were still with Safina. Was she telling them how perfect a couple they were? Acid rose up in her stomach. She needed to stop thinking about them and start focusing on herself. Her bad taste in men had gotten her in trouble again. What stung the most this time around was the fact that she'd trusted Michael. Michael knew how hurt she had been, and yet went on to do exactly what every guy in her life had ever done. She huffed and blew a strand of hair from her face. This was the last time she would let a guy affect her like this. She needed to start putting up walls, protecting herself from guys like Michael. "Ma chérie, why are you sitting alone?" Anna jumped and turned around to see Javier standing behind her. He was smiling. His white teeth shone against his tan skin. When he caught her gaze, he winked. "Hey," Anna breathed out.
As if that recognition was all the permission he needed, Javier walked around to the empty chair and sat down. "Why do you look so sad?" he asked, reaching out and adjusting the silverware that was on the table. "Sad? I look sad? I'm not. Mad, maybe. Livid? I ended things with Michael." She stumbled to cover up the hurt that had bubbled up inside her. There was no way she wanted anyone to know that Michael Jones had just broken her heart. "Ma chérie, you can tell me." He leaned forward with a sparkle in his eye. Anna studied him and then dropped her gaze to the table where she fiddled with the corner of her napkin. "Why do you keep calling me that?" "Ma chérie?" "Yes. What does that mean?" Javier leaned back. "My dear." Anna nodded and furrowed her brow. "Do you call all the female guests here, my dear?" She wasn't sure if she should be flattered or insulted, and what kind of guy calls a woman whom he thinks is married, "my dear." Javier gave her another smile. She swore she saw a sparkle on one of his teeth, just like in those dental commercials. "Only the truly beautiful women." Heat raced to her cheeks as she dropped her gaze. Thankfully, the waitress brought her food, giving her the perfect distraction. She picked up her fork and motioned toward her plate. "I should eat. I'm starving." Javier studied her for a moment and then nodded. "Sounds good." He pushed back from the table and stood. He turned to leave but then stopped to glance down at her. "Will you be at the bonfire tonight?" His voice had changed, as if his flirty, exotic persona was gone. Instead, he looked sincere, probably for the first time. He was finally real. "I'd really like to meet up with you." Anna met his gaze. She wasn't sure how she felt about any of this, but what did it hurt? She could meet up with Javier. After all, it wasn't like anything could ever happen. She was leaving in a few days. That wasn't enough time for her to develop feelings for him and then have him break her heart. She threw caution to the wind and nodded. "Sure, I'll be there." Javier rested his hand on her shoulder and smiled. "I'll look for you." He left, leaving her alone. Before she let doubts enter her mind, she began shoving her lunch into her mouth. Perhaps it was to stifle the conflicting emotions rising inside her. No matter how good it felt to have another man who might be interested in her, it didn't replace the fact that Michael had broken her heart. Anna sat on the couch in McKenna and Sam's hut, staring at the setting sun. She'd successfully avoided Michael the rest of the day. After a long swim and sunning on the beach, she read half of her book and did a few crossword puzzles. Magical things that everyone dreams of when they come to an exotic island. Not. Now showered, she was dressed in McKenna's sweatpants and t-shirt. She wanted to be relaxed and comfortable. The bathroom door opened and McKenna stepped out. She was dressed in a flowing dress. It swished around her ankles as she moved. Her hair was pulled back into a bun with a few curly wisps framing her face. "Kenna, you look beautiful," Anna said, smiling over at her best friend. An uneasy expression passed over her face. "Really? You don't think this is too much?" Anna shook her head. "Definitely not too much. Sam's socks are going to fall off." McKenna's skin paled as she pressed her hand to her stomach. "You think so?" Anna reached out and grabbed McKenna's hand. "You okay? How are things with you and Sam?" Guilt brewed in her gut. She was the worst friend. She'd spent the entire trip obsessing over her relationship with Michael, and she'd completely forgotten about McKenna. She should have been supporting their marriage and not focused on her fake one. A smile played on McKenna's lips. "It's been going really well, actually." She sighed and looked around. "I mean, this place has to be magical. We're talking again." She leaned in, flirting even. She wiggled her eyebrows. Anna wrinkled her nose. "That's probably all I need to know," she said. McKenna laughed. "Yeah, you're probably right." She pressed on her stomach again. "I just wish I could shake this nausea. Ugh." She stuck her tongue out. "You're still feeling sick?" Anna asked, inching further away from McKenna. There was no way she wanted to catch what her friend had. Nothing like projectile vomit and a broken heart to really ruin a vacation. McKenna nodded and then swallowed, forcing a smile. But don't worry, I'm sure it's just something I picked up. I mean, airplanes are crawling with germs. But enough about me. Tell me what's happening. Anna's stomach twisted. When she'd come up to McKenna earlier and asked if she could crash in her hut, McKenna was hesitant. When she'd asked why, Anna had told her that she wasn't ready to talk about it. She should have known that this secrecy wasn't going to last forever. She was going to have to tell McKenna everything, even if it did make her sound like an idiot. I just need a break from Michael right now, she said, flopping back against the couch cushions. McKenna nodded. Okay, why? An emotional lump rose in Anna's throat. What was she supposed to say? She needed a break from Michael because why? She'd fallen in love with him? Her heart pounded at those words. Fallen in love with him. She was in love. Love. Crap. He's engaged. Her heart broke at those two little words. Michael already had a girl he wanted to marry. And with her, it was real. Not like their fake relationship. He wanted to marry Daisy. He'd asked her because he wanted to. McKenna's eyebrows rose. Yeah, to you. Anna pinched her lips together. Nope, not with me. Apparently, there is some girl in New York that he's been engaged to all along. Anna's voice broke as she dropped her gaze to her hands and studied them. She's here, probably making out with Michael right now, but there was no way she wanted to say those words out loud. She did not want to put them out into the universe. Here? At this resort? Anna nodded. She showed up during our counseling session. I hightailed it out of there and have been avoiding him since. It's all over. McKenna leaned back. Her gaze was focused on the other side of the room as if she were processing what Anna had just said. That's so weird. He never said anything to me about this. Me neither. McKenna turned her attention over to her. Why are you so upset? And then recognition passed over her face. You like him. Anna swallowed. Apparently, she was not very good at hiding her emotions. If McKenna picked up on this so quickly, then it was only logical to think that Michael knew as well, and he'd led her on. What was she supposed to say? Confess everything? Without thinking, Anna said the first thing that came to her mind. We kissed. McKenna raised her eyebrows. Yeah, you told me. Anna shook her head. No. We kissed here, at the resort. So, you kissed at my wedding, and now here. Anna was the worst friend. Yeah, I'm sorry. McKenna chuckled. I'm just surprised. She settled back on the couch and tapped her foot. So, what's the plan? Anna grabbed a pillow and hugged it. I have to get over these ridiculous feelings. That's the only logical step now. McKenna studied her and then reached out to grab the throw that was hanging on the back of the couch and fiddled with the edge. Anna, can I ask you something? Anna swallowed. She wasn't sure how she felt about anything right now, and if McKenna was about to ask her exposing questions, could she answer them? Okay. Do you love my brother? Yes. But if she spoke that word out loud, she wasn't sure she could come back from it. Lying seemed like the only way to survive this entire week. No, she whispered. She only wished she sounded more confident. McKenna studied her and then sighed as she leaned back and draped the blanket on her lap. Then let him go. It's probably the best for the two of you. Besides, my brother is like a lovable teddy bear, but he isn't that aware of the people around him. She shrugged. Maybe it's for the best. Anna nodded, trying to ignore her breaking heart. At least in the past, she'd never really had confirmation that he didn't care about her. Then it had just been Michael Jones, party boy. But now, sitting here with McKenna, she was having to reconcile that yes, Michael only played with her emotions, that she'd once again allowed herself to feel more for him than he'd ever feel for her. It was like reliving every past relationship all over again. The heartache, the pain, all of it coursing through her veins. A tear escaped her eye and rolled down her face. In this moment, she'd allow herself to cry over Michael and every other guy who'd ever broken her heart. Then she'd finish this vacation. After all, she was done allowing men to have control over her like this. She was going to take her life back. Now, if only she could convince her heart that she was over Michael, then everything would be perfect. Chapter 20. Michael. Michael sat next to Daisy on the beach. She was drinking a margarita and fanning herself with the latest People magazine. She'd just spent the last hour reading him the latest in celebrity gossip. He was trying to listen, he really was, but all he could think about was Anna. Where was she? After Anna had left, he and Daisy made small talk with Safina and then went back to their hut, where he found that Anna and her luggage were nowhere to be seen. He'd figured she'd gone to McKenna's room, and he wanted to go see, but Daisy had dragged him all over the resort, never giving him a good reason to break away. Now the sun was setting in front of them. He was worried he'd waited too long, that Anna hated him. Why was he such an idiot sometimes? He could never make the right decision. It hadn't really mattered in the past, but now, he might just lose the one girl he'd ever truly loved, the one who really mattered the most. You're so quiet. Is everything okay? Daisy asked, breaking through his thoughts. Daisy, What was he supposed to say? That he loved someone else? That they should break off their engagement? His heart swelled at the thought of running after Anna, declaring his love for her. That was all he wanted right now. Oh, did I tell you? I talked to Daddy yesterday. He said he was able to talk to the rep for Pepsi, and they are interested in chatting with you about a sponsorship. Apparently, they have some new drink coming out. Ice something. She turned and shot him her $1 million smile. His stomach lightened at the thought. A sponsorship with a huge company like that would do wonders for him. This was just what he was looking for. But if getting that sponsorship meant staying with Daisy, he couldn't do it. He didn't love her. He loved Anna, and no amount of money would persuade him to stay away. Daisy, we need to talk. He straightened and turned so he had her full attention. Her eyes widened as she studied him. He parted his lips. This was it. He was going to tell her that they were done, that he loved someone else. Mr. Jones. Javier's thick accent halted his words. Michael turned to see Javier walk up. Yeah? He asked. He really wasn't in the mood to talk to him. Not when Michael was pretty sure he'd been flirting with Anna this whole time. Good, I found you. I just wanted to let you know that there would be a bonfire for guests this evening. I've already talked to Anna, but she said you two are no longer together. He paused and glanced down at Daisy. Good to see you again. Daisy stretched out her hand as if she expected Javier to kiss it. He hesitated and then shook it. Daisy Price, I'm Michael's fiancée. Javier raised his eyebrows as he glanced from Daisy and then over to Michael. I know. You told me that earlier. A smile played on his lips, and Michael had half a mind to punch it off. I'm happy to see you are still here. He fell silent for a moment before he turned and waved down the beach. As I was saying, the bonfire is this evening. There will be music and dancing. Please make sure you come. I will be bringing Anna with me. He leaned forward and smiled. Michael stared him down. He wanted to ask what Javier had planned, but he couldn't figure out the words to say. So what if Javier liked Anna, and Anna felt the same way? Perhaps he'd been wrong about everything. Here he'd been, thinking that Anna really cared about him, but that didn't seem true. Not when she'd already moved on to Javier. Just his luck. The minute he really truly cared about someone, she didn't feel the same. Thanks, Javier. We'll be there. Daisy called after him as he made his way across the beach. She turned and studied Michael. Well, that sounds fun, doesn't it? Michael sat back, folding his arms across his chest. Well, if Anna could move on that fast, so could he. Two could play at this game. He was going to push down all the feelings he thought he had for her and focus on Daisy. He just needed enough willpower. That was all. Loud music could be heard as they walked across the sand toward the huge bonfire that rose up from the beach. Smoke billowed up from it like a beacon. Daisy was next to him, grabbing onto his arm. She'd insisted on wearing stilettos on the beach, and every time she took a step, her heel sunk into the sand, causing her to teeter. She was talking about how beautiful the beach was at night, and Michael was trying to listen, but all he could focus on was where Anna was and if she was here with Javier. When they got to the refreshment table, he tried to nonchalantly check the faces around him, but none of them were Anna. Where had she gone? Why was she avoiding him? As much as he tried to ignore it, he missed her. He'd become so accustomed to talking to her that having her gone felt strange, like part of him was missing. "Hey, Michael." McKenna's voice broke through his thoughts. He turned to see her approaching him. His gaze slipped behind her to see if Anna was around, but only Sam followed her. "Kenna," Michael said, bringing his sister into a half hug. As he pulled her in close, he whispered, "Where's Anna?" He then glanced down at her. He saw she had a fake smile plastered on her face. "Who is this?" she asked, waving toward Daisy. "Daisy Price. I'm Michael's real fiancé. And you are?" She studied McKenna. "McKenna, Michael's sister." "Oh, right, the one with the marriage issues." A forced look of concern passed across Daisy's face. "How's that going? Is this place helping?" McKenna raised her eyebrows and studied Michael. "Well, I just love the fact that complete strangers know my business. Thanks for that." Then she glanced over at Daisy. "Things are good. Rekindled Resort is pretty amazing. It's helping us rediscover why we fell in love." Daisy clapped her hands. "That's just great. I'm sure it's needed, especially with the pregnancy." McKenna's face paled as her gaze shot over to Michael. "My what?" Michael's stomach dropped. How could Daisy say that? She had no idea that they were struggling with infertility. That was not something he would have just blurted out. "Daisy, Oh, Michael didn't say anything. I could tell from your complexion. I just have a sixth sense about this. The spirits told me. Besides, you're in the Pacific Islands, but you are paler than a Norwegian." McKenna pinched her lips close as she patted her face. Then she pressed on her stomach as her expression turned contemplative. "I have to go," she said. Michael wasn't going to let her leave without talking to her about Anna. "I'll go with you." McKenna whipped around and then shook her head. "Fine. Just don't slow me down." "Sam, entertain Daisy," Michael said as he followed McKenna. Before either could say anything, he was out of earshot. "Where's Anna?" he asked. McKenna glared at him. "I think you've lost the right to ask where she is." "What the heck, Michael? You're engaged?" Michael swallowed. Hearing those words from his sister's lips made him feel even more like a tool. When had he become this guy? "I didn't mean for everything to go this far. I've been trying to figure out a way to fix this mess, but I can't." McKenna stopped and turned, so she was staring directly at him. "Do you care about Anna?" Michael swallowed, more than he cared to let on. "Yes." She eyed him. "Do you love her?" Heat rushed across his skin. He knew the answer to that question. The feelings he had for Anna were plaguing his thoughts. "Have you talked to her? What did she say?" McKenna raised the hem of her dress as she stepped onto the boardwalk. "Anna's been with us in our room." She glanced back at him, with a broken heart. His stomach twisted at her words. "Really?" "Yes, geez. I ask you to come here to help support my failing marriage, and this is what you do. Michael, what's the deal? You're moving in on my best friend only to leave her with a broken heart?" Michael reached out and grabbed her elbow, halting her. She pulled her arm back and turned around. "I didn't mean to," he said. His heart was breaking. How had he screwed this up so badly? Michael, you're a great guy, but you have your head so far up in the clouds that you don't see what's going on around you, or when you have a fabulous girl who would do just about anything for you. McKenna sighed. She'd kill me for saying this. But Anna loves you. She's loved you for a long time. You broke her heart when you kissed her at my wedding, and then left, and you're breaking her heart now. Michael scrubbed his face as he let McKenna's words wash over him. How could he keep doing this? He loved Anna with all his heart. What was the best plan? But Kenna, what am I going to do? I'm worried I'll just hurt her. The emotional lump that had formed in his throat caused his voice to come out deeper. Michael, it's all a mystery. You never know what you're going to get or what life is going to throw at you. All you can do is pick someone to take the bumps with you. If that's Anna, tell her. If that's Daisy, commit. This wishy-washy plan of yours isn't working. She sighed as she turned. Now, I've got to go take a test. I have a few stashed in my purse. Kenna, he said, hoping she'd stop. She hesitated, but didn't turn around. Do you think she'll forgive me? McKenna waved him away. You'll never know until you ask. Then the sound of her shoes on the boardwalk marked her retreat. Michael turned back to the bonfire. He took a deep breath as he studied the people milling around. McKenna's words floated around in his mind. You'll never know until you ask. Well, what was he going to do? First, break up with Daisy, and then find Anna. She was all that mattered now. And if she didn't want him now, he'd wait around until she did. Epilogue. Michael pulled into the parking garage and turned off his car. He took a deep breath. He couldn't believe this was happening. It was what he'd wanted for so long, and today it was finally happening. Anna turned and smiled at him. When her gaze met his, she gave him an understanding look. She reached out and patted his hand. It'll be okay. McKenna's a fighter. Besides, a C-section isn't the end of the world. Michael just nodded. This wasn't how he'd imagined the birth of his niece going, but they were both doing well, so that was all that mattered. Michael leaned over and Anna met his kiss. They'd been married for 3 months now, and he'd be lying if he said he hadn't thought about tiny Michaels or Anna's running around. When Anna pulled back, she shot him a suspicious look. Michael? She asked, raising her eyebrows. What? He asked, reaching over and pulling the door handle. You have a look. He shrugged as he stepped out of the car and Anna followed him. Remember when we told Safina the reason why we weren't having sex at the rekindled resort? Anna nodded. Something to do with only for procreation. Why? Well, thank goodness you don't really feel that way. He wiggled his eyebrows at her. Was there a reason you brought this up? He tried to seem nonchalant as he threw his keys into the air. Is it so bad I want to have babies with the woman I love? He smiled to himself as he pulled open the back door of his car and grabbed out the giant teddy bear he'd shoved back there. What? She asked. I want to have babies with the woman I love. He stood and met her gaze. Her lips were parted as she studied him. You're ready? He shrugged. Are you? She squealed and raced around the car, throwing herself into his arms. Yes! She pressed her lips against his. He grabbed her with his free arm and pulled her close, deepening the kiss. When they broke apart, he glanced down at her. Not here, Mrs. Jones. We can start tonight. He winked at her, and she swatted him. She disappeared in the back seat and then emerged with a handful of balloons. Once they were free of the door, he pushed it closed and slung the teddy bear over his shoulders. You had to go with the biggest one the store carried? She asked as she followed him. He shrugged. It's for my first niece. I need to establish myself as the favorite. She laughed. Well, you're not spoiling our kids. Michael fell silent as he reveled in the feeling that hearing her say our kids brought him. He was married and talking about a family with Anna. He was pretty sure his life couldn't get more perfect than this. He turned, halting her in her tracks. I love it when you say that. She glanced up at him. Our kids? He nodded and then bent down to meet her lips. She giggled as she returned the kiss. If his hands had been free, he would have wrapped them around her and never let her go. Michael, McKenna's expecting us. He groaned, but then took a step back. Tonight? She nodded. Tonight. Happiness rushed through his body as he smiled down at his wife. It'd taken years to get to this point, but he couldn't have had it any other way. Anna was his, and that was all he'd ever need. And this time, he wasn't going to screw it up.